Testing.
Testing. Hey. Welcome to the 2022 American Jump Rope Grand National Championship. Yeah. It's the Grand National Championship. My name is Devin.
And I'm Mike.
And we are so excited to kick things off today. Now, when I say Grand National Championship, I mean today is the finals. We've had an awesome week of competition, 4 whole days of prelims, and now we're going to take the top 6 from each event, put them head to head, where they're going to compete for the title Grand National Champion.
Historically, Grands Day has been a really big deal in the jump rope community and in jump rope culture as a whole. It's a chance for us to showcase the best that our sport has to offer, elite jumping at the highest level. Today, you're going to see the fastest jumpers in the country go head to head. You're going to see probably the strongest and most creative field of freestyles we've ever seen. And for those of you watching at home or watching in the stands, you're going to see an awe-inspiring, jaw-dropping display of athleticism, skill, and years of dedication.
That's right, and what a display it's going to be. Whether you're here just watching or whether you're here jumping today, the energy is going to be absolutely electric. And athletes, all eyes are going to be on you as you do the first Grand National Championship in 3 years. Yeah. Well, Mike, I think our judges are ready. Jumpers, are you ready? Then we're all set, so here we go! Yeah.
Single rope pairs doubles, and in station 1 it's going to be Proform Airborne Haley and Alex. In station 2, claim jumpers Haley and Emily. In station 3, the Jumpin' All Stars Emma and Carly. And in station 5, we have from the Heartbeats Emily and Kelsey. We do not have anyone in station 4 and 6. Here we go.
Single rope double unders relay, 2 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set. Ten. 20. 10. 20.
Hey, everybody. Awesome job, athletes. Our first heat is finished. This is the voice of Devin right now. Mike is going to join me in just a minute. We're going to be commentating all day, guiding you through the super awesome experience that is Grands, our finals. Right now, the first event, this is single rope speed doubles relay. So we've got a pair of athletes in each station, and they're going to do as many double unders as they can. Each athlete has 30 seconds to complete as many double unders as they can. As we move forward today, I want to tell you about how you can see the scores. In the back corner of each station, you see those little TV screens with 4 colored boxes. As the judges are counting, it will display the scores on screen live. As you can see now on the program, those are the screens that we're talking about. We got the judges ready to go. The athletes are ready to kick it into gear.
Seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
And they're off. As you can see, one of the challenges in all of the events we're going to see today is making mistakes. If you have a little miss, you have to get back into it as fast as possible. These girls are super fast. They are flying right now. Taking a look at these scores, it looks like they all have cleared 80 by just the 30-second mark. Some of them nearing 90.
10.
Another interesting thing about this particular event, the female pairs double unders, during the prelims there was actually a 3-way tie, which is why we have 7 groups competing at grands instead of 6. And you can hear the audience cheering them on. Some huge scores on the board. I see 180 on the far right. That's 90 jumps, 90 double unders per athlete there. And look who has joined me, none other than the Mike Fry. Mike, you want to say hello?
Hi, everyone. How you guys doing? Pretty exciting start to the day. As you can see, we are still running this double unders relay. A lot of excitement in the building. It's pretty great to see. Great representation from different teams. Just saw a great field on that last one. I think we're looking for some pretty high scores here. I believe in prelims we had something around 180. That's 90 per person. We'll see if we get anywhere near that today. Yeah, let's see how this next heat goes.
That's right. One of the other really special things about this event is that we are bringing jumpers in from all over the country. Right now on the floor, we've got jumpers from Maryland all the way to Seattle, places in Idaho, and right here in Ohio.
Relay 2 by 30 seconds. Judges ready.
Back to the
Athletes
2 by
ready.
30
Set.
double unders. An extremely fast start. You can see right here the Comet Skipper's rope is super short. You see how he has to bend over just to fit his entire body in there. A shorter rope is definitely an advantage if you can manage to use it without missing. Like running around the inside of a track versus the outside. The shorter distance you have to cover, the faster you can get around. At that beep, they switch. Now the second jumper's going. You see a burst in energy. And everybody has crushed the 3-digit threshold of 100 jumps.
20.
These boys are flying. During prelims, the winning score was 157. And I think I'm going to see some teams beat that right now. Excellent work all around. I see a 159. That looks like Dylan and Jonathan. Yeah, and they were the ones who won in prelims. If that 159 is correct, they will have beaten their score during prelims.
As you watch these speed events, especially the ones that are shorter, you know, your 30 seconds, your pairs double unders, which are 30 seconds each, there really is not much room for error. Even one miss can set you back 3 or 4 jumps, and that honestly could be the difference between first and third, or even falling out of a medal position. So these athletes really do have to be really focused and just make sure they're not missing at all. As Devin pointed out earlier, a lot of them are using really short ropes and hunching over. It's a good strategy, but you have to be careful that it's not too short because, again, it leaves very little room for error. As you start to get tired, you may stand up a little bit straighter to pull in more air. You may let your hands drift out in front of you, drift out away from you, and then that really short rope now becomes a problem that's catching on your feet or your head. So really just have to watch for that and make sure you're finding the right balance between a short enough rope and not missing.
And right before we get started here, I would love to point out in the back left, you see Nikhil back there. That is the youngest jumper at Grands this year. At just 11 years old, Nikhil has qualified for his first Grand Nationals.
Judges ready.
Competing double unders with Jenna.
Ready.
Here he goes.
Set.
And they are off to the races. A couple
10.
misses across the board here. We're seeing some clean runs in the back left and the closest to the right.
20.
Yeah, Seth and Kenzie won in prelims with a score of 169. We will see if they can reach that number or further now.
Ten. 20.
Everybody has crushed the 100 threshold. And what are some, wow, a 174. Another fantastic job. I think 180 was still the highest we saw today, which is pretty remarkable. That's 90 double unders in just 30 seconds.
As you're watching these athletes compete, speed and freestyle, I think it's really important to remember they really just have one shot. You know, they've been training in many cases since they were really young. Some start as young as 5, 6 years old. They've been training for years for this. And even for this competition for the last 3 years, as Devin mentioned, this is our first live national championship in 3 years. So they put a lot of hard work, a lot of training into it. You go on stage, you have 1 minute. For this event, it's 30 seconds for the first jumper, 30 for the second. And after it's done, that's it. If you have misses, if you have a rope drop, there's no redos. So a lot is going into this really short event, and athletes just have to do the best that they can, and hopefully their training and preparation has paid off.
That's exactly right. And the winning athletes here, they were holding a pace of 3 double unders a second. If you want to visualize that at home, you can count out a second and really try to imagine squeezing 3 jumps in there, and each time they're pulling the rope around twice, 6 revolutions of the rope. It's pretty impressive. What event do we have next, Mike?
So we're going to be moving next to our single rope speed relay. This is, if you sort of think about in track and field, you've got your relay events where you're passing the baton. In this event, we're not actually passing a rope, but we are switching from our first jumper to the second, to the third, and the fourth. So there are 4 jumpers, each jumping for 30 seconds, as fast as they can go, and just aiming for that top score. So again, a longer event as a whole, 2 minutes total, but each jumper still just has 30 seconds to do the best that they can. And again, hope that their training has kind of paid off and rope is sized correctly and they're ready to go. So as we're kind of switching into the next event, I can call out some of the teams that'll be up here on the stage competing. We've got Zero Gravity. YMCA Super Skippers has 2 teams on the stage. We've got OB Jump, we have the Claim Jumpers, and Summerwind Skippers. And as you may have noticed, there's a very short turnaround. A lot of these athletes are competing in multiple speed events. If you're a fast jumper, you're probably fast across several events. So a lot of those competing who just competed in the double under relay are now also competing in single rope speed relay. So you imagine jumping as fast as you can, and then you get a few minutes break and then right back onto the stage to do another event. And then after we're done with that event, they'll come right back. In many cases, these athletes are doing several or even all of the speed events. So really have to be in just like top athletic shape to do this kind of stuff.
And it looks like our next heat is lining up. You'll see that these stations are getting a bit more crowded now. We're doubling the amount of jumpers on the court at once. We're squeezing all 4 into each station. They're going to take turns jumping.
Devin, what would be a good score that sort of each athlete is aiming for?
Personally, I would say getting 80 jumps each. And when I say 80 jumps, that's actually 160 because they only count 1 foot for the scoring. Maybe that's an important thing that if you're just tuning in for the first time and you've never seen a jump rope competition before, the scores that are displayed in speed as the jumpers are alternating feet are often too fast to be counted every single jump. I mean, just look at them warming up now and try to count every single time their feet are hitting. It's just not feasible. So instead, what they do is they just count each time the right foot touches, and that is the number that you see displayed.
Now, Devin mentioned a score of 80 and athletes aiming for that. Some of the athletes on the stage have reached scores of high 80s, even 90, even low 90s. I believe a few of the athletes have crossed 100 jumps in 30 seconds, which is just really wild to think about. You're talking about 100 right foot jumps. That's 200 total revolutions of the rope in 30 seconds.
Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but a decade ago in this sport, 130 seconds was just not realistic.
It was unheard of. Now, some of that does have to do with the changing ropes that we have. When I first started jumping, speed was done with a licorice rope. A lot of you listening at home, you may jump with a beaded rope or a licorice rope. These wire ropes are relatively newer to the sport, and as the equipment has improved, so have the scores. So we're going to see some really, really fast scores right now. Now, you may have just noticed a judge in the back waving a red flag. That's just to let us know that one or two of the judges is just not ready. It could be something with tabulators getting the scores, not able to get those out quickly enough. It could be something with an athlete, maybe an untied shoe, maybe a rope is not ready, and that just kind of puts a quick pause on the competition, and then we'll be ready to go.
You'll often see the red flag for the camera equipment. You see these jumpers are jumping so fast. We want to account for human error as well, so every single heat and every single station is recorded. In the event of replay needed, we can take a look again, even slow motion replay, and then count that way. And they are flying to get things started. You can hear the timing track just call out 20 seconds in, and we already see scores above 60, which means we are on pace for that 90 plus. And on the beep, they have switched. Another lightning round. It's crazy. You can see their heads stay so still when they jump, you know? They are just moving their feet up and down in such a way that the entire upper half of their body stays still. And that efficiency just carries over so they can jump longer and faster. All right, we're halfway done. Switching to the next group of jumpers. Only 2 remain.
You'll notice some of the jumpers, especially the one in front right now, have sort of adopted a sort of squatted down position with leaning forward from the hips and keeping their head and shoulders really low. And that's just to allow for a shorter rope. That shorter rope will make quicker revolutions around your body versus a more upright position. You need a longer rope, especially for taller athletes. So a lot of our fastest jumpers will get down in that sort of half leaned over position and just fly, as you can see right now.
And we're in the final leg of the relay. You can hear the crowd picking up. The other difference between those beaded licorice and then wire ropes, which these athletes are using, is when you make a mistake, the wire rope hurts a whole lot worse than those other ones. A lot of these athletes' ropes are made out of what bicycle wire might look like, or chicken wire, so it cuts through the air nice and fast. There's a couple other differences between their ropes and maybe the ropes you might use at home. For example, the handles have bearings in them, and the handle and the rope meet at a 90-degree angle at that bearing, so they can spin with maximum efficiency.
One of the things I love about the event we're watching right now is it really is something that a lot of people can do. If you are at home and you jump rope for fun or for fitness, if you're a CrossFit athlete, if you've just picked up jump rope during the pandemic and you're working out at home, this is something that all of you can do. Basically what we're doing is just a jog step. Right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. Every time the rope goes around your body, every time you jump it, you switch feet. And it doesn't matter how fast you are. You can set goals for yourself and basically jump for 30 seconds. You go as fast as you can comfortably go, and the first time you do it, you might get 10 or 20 jumps, and you can mark that as your personal best. And then you keep working on it, you get a little bit better, a little bit faster. Fewer misses, you can get up to 40 or 50 jumps. And just keep pushing yourself. And over the year, one thing I know for certain, as I've coached athletes and of all ages and even older athletes, is your scores will improve with practice. So yes, we are watching the fastest jumpers in the country, literally right now. But this is something that anyone can do, and I would encourage all of you at home to try this event and someday even come to a competition and just experience that competitive spirit.
Judges,
So
ready.
we're getting started now with
Athletes,
Heat
ready.
6. This
Set.
is the final heat of the single rope speed relay, the mixed division. So you'll see each team has athletes from both the male and female division.
10,
And they are absolutely flying. Some of them, you can't even see their rope. They're moving so fast.
20,
It looked like some scores were approaching 70 at the 20-second mark, which is absolutely absurd. And there's the switch. The next set of athletes are jumping.
ten, 20,
You can also hear the difference between the footsteps of some of our jumpers. Some will stomp a bit. You might be able to hear that one even through the live stream, or even have super, super light feet that you wouldn't know if they were jumping behind you.
10,
Right here is an example of what we were talking about with that really bent over form. You can see that if his head picked up at all, the rope would actually
20.
get him right in the back of the head.
ten,
And the athletes are pushing it all the way to the finish here.
20,
Oh my gosh, they're getting so many jumps. I know these judges' thumbs are getting tired.
Nice job. Heat
And
six. That
that's
was
it.
awesome.
I see a couple scores over 300 there. Oh, up next is our fastest speed event, single rope speed sprint. That is one jumper just jumping for 30 seconds alone. Typically, this is where we will see the highest 30-second scores and just the fastest jumping.
Yeah, you can really think of this as sort of your 100-meter dash or your 200-meter dash, where it's really just an all-out sprint the entire time. You're not holding really anything back. 30 seconds as fast as you can, going for, as close to an 85, 90, 100 as you can get. Some of the athletes that will be taking the stage in this next heat are pushing high 90s, even 100. So we'll see if they can pull that off today. As we mentioned before, several of them have already done 2 events prior to this, maybe starting to experience a little bit of fatigue. And also, as we mentioned before, it really is just one shot. So even your best athlete on any given day can have a bad day. So we're going to see what happens here, but we're really excited. This is a super exciting event to watch. Super quick, and it's really just anyone's ball game.
That's right, and during the prelims, the highest score we saw was 93 by Lauren Ellis. She's actually going to be in this next heat here at Station 2. So we'll see if she can keep that first place spot. So as you might have noticed, a lot of judges stand in each box. It's not just one judge counting. They have typically 3 or even more sometimes judges in each station. This is because we are trying to account for human error. All 3 judges are trying to count these extremely fast feet, so they take the scores at the end and average them out in case there's a mismatch. If the mismatch is so great, that's when we take the camera into consideration that we mentioned earlier. There will be a slow-mo replay, and they count it again to make sure they get the exact amount of jumps. And Mike, if you didn't know, there's actually been some really interesting research being done about artificial intelligence being used to count speed. Have you seen any of this?
I have not. Let's hear more about that.
It's really cool. Dylan Plummer led this. And Dylan Plummer, if you don't know, is an incredible athlete. He's in Ohio right now, and he's been working on this program that can recognize patterns in video, and he has been using it as a tool to count speed. And so far, it is not perfect, but it is impressive with almost like 60 to 70% accuracy, which is bananas to think about, that you can just upload a file of somebody doing speed, and it could recognize what is going on and count that. So there's a really bright future in the judging process of our sport and automating that entire process and removing human error.
Yeah, I think as our sport continues to progress, we're always looking for ways to improve the judging process, how we train our athletes, how we present something like this event to the public. So we're always looking for ways to improve, and I think that's a really interesting development. Definitely a way to sort of start removing some of the potential for human error. It does get really, really hard to count at those fast speeds throughout an entire day. Many of the judges that are up on stage are judging every single event. So it's not just counting a super fast person then taking a break. You're up there for probably an hour or so counting the fastest jumpers over and over again, heat after heat. And hopefully your thumb doesn't, fall off.
Just a little fun fact for this next event. We have jumpers all over the world who can get over 110 jumps with their right foot. So these
And if you missed that,
fastest jumpers that we have all around the country.
the announcers were mentioning that some of the world records for this event are approaching 110. And there is a chance that we could see a world record today. And for those of you at home, like Mike was saying earlier, jump rope is very accessible. You don't need to be on a stage with a fancy rope to get started. There are ropes for $2 at most department stores that you can get started with, and 30-second speed is such a great place to begin. Setting the goal of trying to get to the end of 30 seconds without stopping might sound pretty easy, but once you give it a try, you'll find that that is not the case.
Yeah, this is a really intense, really difficult event to train for. It's a short burst of time, and I think, even for these athletes that are in, top shape, it doesn't get any less exhausting. So whether it's me or Devin doing this event, or the athletes on stage, you at home, anyone, it's going to be tiring at whatever speed you're going at. And as I said before, you will improve the more you do it. The first time I did this, I wasn't able to do more than 10 jumps in a row of that jogging step. And as I practiced, I got faster and faster. I know that's the case for every athlete here. So again, I encourage you to try this one at home. Set a timer for 30 seconds, do that jog step, and count how many times your right foot hits the ground. Try it again the next day, and you'll see those scores go up.
Once again, we've got jumpers from all across the U.S. here. I see jumpers from Utah, from North Carolina, from Idaho. And we're just about ready to get started with that 30-second speed. Between events, we do try to give the athletes a little bit of a break. Like Mike was saying before, many of these athletes are literally doing every event today. And doing just one of these events could be absolutely exhausting. And doing them back-to-back could be nearly impossible, especially when they're going for brand new records.
Athletes,
And
ready.
here we go.
Set.
They are off. This is the fastest set of female 30-second speed jumpers.
10.
At 10, just about all of them had cleared 30.
So, wow, really interesting. Lauren Ellis up
20.
there with a score of 93 in prelims. Madison McMurray from Summerwind just half a jump actually behind. So that just means one or two of the judges were off with each other, and they may have averaged a 93 and a 92. So we'll see, how did this shake out? Oh, we have a 98. Who is that? My goodness, that is fast. Is that Camille?
Yeah, it looks like Camille.
Okay, so Camille with an unofficial, these scores are unofficial until they're verified, an unofficial score of 98, which is blazing fast. Prelim, she had an 89. So most likely a couple of misses here or there. those can happen.
That was the highest 30-second speed score we saw this entire week.
All right, next we've got the guys coming out to the stage. We've got Seth Ingram from Proform, Austin from Jumpin' All-Stars, August, one of our younger competitors from Comet Skippers. We've got Kai from Rain City out in Seattle. We've got Kyle from Comet Skippers, also very young. And we've got John from Kangaroo Kids. Now, Seth led the field in prelims with a 92, but Austin from Jumpin' All-Stars not too far behind with an 88.5. Not sure if he had any misses there, if that was a PR. I know that Seth has gotten higher scores. His PR is much higher than that. And so we'll see how this shakes out. Again, it's really anyone's game. Anything could happen on this stage.
In Station 5 from the Rain City Ropeworks, we have Kai. And in Station 6 from the Comet Skippers, we have Kyle.
And you can hear that crowd going crazy, getting ready for these athletes to go as fast as they can. There's no
30
holding back.
seconds.
This is our quickest speed event.
Judges
Here
ready.
they go.
Athletes, ready, set.
And just look at where those scores are at when we hear the 10-second
10.
mark. That was the 10-second mark. Already plenty past 30.
20,
Seth was nearing that 100 pace. Wow, a lot of massive scores on the board right now. Seth with a score in the 90s.
One thing we're always looking for is the splits. So in 30-second speed, we're looking at the 10-second split, the 20, and then obviously at the end of the 30 seconds, we look at the total score. So as you're jumping 30-second speed, watching Seth, he had a split at the 10-second of 33. So in 10 seconds, that's 33 right foot jumps, 66 total revolutions of the rope, 66 total jumps. At the 20, he had 64 jumps. So the speed did drop off a little bit, that pace did, and then finished with, again, unofficial score of 96. Guys at home, that is very, very fast. It's hard to do.
Yeah, Seth actually just beat his prelim score of 92. So about 4 jumps quicker. He managed to squeeze a couple more in. And once again, reminder that these scores are just 1 foot. So when we're talking almost 100, the score of 100, in reality, that's almost 200 jumps in 30 seconds.
Testing.
Looks like we're gearing up for some special
Hello,
announcements.
Jump Rope community. We're very excited to be able to award 2 $1,000 scholarships. As of 2022, AMJRF has awarded $9,000. Please join me in welcoming Jenny Menser, who's our scholarship committee chairperson.
Thanks, Anita. So we have been working really hard the past year streamlining our scholarship application process, and it'll be open in September. So you'll have all of next year to work on applying. And remember, anybody who is attending any post-secondary school after can apply. It's not just a senior in high school. So even if you're already in school, you can apply. So please look for that on our AMJF page. Our committee, who's worked really hard choosing our winners, are Elise McQueen, Mason Rogers, Anna Schiff, Anna Gable, and myself. The mission for the AMJF Scholarship says that the AMJF Scholarship supports athletes that plan to attend or are attending a continuing post-secondary educational program. We encourage athletes to continue their education to better themselves, their communities, and maintain an active role in the sport of jump rope. Both scholarship winners will receive $1,000 towards tuition, books, room and board. It'll go to the college and it'll be used how they choose to use it. And then they will also receive a certificate They will also receive a pin and a sticker from AMJRF, and they will also receive free registration for the National Collegiate Championship, so they will get to go to that for free. I would like to introduce Denver Hammonds, who was our 2019 recipient, and he would like to share some thoughts on his scholarship.
Hello everyone, I'm Denver Hammonds. I've been jump roping with the Indy Airbears for 10 years, and I currently go to Ball State University, where I will be a senior this year, majoring in theater education and English education, and I am also the president of Ball State Jump Rope Club. And receiving this scholarship in 2019 on top of some other scholarships helped me pay for my tuition freshman year, which was really great, and I'm really thankful to AMJRF for helping me with that. And I'm continuing to help further the sport while being in the Athlete Council and in other AMJRF areas. So I'm very excited that this scholarship continues to help people out like me, and I hope more people continue to apply for this scholarship and jump rope in college. Thank you.
So we thought it would be a fun way to announce who our first winner is by reading what they wrote as their bio on the scholarship application. I have been jumping and competing with the Comet Skippers for 10 years. When I was in 7th grade, I started teaching the younger kids on my team, and I started getting opportunities to teach at other teams' workshops too. This year, I became part of the AMJF Athletic Advisory Council because I wanted to start taking on more leadership roles to help the sport develop and grow. Let's give a round of applause to our first winner, Allison Schroeder. All right, and our bio for our second scholarship winner. I have been a Comet skipper for 9 years. I've taught jump rope at practices, at 5 different summer camps, and at numerous workshops across the nation. I am currently serving as an AMJF ambassador, working to grow the sport of jump rope. I've helped at events like the Arnold Sports Festival, worked to host events for National Skipping Day, and serve on the American Heart Association committee to create educational jump rope videos. I'd like to introduce our second scholarship award winner, Aaron Gao.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to our 2 winners. We're also so excited to be able to support the presentation of the Tanya Terpelak Memorial Scholarship. Please join me in welcoming Ken Evans of the Heartbeats as he is going to present this year's winner. Till the next break, so let the games begin.
All right, and we are going to head into our next event, single rope speed endurance, 3-minute speed. My favorite event. Love watching this. Couple of really interesting things to look out for, and we'll actually give these athletes just a moment to take the floor before we get into some of the things that we've seen from prelims as well as PRs. All right, and 3-minute speed is actually going to be moved to later in the day. We're gonna switch into what looks like double Dutch. Yes, you know it, you love it. All right, we're doing double Dutch speed sprint. Okay. So, moving into double Dutch speed sprint, this is as you may have heard from our announcer, this is Double Dutch Speed Sprint. It's 2 turners and 1 jumper. The turners are going to remain turning the entire time. The jumper will jump for 1 minute, so double the amount of time that we've seen so far in terms of how long jumpers are jumping. That jumper's in there for 1 minute, jumping as fast as they can. Those turners have to power it through with their arms. We got some really, really strong teams on here. We've actually got 3 YMCA Super Skippers teams. That's a team name you're going to see and hear a lot throughout this day. Really strong team, especially over the last 5-6 years. We've seen a lot from them at the world level, national level. We've also got a team here from Proform Airborne, Summerwind Skippers, and the High Flyers. So another one where really even one mistake can essentially knock you out. So if one team were to miss, all the other teams are clean, it's pretty tough to recover from that one. Now, some teams are much faster than others, so they may be able to get away with a miss, but if you're going at the speeds that these jumpers are going at, one miss can end up taking away maybe like 10 jumps. By the time you set the ropes down, jumpers exit, get back in, get back up to pace, you may have lost between 8 to 10 jumps. So we'll see how this shakes out.
Ready. Athletes, ready. Set.
So we see these feet flying. That Super Skippers team you see in the front middle actually did win in prelims. We do see a mistake. Pretty quick to get back in. Most of these jumpers do have that kind of like bent forward positioning, which does allow the turners to actually pull the ropes a little bit tighter, maybe spread out a little bit more, get those quicker revolutions around them. I think we've seen at least one miss from all the teams so far, and really at this point it's just how quickly can you recover and get back into the ropes. So we've seen different methods for getting back into the ropes. Some are quicker than others.
Also, we have the chat up now, so if you have any questions throughout the day about anything jump rope related, especially if it's about this competition, feel free to ask in the chat, and Mike and I can address any of your questions.
So what do we have on the floor? It looks like a 174, actually from the YMCA Super Skippers on the front left.
So this event, Double Dutch Speed Sprint, there's another Double Dutch Speed event that we're going to see later today, the Double Dutch Speed Relay. And one of the main differences is in this event, the turners and the jumpers never switch. So there's an opportunity for specialization here, right? You could have a really, really good jumper who's maybe not so great at turning, and maybe a really, really good turner who's not so great at jumping to make an all-star team
ready
for this event.
Set.
So that Comet Skipper male team, front and center, led the field by a pretty significant amount of prelims. They scored 173, second place team with a 128. So that is a pretty significant spread. We always love an upset, so we'll see what happens. If they're able to keep it clean, it may be theirs for the taking. But let's look at how these other groups are doing.
Pretty close run.
30.
Looks like Kangaroo Kids and Comet Skippers.
Yeah, Kangaroo Kids, Comet Skippers are looking pretty good too.
40.
Heartbeat's not too far behind, but it would probably take a miss from one of the other teams. It's hard to recover after a miss
50.
there. But Comet Skippers, ooh. Kangaroo Kids were looking really good. They did just have a miss, which is allowing Comet Skippers to come back, so it's really close. Okay, so unofficial score, Kangaroo Kids with a 163, Comet Skippers with a 162. It's possible that as judges compare their scores that may change, so all of these scores are unofficial until they're verified later.
Did you see that lovely jump rope sportsmanship right there? Those teams high-fiving as they go off the floor. One of those very special things about our sport is the camaraderie that goes along with it, within your team and alongside the other teams. Wow, okay, we are now at the mixed division, and we just want to point out those scores were crazy that we just saw, those 160s. The winning score for this division was 206 during prelims. It was the highest in the entire competition. So that was Centripetal Forces. They are right up in front and center in the black shirts. Definitely a team to watch. We've also got the Super Skippers up there and that black and blue jacket with a 188. So we're gonna see some super fast feet right now. And then almost a 170 from the All-Stars after that. All three top scores here.
Double Dutch speed
Even higher than the
sprint,
last division we just saw.
60 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes
So they're gonna kick
ready.
things off. We
Set.
really, really wanna see some clean runs here. That's where we're gonna get those crazy high scores. And oh my goodness, they are fast. There's such a degree of precision that you need to have with both the other turner and the jumper. With barely milliseconds between each jump.
20,
I mean, with a lot of these speeds, we're looking at 7 to 8 jumps per second.
30,
And look just at how focused these jumpers are, zoning in on the hands of the turner.
40,
Watching those ropes carefully. So far, some clean runs, some really fast ones. It looks like
50.
Centripetal is in the lead right now, but there's still time for others to catch up. Uh-oh, and that miss could have been it, but they still lead with 197. I think that is our highest we've seen at Grands today. Unofficially, congratulations to Centripetal Forces. All right, let's take a look at this chat here. We got Nate KG in the chat. He's been waiting for the chat, and it is here. So Jen Gibbons wants to know, when it comes to speed, especially the sprints, do jumpers work on reaction time? While I think they don't consciously do so, it is definitely a part of the practice. Just like any race, when they say go, the faster you start, the higher the score you're going to get. So each time they practice, they are working on their reaction time. Also, misses are never planned, so you definitely have to react to that. And it's a little different each time, so learning to naturally recover as fast as possible is one way that they do work on reaction time without even really thinking about it. How's it going, Isaiah? Hello, Emily. So happy you're tuning in. Colin, you are right. The team in black was absolutely crushing it, and it paid off for them. Now, I didn't even see this yet, but Nate hit the nail on the head. He just said exactly what I was saying.
And then in station 6, we are just jumping. Caitlin McKinnon.
Oh, we've switched over to double Dutch speed relay. Mike, you want to tell them about how this is different from what we just saw?
Yeah, so similar to our single rope speed relay, each jumper from each team is going to jump for 30 seconds. So we're starting off with 2 people turning the ropes and 1 person jumping. That first jumper will go for 30 seconds and then switch with the person that they're facing. And now you see another jumper, usually off to the left side of the turner. That jumper will then jump in. So it's kind of an
Double
intricate
Dutch
entering,
speed
jumping
relay.
as fast as you can,
4 by
switching,
30
other jumper goes in.
seconds.
Every jumper will turn and
Judges
jump. So
ready.
it really is something where we have to
Athletes
be,
ready.
every athlete has to
Set.
be really well-rounded, able to turn and jump fast and efficiently. Now, in prelims, we did
10.
see the Super Skippers team actually lead the field with a 2:57. So we'll see if they can get close to that. Also, in second place, not too far behind with
20.
a 2:52, only 5 jumps behind from Summerwind, we saw Sophia, Lauren, Kylie, and Kate. So this is going to be really interesting to see how it ends up shaking out. Obviously, 2 minutes of jumping, there's room for error, right? One miss from one team really could be the difference between first and second. So these teams have to stay as clean as possible, focus
10.
the entire time. It gets loud up there on the stage. You're hearing all the other ropes moving, the feet hitting the ground. A lot of teams are counting pretty loud, and you just have to focus on what you're doing and what your team is doing and block everything else
20.
out.
Yes, Rental 22 switches are mandatory in double Dutch relay. Everybody must participate.
Ten.
And on the same vein as reaction time, practicing those switches to get them as efficient as possible, to get the next jumper
20.
in, is vital. Because those are the 4 and 5 jumps that could make it or break it for you.
I should also point out, I just noticed our top 3 teams in the female division from prelims were actually only separated by 7 jumps. So the third place team was down at 250. And my guess as I watch these teams and the numbers
10.
go up that there were just a lot of misses in prelims, because I'm already seeing numbers. Look, we're at 245 right there from our Summerwind group front right. And they have already beaten their
20.
score, beaten the top qualifying score from prelims. And there's still time left. Okay, we've got teams in up at 280. Another one at 270. So, okay, really nice. Much faster overall than prelims. It looks like we have a 282 from, that's Super Skippers. All right, yeah, who did actually lead the field, so in prelims. So just improving on their score by a pretty significant margin. Looks like 25? Yeah, from 257 to 282. No small feat.
And like what Mike was saying before, a difference of just 7, which was the difference in the prelims top 3 scores, is really just a matter of a single mistake. Because when you're moving at a pace of 6 or 7 jumps per second, and a miss can take multiple seconds even, we're really right on the cusp of one miss away from winning or losing.
Coach Evans, our jumpers and the entire Heartbeat organization, we want to thank AMJRF for the opportunity to present the Tanya Terpelek Memorial Scholarship given by the Heartbeats. We had many outstanding applicants, and as always, the decision was very difficult. This will be the 12th scholarship we have presented to jumpers from 10 different teams across the country. Tanya Olena Terpelek, you may have noticed the initials TOT on the back of the legs of our jumpers, was a member of the Heartbeats for most of her life. Tanya exuded confidence, humor, spunk, and a passion for life. Tanya was a world and national medalist in the sport, and her sense of the team was incredible. She always had poise and kept her teammates grounded in the heat of competition. Tanya died at the hands of a drunk driver in May of 2011. A national scholarship was set up in her memory as she gave to all the Heartbeats in the sport of competitive jump rope great enthusiasm. Although academics and awards are important, this scholarship is focused based on recognizing Tanya's love and magical sense of the team. These intangibles made Tanya absolutely unique. Our winner is someone whose love for life and jump rope really came through in their application. This person has not only participated in jump rope as an athlete, but helped younger jumpers flourish as well. A recommendation described this person as full of life and a teammate that pushes others to stay positive when they struggle and to stay humble when they win. And a number of very specific examples were provided to show that the jumper performs, teaches, and finds a way to make a special connection with people. The recommendation stated that the passion and zest for life were similar to how the Heartbeats described Tanya. Tanya's legacy lives on through her team and through her spirit. To this incredible winner of this scholarship, we charge you with the responsibility of continuing the passion, spirit, and enthusiasm for jump rope that we embrace with this scholarship. It is my honor to present the Heartbeats 2022 Tanya Terpelek Memorial Scholarship to a recently graduated high school senior from Utah, the coach of Just Jumping, Ella Budge.
And a fantastic pick she is.
Thank you.
She does so much work for her team, Just Jumping. I had the pleasure of working with them earlier this year, and she's just a very natural leader for that team. In addition to being just a really competitive and incredible athlete, we're going to get to see some of her routines today. So much fun to watch. Congratulations to Ella on that recognition.
Okay, so we're now bringing out our mixed teams for the double Dutch speed relay. Some pretty fast scores. So this is the same event we just saw, just in the mixed division. So, you know, we talked about from prelims in the female division seeing a score of 257. We did see a huge jump in that in the finals. Mixed category, our top team scored a 367, over 100 jumps more than our top team from the group we just saw. So very, very fast group. From prelims, I don't remember seeing very many misses. That 367 is, just slightly over 90 per jumper in 30 seconds. You have to also factor in these jumpers are entering the ropes and need at least a second to get up to speed. And then after the switch is called, if they're not out as quick as possible, that's kind of eating into the time of our next jumper. So jumpers aren't necessarily getting a full 30 seconds to jump at their fastest. There's always the time for the transitions, switching in and out, getting back up to speed. So that 367.5 we saw from Seth, Kenzie, Riley, and Ella from Centripetal Forces, very, very impressive. Not too far off in second with a 348. We had Megan, Camille, Renee, and Jacob from the Super Skippers. Another really fast team that we've already seen a ton from today. So it's really going to come down to who can stay the cleanest, and we'll see how this plays out here right now.
Dutch speed relay, 4x30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Quick shout out to Julie Diener, who taught me everything that I know about jump rope. Julie, I love you. Thanks so much for watching. And the sport really has come a long way in the past 20 years.
10.
Okay, these teams are flying. So front and center, we've got YMCA Super Skippers. That is Renee in the ropes. Yes, that's Renee jumping right now in the ropes.
20.
And, great question from Isaiah from Trinidad. Is this 2x60 or do all 4 jumpers jump 30 seconds? So that's the second one. All 4 jumpers are jumping for 30 seconds. Every person has to jump. Every person has to turn. Really need to be super well-rounded. So, yeah, we've got Super
10.
Skippers front and center. You can see in the back left corner we've got Centripetal Forces and some really fast scores. Yeah, that Super Skipper group already pushing 150 with a little miss. That's allowing Centripetal to come back into it. So now they're pretty close. Yeah, you can see both those scores. Front and center and back left are right around 160. Is anyone else close? Not.
Tied at 170 at this minute.
Yeah, tied at 170. Comet Skippers front left are not too far back. So if they can stay clean and we see misses from the other groups, again, it's really anyone's game right now. But yeah, very close. Centripetal Forces in back left pulling ahead a little bit.
20.
But Camille from Super Skippers looking really fast, really steady right now in the ropes. Yeah, it's pretty close. Little miss there from Super Skippers. That does set them back a bit, but they're only behind less than 10. All right, Comet Skippers are flying now, but they are still a little far behind. Centripetal's ahead by about 15. And Centripetal Forces now passing 300. Let's see if they can approach that score from prelims of 367. Man, they're flying, but a little miss. Still way ahead, though. Really nice. Really, really nice. So it looks like unofficially Centripetal Forces way ahead. So barring any major judging error, they're probably going to take that field. Really nice. You did see some misses. That's a really hard event to get through without any misses. Everyone on that stage is so fast. And so if there's any difference in how quickly the turners are turning with each other or between turning and the jumper jumping, any little catch can lead to a miss. And that miss is going to set you back, like we said, about 8 to 10 jumps. So great question from Nate KG. Nate, you're the man, and I wish you were here, and I miss you so much, dude. He's asking, can you speak more about the history of jump rope from 20 years ago? Okay, so we're in 2022. 20 years ago, 2002. Devin, were you jumping at that point?
I was barely alive at that point.
All right, Devin was barely alive. You heard it here first. 2002, I had been jumping for about 6 years. It was all about making it to nationals. We had a regional qualifier, usually in Ohio or Indiana, that you had to go to and score in the top 3 to even make it here to nationals. This nationals event, as it is now, is an open event, so the teams here did not have to go through a qualification process. but they did have to qualify to get to Grands. That's a great point, Devin. So yeah, back in 2002, a lot of teams, many of those teams are no longer jumping. Some of them have been going for a long time, even since before 2002. Kangaroo Kids, Devin's a member of that team. They've been around since 1978, I want to say. One of the oldest teams still around. Trying to think of any other interesting things from kind of that era. I think around that time was when we switched from the licorice ropes to the wire ropes. It may have been 2000 or 2001. Okay, and we're getting some results.
Ellie, Lauren, Renee, and Camille. Let's give them a round of applause.
So this is first place
Go up and meet them.
for
Awesome. Let's get a picture of these awesome jumpers and give them a round of applause.
So these are the super skippers up there on the stage.
Awesome job, girls. Congratulations. All right, we are now moving into the team single rope.
Okay,
team
so what we just saw
overall
is
for
the
male
single rope team
division.
overall. So these are
And the
teams that have
winner
competed in
is
all of the
from
single rope
common
events.
skippers.
So you've got teams that have competed in
Jonathan,
double under relay, single rope speed relay, pairs freestyle, wheel freestyle, single rope team freestyle. You had to compete in all of those events to be entered into the overall team freestyle. So the team we just saw was YMCA Super Skippers. They won the overall team award, top single rope team award, and then right now we've got the Common Skipper boys up here. They've been really fun to watch all week. Super fast, super strong and creative in their freestyles, which you'll see many of those later.
All right, we are now moving into the team overall results from these last 4 days. In the
Okay, now we're gonna head to the
division,
team
we
overall
have
results.
From the YMCA Super Skippers.
And mixed
Stella,
division YMCA
Lila,
Super Skippers.
Molly,
Gonna be hearing that name a lot this
and
today.
Gia, and Ellie.
Great job to these juniors.
Awesome job, congratulations. The last award from these last 4 days is going to be the team overall results for the mixed 16 and older. And the winner is from the Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie, Seth, Riley, and Ella.
And this is the overall team from Centripetal Forces, overall single rope team. Another great team that's been a lot of fun to watch. Really, really hope those of you watching at home can stay tuned for the freestyles. As much as I love speed, speed is super fun to watch. The freestyles are really where you get to, the jumpers get to showcase their creativity and their strength just on a totally different level. Devin and I were talking this week, and especially these senior freestyles, probably the strongest, most creative field that we've seen like ever.
Yeah, I was really losing my mind with Mike. We were announcing those events, so we got to sit front and center, and I definitely had to turn off the microphone between announcements because I was losing my mind. And I think you will too. Like seriously, today you're gonna see so many jump rope tricks that one, you have not seen before, and two, never thought could be competed.
Okay, so now we are heading into our 3-minute speed. This has always been one of my favorite events. I don't know why. It's just really fun to jump for 3 minutes and be exhausted. But we're actually gonna bring out 4 of our top 6 scores. This is an event, this 3-minute speed as well as triple unders are 2 events where athletes who place in the top 6 are given the choice to recompete or to keep their score from prelims. And a lot can go into that decision. Some athletes may face an injury after prelims. Some have a lot of other events, and they may want to save their energy for their freestyles or other speed events. Or they may have gotten a PR that they don't think they could beat. You know, for example, if you score a 450 in prelims, and that's your personal best, and you think that if you were to recompete, you may actually get a lower score, you're probably going to want to hang on to that PR and hope that it stands. But for those 4 who are recompeting, they now have a chance to pass up the 2 athletes who are holding their scores from prelims. So in this event, we do have 2 of the Ellis sisters competing. Lauren Ellis actually is keeping her score from prelims, really high score of 442. as well as Kenzie from Centripetal Forces, keeping her prelim score of
Single
a
rope
420.
speed
Now,
endurance.
relative
180
newcomer on the stage, Eunice
seconds.
Lee. She's only been jumping for about
Judges,
4
ready.
years. She hit a
Athletes,
435
ready.
in prelims. That is
Set.
7 jumps shy of Lauren's score of 442. And we've also seen her in the past hit high 440s. So this is a really big event for her. We'll see how she faces the pressure. Like, it's tough being up there on stage. If she can improve on that score of
15.
435, she may actually win this event. But we'll see how it shakes out. Really tough event.
And for those of you tuning into a jump rope competition for the first time, 3-minute speed is really interesting because in other sports, 3 minutes
30.
does not sound like very much, but 3 minutes is actually called our endurance event. If you've ever tried jumping up and down for 3 minutes, you might know what we're talking about. It really is truly exhausting. It's pushing the endurance level as hard as you can
45.
go. Feel free to try it at home. Maybe with the next heat, when you hear the go ahead and just jump up and down next to your screen for 3 minutes, and you will find that you will be out of breath quickly. There's a great question here about AMJRF and
1
the
minute.
official federations of the United States. While there is still a couple, we still got our friends over at National Double Dutch League. AMJRF is the official federation recognized by IJRU.
15.
So it will keep growing in popularity as IJRU continues to grow in popularity, and it is the official federation of the United States.
Okay, just a quick note. Watching Eunice here, I'm always looking at those splits, always looking
30.
at how jumpers pace themselves. She was at 160 in a minute. That's a really good pace to be at. Typically, as time goes on, jumpers will slow down and kind of lose that pace a little bit, but 160, if she's able to maintain that for 3 minutes, is a 480, which would be wild. I'm not expecting a 480 today,
45.
but 160 is a really good place to be at that 1 minute split. So let's see where she's at the 2 minute split. Probably won't quite be at the 320, but if she can be at around 300, that's going to be pretty solid and might set her up for around a 450.
2
Also,
minutes.
since this event is 6 times longer than our sprint event, a miss does way less overall damage. You can get away with a miss and still recover with a significant score.
15.
Also, athletes are given a choice if they want to recompete this one or not. At prelims, the athletes can choose to opt out of recompeting and just keep their score from prelims, which is why we might not see all 6 stations
30.
filled with each section. And here they go, all the way to the end. You can hear everybody cheering nice and loud. Keep it up, ladies, all the way to the end.
Let's go, push it!
And the
45.
400 barrier is broken with a lot of time to go.
Let's go!
Pushing 430. Way to go, ladies. All 3 athletes crushing 400. You can see them exhausted as they saunter off.
So really impressive showing. This is one of the most grueling events, the most tiring, just physically exhausting events ever. Everyone, as Devin said, did clear 400. That's a great mark to be above. Eunice Lee, again, newcomer, 4 years in the sport. She did improve on her prelim score unofficially from a 435 to a 436, but that will not be high enough to put her into first. But as somebody, I believe she's 13 or 14 years old, to come in second at Grands at her first national tournament is a huge deal. Again, scores are unofficial, but that's how it's looking. It's going to place out, is that she'll end up coming in second. So huge congratulations to her.
And taking a look at the chat now, I see the talks of a 1-hour speed event. The biggest challenge of a 1-hour speed event would not actually be the jumping, but finding 3 judges who are going to stand there for 1 hour counting. So maybe when we get Dylan's program working, we'll be able to compete a 1-hour speed event. I see somebody asking, what is the newest event in the Jump Rope National Championship, and what is the process for adding new events? What a fantastic question. I am 90% sure. Let me double check. Wheel and Triad, which both we get to see today. Wheel is when 2 jumpers are sharing the handles, so they're split across both jumpers. And it's a really, really intricate routine where the timing has to be perfect. Like in a pairs routine, you can get a little bit off and still get away with it, but in wheel, since you are literally connected, any sort of mismatch will ruin your progress. Then the other one is triad, which is a 5-person double dutch routine. Traditionally, we had the 3-person double dutch singles, and then the 4-person, which is double dutch pairs. Triad is an interesting double dutch routine that allows more time and bigger ropes just for a more interesting dynamic with 3 jumpers in the middle.
So we've got the guys coming out here now. You can see front left Kyle from the Super Skippers, definitely the youngest competitor in the male division for sure. I think he's about 13 or 14 years old. He actually beat his PR by 23 jumps in prelims, so huge accomplishment for him. We'll see what he can do today. Seth Ingram, who did decide to keep his prelim score of 454.5. He is, as I said, he's keeping that score. He won't be competing right now. He led the field in prelims by 30. So, again, always here for an upset. We'll see how this goes. We can see, who is that in the front middle from Comet Skippers? Just trying to see who this
50.
is. That would be, that's Dylan from the Comet Skippers. Yeah, Dylan from the Comet Skippers was second with a 422.5. Pretty good score, still 30 back, but if he can pace it nicely and just stick the course with this speed and
30.
not let himself slow down too much, it's really hard to do, but then he may be able to get close to what Seth's prelim score was. So some really high scores from the females, and now we'll probably see from the males as well. And just
45.
for context, we sort of talked about at the world level what some of our top athletes around the world are doing in 30 seconds, around 110. 3 minutes, people are really now starting to push for 600, if I can even say that. No one's right there.
1 minute.
But we've got people that are able to do above 550, above 560. For the longest time, 500 was sort of our 4-minute mile in the sport. And it seemed attainable, but also like very far off. And we finally had a jumper
50.
back in 2012, Timothy from Hong Kong, break that 500 barrier. And then you saw in the next competition, sort of dominoes started to fall. People believed it was possible. It's breaking that barrier of disbelief. People saw, oh, this is actually possible. We can beat 500. So ever since then, 500 really has
30.
been like the score to beat. I don't know that we'll see anything close to that today, but we're going to hope for at least some scores in the 400, in the 400 region.
45. Two minutes.
A fairly clean run.
Come on, you got it, come on, man, come on, finish it out.
15.
There they go. In the final leg of the 3-minute speed.
This is where it gets really tough to hold that form, especially. You want to stand up. You want to breathe in more air. Your arms are like aching and just begging you to stop jumping, but you've got to finish it off.
45.
And your muscles kind of stop doing what you want them to do unless you've really trained for it. And we can see Dylan is looking really good here. He's already past 400. Little miss, but he's back into it. Those last 15 seconds especially are really, really tough. But he's cruising. And I believe that's a new PR for Dylan. That won't end up knocking Seth out of first place, but that's definitely a PR. And I think he PR'd in prelims too, so that's pretty great.
Fantastic show, guys. What event are we looking at after our 3-minute here? Let's take a look. No, we are saving triple unders for the end. Triple unders will finish off the whole day. Big round of applause for the speed competitors because we have finished the speed portion of the day. Moving on to my absolute favorites, the freestyles.
I gotta say something just really quick. Devin and I have been talking for weeks, even months leading up to this event. Female Singer Up Freestyle has been the event I have most been looking forward to, and I think, as you'll see and as we'll talk about, this field is so stacked. This, for me, this is the strongest group of athletes I've ever seen. Probably the most creative field of athletes that I've ever seen. All of these routines, it really could go any way because I'm going to go through some of the athletes going on. You've got 3 of the super skippers, 3 of the Ellis sisters actually competing. We've got Camille, Lauren, and Renee. And any one of those 3 could take this. You have Jenna Meek, who's so powerful, so smooth. You've got Elise McQueen talking to a couple of the other judges, volunteers and coaches around. One of the favorites to win the event. But then you've got Lauren Ellis in there, who is one of the strongest and most creative jumpers that I've ever seen. She comes up with stuff that I'm not even sure, like she's working outside of the usual rules of jump rope. So I don't know how she comes up with her stuff, but you're going to see all this happen pretty soon. I'm so excited.
I am ridiculously excited too, Mike. Just from watching, this might be one of the most powerful lineups of all-female competitors I have seen in my lifetime. One of the really refreshing things about this year too, Mike, is I've seen, like what you mentioned a couple times, but the most creative routines. These are so different and out of the box, and it just makes for a really, really fun show. It's not just hard multiples the whole time, which, although we will see some really hard multiples, they are refreshingly different, and I think that is just the best adjective to put there.
A quick note on the multiples. They happen so fast, and we want to try to give you a little bit of the education side of things so you can know what to look for as you're watching these. And if you're at home and a competitor, you'll sort of be able to recognize this stuff. But if you jump recreationally, or if you're just tuning in as a fan or a parent, when you watch these multiples, almost everybody taking the stage will be doing at least quadruple unders. You'll probably see some triples, but you'll mostly be seeing quadruple unders, even some quintuple unders. And one thing to watch is the positioning of their hands in relation to the rest of their body. So in the course of one jump, so taking off, jumping up in the air, and then coming back down, most of these athletes will be turning the rope 4 times around their body in 4 different positions. Usually it'll start with a swing to their side, a side swing, and then they'll do some kind of leg cross. Not necessarily, it could be a behind the back cross, but a lot of them will do a leg cross on the second one, and then a behind the back cross like an AS, TS, or CL, and then they'll finish with opening. Some of them have come up with some really unique and different multiples that we've never seen. Being able to hit one of these tricks in isolation is a really big deal, but putting them together in combination, you'll really notice how dense these routines are. So as Devin said, yes, you will see those really difficult tricks, but also just pay attention to the level of creativity, skills you may have never seen before. I think one of the things that happened as we have been off for the last 3 years and unable to have in-person competitions is athletes have really been able to kind of be in their own space and just jump for fun, and just kind of see what happens and really allow that creativity to go. You're able to not really have to worry about getting ready for the next show or the next competition that may be in a couple months, and you can just say, you know what, I'm just going to jump because I love it, and I'm just going to see what happens. I'm going to move around with my rope, and I'm going to see what happens. So that was one thing Devin and I have noticed and we've been talking about a lot, is just the level of creativity really, really skyrocketed. Of course, the difficulty too, but that creativity is on another level, I feel like, this year. In the female and male categories, but we especially notice in that female division. So it's something to look forward to. We are taking a little break now as we get set up for freestyle. We're going to be switching out the judges, moving into our freestyle judges, getting them all set up and ready to go. The judges have a lot to watch. They're watching these routines live. They don't know what they're going to be seeing unless they happen to judge during prelims. It's not like a freestyle sport where routines are submitted ahead of time and we're taking deductions during the competition. They're watching this stuff live, so they really have to be knowledgeable. A great thing we're starting to see in the sport is now former jumpers are coming back to judge, and with that, they're aware of what they're seeing, just at a different level that a coach or a parent who knows the sport really, really well, but it's at a different level when you've got an athlete coming back who knows what all these tricks are, who knows what an AS, who knows what a MIC is, who knows what a Moneymaker, a Death Wish, all these tricks. They know what they're looking for. They may have tried these tricks before, so they know how difficult they are. So that's the great thing that we're seeing is those former jumpers coming back. A lot of them judging today for Grands. And yeah, I mean, I hope y'all are having fun. I'm having so much fun. Devin is off somewhere. He's going to be back in a second. But if you guys have any questions, I'm going to try to bring up that YouTube channel. You can also send in any questions to the AMJRF Instagram account and get those in. And we're happy to kind of talk about any questions that you guys have about the sport. We would especially love to hear from anyone who has never really seen the sport before at this level, at a jump rope competition, and just any feedback that you might have about the competition, about events that you really like, events that you weren't crazy about. We're always looking to improve and get feedback from everyone. So, yeah, I'm going to pass it over to Devin, see if he's got any other thoughts on these freestyle routines. So here we go, back to Devin.
Hey, actually, we're going to bring it to a third special guest right now. Since we just finished up speed, before we get into freestyles, I want Dylan, an actual expert on his own program, to tell us all about his AI that was created to count jump rope.
Yeah, sure. So I don't want to overstate the work I did. Most of the work was for sure done by another lab who put this model together, and I've just now applied it to jump rope as a test. But essentially, it is a model that was trained on millions of hours of YouTube videos to count general repetitions. So any kind of repetition that happens in the video, it's able to pick up on that periodic motion and count it. So they could maybe count the number of push-ups you do, count the number of rotations of the earth in a time lapse, or count maybe the number of jumps that someone is jumping. There's definitely some improvements that I think could be made though, because you can obviously fine-tune it on jump rope videos and make it better. But overall, I think it was a good proof of concept that it's possible. Now, I also believe that Eric Kaselika from the Comet Skippers has tested another program which models the pose of the jumper and actually reconstructs, their arms, their leg positions, and can count based on that. So that's another possible route. But I think it's an exciting area of research. It's definitely possible that we could have programs that can count speed pretty accurately within the near future.
Thanks so much, Dylan. It's really great to hear from you, actual expert about the subject, rather than me and Mike speculating about what it could be like one day. So thank you, Dylan. Up next, we're going to get into these freestyles here. Okay. Oh, and actually another piece of technology that's being used to count speed jumps is the tally jump and skip track both. Yeah, they use a piece of equipment that can attach to a jumper's shoe, and then when they're jumping it, like a pedometer will measure how many jumps you're getting in. Oh, before freestyles, we're going to do results. Oh, this is great. Yes, we're going to start off with pairs double unders, which is the first event that we did today.
All right, here we go. We have for single rope double under relay female division in third place. From the High Flyers, Stephanie and Miranda.
Congratulations, High Flyers. They also got third place in the prelims.
We are now going into second place. From the YMCA Super Skippers, Lauren and Ellie.
Second place, Lauren and Ellie. They did win during the prelims.
And in our first place, Grand National Champs.
I'm really loving the
from
lighting
the
setup right now.
YMCA Super Skippers, Camille
great.
and Renee.
And in first place, Camille and Renee. It was a comeback story. That first and second was swapped during prelims, but they gave it their all, and it worked for them. Way to go. These are Grand National Champions standing before us now.
Congratulations, Smile Birdie. And we are going to move on to the next gender division, which is going to be single rope double under relay male.
All right.
And we're having the male competitors.
This is the male division.
Give a big round of applause for all those who competed.
Another extremely competitive division, all of their scores were really close, with the top 4 being within almost 10 jumps. It's a very small window in
From the
such a
Kangaroo Kids, Foster and
such a
Sam.
big event. Way to go, Kangaroo Kids. I know Sam and Foster have been working hard all year.
All right, and
3
in our
years since our
second
last
place,
in-person.
we have from the Comet Skippers, Dylan and Jonathan.
Congratulations, Dylan and Jonathan. Sam and Foster did get 3rd place in prelims.
All right, who's
But
ready
we
to know
have
the Grand National
Dylan and
champ
Jonathan, who
for single
won
double
in
under
2nd place, which means that
relay?
our 1st place
We have Matthew and Aaron from the Comet
is
Skippers.
Matthew and Aaron. Congratulations, Matthew and Aaron. Matthew and Aaron were 2nd place during prelims. Once again, they turned things around, got a couple jumps in, and came out on top. Fantastic, fantastic job.
Thank you so much. All did amazing. A huge accomplishment. All right, at this
We still have the mixed division. So they're going to bring out all the mixed division for the single rope double under relay. The lineup at prelims was 3rd place Kangaroo Kids, 2nd place Super Skippers, 1st place Centripetal Forces.
From the Tucson Twisted, Kara and Roger.
Way to go, Tucson Twisteds.
All right, in our 2nd place for this Grand National Championships, we have from the YMCA Super Skippers, Megan and Jacob.
Megan and Jacob, they did get 2nd place beforehand.
All right, now we have for our Grand National Champs from the Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie and Seth.
All right, we did see Kenzie and Seth take the field in prelims. And they've won again here, so great job, really great accomplishment. Tucson Twisted's up there with Roger and Kara did move from 4th place in prelims up to 3rd, so that's really nice.
And Mike, they asked us how long we were competing and how many years we were jumping.
That's a good question. I have been jumping since 1996, so math is hard. So what is that, 26, 27 years? I think. Yes. No, hold on. Sorry. 20. Oh my gosh, 24. 26 years. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. It's been a long day already. Yeah, and competing for most of that time. Last competition was probably 2014, I want to say. But it's just really nice to be back and kind of on the other side of things, getting to do more of the behind-the-scenes work with the commentary and announcing. How about you, Devin?
Well, I'm still jumping a whole lot now. I've been doing it for 17 years, but only competing for about 6 or 7 of them. Most of my background was in performance jump rope, and it's what I'm doing now. I'm still doing a couple shows a couple days a week.
From the Hot Shots, Delaney,
All right,
Olivia,
now the
Sarah, and
awards.
Jacob.
Way to go, Hot Shots. Getting that 3rd place.
In 2nd place from Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie,
2nd
Seth,
place,
Riley,
we got
and
Centripetal
Ella.
Forces. A really, really speedy group there.
And our Grand National Champions for single rope speed relay in the mixed division, the YMCA Super Skippers, Meredith, Katie, Benton, and Charlotte. Great job, everybody.
Excellent job. Congratulations, Super Skippers. Super proud of that crew. Oh, Somebody said, how long until we are in the Olympics?
Great job, you guys.
Now, that is a fantastic question. We actually got to see a bit of a presentation last night from Sean Hamilton himself, where he was walking through all the steps that would be required to become an Olympic sport and how we are strategizing to complete all of those steps. And it was a really refreshing thing to see, really encouraging to see that a lot of work is actually being done to push jump rope to that next level. We are currently, one of the most exciting things was jump rope has a deal with the Olympic Channel. Yeah, the IJRU signed a deal with the Olympic Channel, the same organization that is airing the Olympics every time it comes on, so that anytime IJRU produces an event, the Olympic Channel will be the one putting it out to the world. And that is just one of the many steps that jump rope is taking to becoming recognized by the IOC and becoming an Olympic sport. All right. Is that way to go?
And in second place, from the YMCA Super Skippers, Camille, Renee, Lauren, and Ellie. And our Grand National Champions, from the Summer Wind Skippers, Kate, Kylie,
Congratulations, Summer Wind Skippers. We're looking at 4 Grand National Champions right now. Hey, Mike, somebody wants to know about the story of the Mick, where it comes from, and they did mention your name.
All right. So this was a skill that that I had been working on. I had actually seen variations on it done by Peter Nessler, who is a legend in the sport, has been around for a long time, had competed for several years, and now is a professional full-time jump rope performer and teacher. And I'd seen some variations of him working on it and decided to kind of play around with it a little bit more. So fast forward to about 2004, I went to Southern Camp. Jump rope camps were a really big part of jump rope culture in the, we'll say like the mid-90s, late 90s, early 2000s, up to maybe 2010, and then we started doing more workshops and less camps. Anyways, at one of those camps, I was working with Nick Woodard, Jeff Moss, and Tyler Perez, and all kind of experimenting with different ways to get into and out of this release. And I was the first person to do the release that we now know as a Mick into a TJ. Sean Hamilton's there. He sees it. He goes, you know, what do you want to call that? So I called it the Mick TJ. Okay, real quick. We'll come back to that. Kyle Yan with first place. This is in, I think this is in 3-minute speed.
Congratulations. We are now going into our second
Speed
place
sprint.
winner from the Jumpin' All-Stars,
It's
Austin.
gotta be, yeah. So, sorry. Coming back to the results right now, Kyle Yan with third place. This is definitely his first Grands. We mentioned earlier, one of the youngest competitors.
Can I get a drum roll for the single rope speed sprint male winner? Our Grand National champ from Proform Airborne, Seth.
And Seth taking first place. Again, we see those results coming up on the skip track monitors. They're not official until they're certified, but usually if we see a pretty big gap between first and second, we can have a good idea of who's going to end up coming out on top. So I know that Seth was several jumps ahead, so not a huge surprise that he ended up with first place, but still great to see all that hard work pay off and him take the Grand National Championship title.
Our single rope speed sprint for our female division.
Okay, so now we're heading into single rope speed sprint results for the female division.
Single rope speed sprint is the 30-second speed. Just our shortest and fastest event if you missed it when it was showing.
Got 2 jumpers from Super Skippers, both 2 of the 3 Ella sisters. We've got 2 jumpers from Centripetal Forces, Ella and Kenzie. And then it looks like we've got a Summer Wind skipper up there and the other jumper up there. I'm not sure if we have the name right now. Looks like a Jumpin' All-Star. That is a Jumpin' All-Star. Yeah, that is Carly Bott from Jumpin' All-Stars. Yeah, really strong field. Wow, actually looking at the qualifying scores from prelims, that group was only separated by 5 jumps from first to 6th place. So we had a 93, 92.5, 90, 89, 88.5, and an 88. Jeez, okay, so we'll see what's going on.
A little bit of a wave situation.
Oh, we've got a wave happening.
I can say with confidence that every single one of these girls would have beat me.
Pretty nifty up there.
So I'm proud of all of you. All right, we're now ready. We are now ready to say for 3rd place, we have from the Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie.
And Kenzie actually moving from 5th place up to 3rd.
Awesome. And now for our 2nd place girl, we have from the YMCA Super Skippers, Lauren.
All right. Really fast score, but Lauren did move from prelim. She did come in first, so she got bumped down to 2nd place.
All
so
right, for our grand
we'll see who
national
takes this.
champ for the female division in single rope speed sprint, we have from the YMCA Super Skippers, Camille.
All right, Camille with a score of 89 actually came in 4th in the prelims. So for her to come back, I know she actually won this event, or she was either 1st or 2nd in 2019. I know Tori Boggs was here. Anytime Tori's competing, you know, she's going to be one of the top jumpers. So it was a 1-2 between either Tori and Camille in 2019.
And
So
now
yeah,
we're
to
gonna
see
have the
Camille
Singer Speed Endurance
still super
jumpers
fast
of
after
the
3 years
male
is great.
division. So you can go ahead and come out on the stage.
So moving now to the results for our endurance jumpers.
Let's give these jumpers a round of applause. In 3rd place for the speed endurance competition, we have from the Common Skippers, Dylan.
All right, Dylan getting bumped down from 2nd into 3rd.
And in 2nd place, we have from the YMCA Super Skippers, Jacob.
All right, and Jacob moving from 3rd into 2nd. And he may have been moderately close to Seth, but we'll see.
And our grand champion for the speed endurance, we have Proform Airborne Seth.
And Seth does take 1st place in this event.
Great
Really
job,
strong showing
everybody.
from him.
Congratulations. All right, we are moving on to single rope speed endurance for the female division. So you could go ahead and
Quick
come out.
correction, Seth did not compete today. He competed in prelims, scored a 454.5, really good score, and decided to keep that score. And as we saw today, none of the competitors who jumped today were able to beat that. So he won 1st place. So great job, Seth. And bringing out the female competitors in 3-minute speed.
All right, in 3rd place for speed endurance, we have Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie.
Kenzie moving from 4th up to 3rd.
And in 2nd place for Milpitas jump rope, Eunice.
And Eunice with the 2nd place. Again, very new to the sport, only 4 years jumping. Her 1st national championship.
And our grand
And coming in
national
2nd.
champion for the speed endurance competition, we have the YMCA Super Skippers, Lauren.
And Lauren with the 1st place win. Score of 442 from prelims. And that's awesome job, Lauren.
Great job, girls. Congratulations.
Now we are moving into our male division for double dutch speed sprint. Again, our male division double dutch speed sprint. Give a round of applause for the awesome competitors.
So we had 4 teams competing on stage today for male double dutch speed sprint. That is the 1x60 2 turners stay turning the entire time. 1 jumper goes for 60 seconds.
Alrighty, into third place, we have from the Heartbeats, Ethan, Mark, and Ben.
So third place to the Heartbeats. They did come in third in prelims, so keeping that standing.
Our second place winners for the Double Dutch Speed Sprint is from the Kangaroo Kids, Mason, John, and Foster.
Kangaroo Kids also in second place, so these standings may stay the same from prelims to grands.
All right, and our Grand National champs for the Double Dutch Speed Sprint male division are from the Comet Skippers, Dylan, Matthew, and Jonathan.
Dylan, Matthew, and Jonathan, Comet Skippers. Really fast team. So great job to them.
Congratulations. We're now moving into our female division for Double Dutch Speed Sprint. So ladies, come on
All right, so female division, these scores were definitely higher than the male division. And top 2 scores, as we said from prelims, were pretty close, only separated by 5.5. In the case of a sort of half score, like a 193.5, our first place team got that in prelims. That's usually just a slight difference in scores between our judges, and then they'll average it if the scores are close enough. So that could have been a 193 or 194.
Annalie, Alex, and Haley.
All right, and Proform taking third place. They did come in third in prelims.
All right, into our second place winner, we have from the YMCA Super Skippers, Camille, Lauren, and Ellie.
All right, and that team from the Super Skippers came in first in prelims, but not by much. That was the difference of the 5.5 jumps.
And our Grand National champs for the Double Dutch Speed Sprint female division, it's from the YMCA Super Skippers, Caroline, Audrey, and Alexandra.
All right, wow. So that YMCA Super Skippers team actually came in fourth, and they were back by about 22 jumps, 22, 23 jumps. So that's a pretty big upset. We're only talking about a minute of jumping, so to come back by 23 jumps and end up taking the gold is awesome.
We now have Double Dutch Speed Sprint mixed division. So jumpers, come on out.
Okay, this was our fastest division. Prelims winner, Centripetal Forces, with a 2:06. They did have some misses today. They didn't quite reach 200. But they definitely led that field by about 18 jumps in prelims.
Centripetal Forces, this team is a pretty interesting group of people. If you didn't know, they did not grow up training together, and they're not even from the same original team. Some of them are from Just Jumpin', some of them are from Proform. All right, we got our third place here. Way to go, All-Stars.
Our second place winners are from the YMCA Super Skippers, Dustin, Renee, and Francis.
And here comes the Super Skippers in second.
All right, and our Grand National champs, let's get a drum roll.
And the drum roll.
From the Centripetal Forces.
Centripetal
Ella,
Forces
Riley, and
takes it
Seth.
first place. That's right. These are jumpers from both Idaho and Utah. After graduating high school, they each are going to school much closer than they were before,
Awesome job, big round of applause.
and managed to find a bit of time to keep working after high school.
All right, now we're moving to our female division for Double Dutch Speed Relay. Go ahead and come on out.
This is the female division for Double Dutch Speed Relay. That was the one where all 4 people turn and all 4 people jump. And it's a pretty tight squeeze with all these jumpers and the stations up here. Double Dutch ropes take up a whole lot of space.
All right, in third place,
Way to go, Summerwind.
And in second place, we have the claim jumpers, Emily, Haley, Reagan, and Lauren.
Great job, claim jumpers as well. Now, the claim jumpers were not a medalist in the prelims, so they really pulled through now.
And our female Grand National champions for the Double Dutch Speed Relay, the YMCA Super Skippers, Lorelei, Alexandra, Francis, and Audrey.
Congratulations, Super Skippers. They won at prelims, and then they did it again. Super clean runs. Earning the title of Grand National Champion.
Congratulations, awesome job. All right, now we're bringing out the mixed division for Double Dutch Speed Relay. Come on out.
Up next is the mixed division for Double Dutch Speed Relay. Centripetal Forces had won at prelims as well. Let's see if they pulled it off a second time. Across the board, this was a super competitive division with the top 5 scores of prelim beating all of the other scores across all other divisions.
All right. In third place for our mixed division.
Oh no, all 6.
We have the YMCA
Wow.
Super Skippers, Megan, Camille, Renee, and Jacob.
Way to go, Super Skippers.
And in second place, we have the Comet Skippers, Dylan, Ryan, Elliot.
Way to go, Comet Skippers. With another upset. During the prelims, they had not medaled at all. Turned on the burners and got a silver medal.
And our Grand National champions for the mixed division, Double Dutch Speed Relay, we have Centripetal Forces, Ella, Riley,
And
Steph,
Centripetal
Ken.
Forces does it again. Just a really speedy crew. You saw them.
Congratulations, guys.
Way to go to all of our athletes. Double Dutch Speed, it just takes a whole lot of training to get that precision just right. And triple unders, once again, although mostly considered a speed event, will be competed at the end of the day. Triple unders is a fun one to look forward to because the jumpers jump till they drop. There is no time limit. They start triple unders and they jump until they make a mistake.
Welcome multiple world champion jumper Brian Shu to the stage. Can we give a round of applause?
All right, Brian Shu. Another really fun part of this event this year, being on the other side of things, not as a competitor, but as a volunteer, all of the volunteers, or many of the volunteers, not all, are former competitors. And this is a new trend that we've seen in our sport. Brian himself is a competitor. Just got the microphone from Jesse Krim.
Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Great. Thanks for waiting. I wanted to conclude the Speed Awards with a special presentation. The jump rope community very recently lost not only an athlete, but a dedicated judge and all-around supporter of the sport of jump rope. Rusty Krim was a member of Hot Dog USA from Kirkland, Washington. He showed up to every event with a smile, ready to do whatever was asked of him at a moment's notice. Whenever I'd come into the gym, Rusty would always greet me with a fist bump and a "Hey, B." When he wasn't jumping double unders or 3-minute speed, he was on a judging panel or giving more fist bumps in the practice room in the back. Today, we'd like to present the inaugural Rusty Krim Award to someone with the same passion as Rusty Krim. Someone with a steadfast dedication to this sport, who shows up with the same smile and same love and keeps us going even when we have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to put on a show. The day after his dad passed away, he called me and said, "I need to buy my flight to Cincinnati." You have seen him on the floor, getting you to the right place, heat after heat. The first annual Rusty Krim Award goes to my teammate and my friend, Jesse Krim. And there's a plaque, but I forgot it backstage, so he'll get it later. Thank you so much.
All right, we need all judges from panel 1 to meet Val on the second floor.
Jesse has been playing a vital role in our competition this week, both as a positive energy and as a wonderful pusher. In case you didn't hear, our competitions actually finished about an hour early each day, something that's never happened before, because Jesse and Dave were on it the entire time. Also a very special moment up there. Brian and Jesse, longtime teammates. Ever since I had known each of them had been competing together. All right, we're getting the judges set up for a bit of a freestyle competition. You can see right now they're retaping the floor. The actual floor of the actual competition floor will have to change to adapt one giant freestyle station. One exciting aspect will be, due to the size of the stage, the jumpers will be pretty close to the back and that front ledge, maybe making for a more, definitely a more dangerous feel on their end.
Yeah, you definitely have to watch those boundaries when you're training in your home gym or at a workshop or something. You have a lot of space, and if you were to go out of bounds, or even at a qualifying competition, if you were to go out of bounds, not a huge deal, you'd get a minor deduction. In this case, you out of bounds, you are either going back into the back curtain or falling off the stage. So as you're doing your routine and you're in the moment and you're super focused on what's going on and making sure you execute those skills and combinations to the best of your ability, you also have to be mindful of just how close you are to the front of the stage. And yeah, so definitely an extra consideration. But as we mentioned before, just really, really excited to see this field of athletes, male and female, single rope freestyle from prelims were just so good. Watching them, just big smiles on our faces, just so happy to see the level of competition, how difficult the routines were, how creative they were. And we hope you at home enjoy them, and let us know who your favorite routines are, like who's your pick for top 3 once we see these. But another interesting thing that we may not have mentioned is all these routines are done to music. So athletes have the option of choosing really any music that they want to jump to and choreographing the routines. A lot of the athletes that we've seen this year actually did spend the time to really choreograph the routines. So you see a lot of unique choreography and working with the music. In the past, jumpers from the U.S. haven't always made that effort, and we'll just sort of have music on in the background. This year we saw a lot of athletes really working with the music and choreographing. So I think Devin's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Actually, instead of me, once again, I'm going to bring on another third-party special guest. Over here, we have one of our competitors, Aaron, from the Comet Skippers. This week, I learned about something really cool that the Comet Skippers did. They celebrated National Rope Skipping Day, and Aaron's going to tell you a little bit about what his team did to celebrate.
Yeah, so basically, what we did as a team, as some of the AMJRF ambassadors, we went to a couple different schools in the area and just brought jump rope to their schools. And these schools were some more underprivileged schools, so it was nice to just bring jump rope to them and spread the sport. We also gave them free ropes to bring home, and so they could keep jumping after the day of just teaching them during their PE classes. So we taught them some single rope, had them jump some double dutch, and just made some fun challenges for all of them to do. And overall, it was just an awesome experience.
Well, thank you so much, Aaron. I'm glad you could give us a moment of your time while you're preparing for your other events today. Nice chatting with you.
One of the things that have come up a lot in conversations with jumpers and coaches, judges, parents is just the need for really just grassroots efforts to grow the sport. And, you know, of course, we're here at the National Championship. A lot of these jumpers are elite level athletes, you know, competing at the highest level. But I think it's important to remember that not every person who picks up a rope is going to be competing at that elite level. And to really develop the sport into, you know, the sport that we're aiming for, which is, you know, hundreds of thousands of members, hundreds of thousands of people around the country and around the world jumping rope, we need those efforts. So I would encourage all of you watching, listening at home, just to spread the sport wherever you are. If you've ever jumped, if you've ever picked up a rope at any point, even if you've been out for a while, pick that rope up, see if you can, you know, teach your parent, teach your friend, teach your sibling. Start an after-school program wherever you're at, just once a week, and just get something going. Especially going to encourage, you know, teams to do that kind of work, because I think it can end up being really a funnel into your program. So just wherever you are, with whatever resources you have and whatever knowledge you have, you probably know more about the sport than someone who knows nothing about it. So you can always work on building the sports up and really just growing the sport as a whole.
And if this is something that interests you, having a workshop of your own, we actually have some really great resources that you can use. Aaron was just talking about the National Rope Skipping Day and how it was put on by not just his team, but the AMJRF ambassadors. The AMJRF Ambassadors Program is this incredible group of athletes. We've been watching a bunch of them compete today, and they fly around the country actually helping out start new teams, teach about jump rope, just all sorts of outreach programs. If you're interested in bringing them out, you can contact them through Chris Brown, our president, or just by going on the website and finding more information there. A really great program. Even if you're a competitive team already, bringing them out, they're a great tool to learn more jump rope and to get you to that next level, to get you looking like some of the athletes that we're going to see on the stage today. Another fantastic resource if you are just looking to learn more jump rope, there's this app on the App Store. It's also in browser if you need it, called the Trictionary. Remember our friend Dylan Plummer, he played a big role in the creation of that with another Swedish jumper. And they've created, it's like a database of jump rope skills with accompanying videos and skill levels. Gives you a nice progression. If you're looking to learn more freestyle tricks, it's just a fantastic way to get into it. They're bringing up all the single rope and pairs jumpers onto the stage. This year, since we are working with a real theater instead of just a gym, which is a super cool upgrade, it's made for a great experience so far. I hope you all are enjoying it as much as me. The athletes are going to warm up on the actual stage with the curtains closed between events. We've got a whole bunch of fans here today from all over the U.S. very excited about our media team so far. I've been watching the displays. I think it's been coming out really great. Make sure after this event is over or during it, if you can reach out and let us know what you think we can be doing better, how we're doing so far. We especially want to hear from those of you who are brand new to the sport. Like, if this is your first exposure to jump rope, we want to know your thoughts. We want to know what was confusing to you. We want to know what made sense to you. Absolutely. If you want to ask us questions right now, feel free to message AMJRF on Instagram. That's at AMJRF. Mike and I are reading through those messages now, so feel free to shoot any questions you might have.
Something I'm always interested in hearing is sort of what are your favorite routines from years past. So as we're heading into the female single freestyle, what have some of your favorite routines been, or who have been your favorite female athletes? I will go first. So actually, let me think about this. I will give you a couple that have been really fun to watch over the years. Of course, Kelsey Mo Porter was super, super strong back when she was competing in the mid-2000s. Always one of my favorite jumpers to watch. Let's see. From Proform, it was, do you remember her name? Give me 1 second. Who competed in 2019 Worlds? Bailey Andrus. Sorry for the lapse there on the name. Bailey Andrus was a really, really powerful, strong, fun jumper to watch. Those are the two that come to mind. I'm going to think about that a little bit more. Devin, do you have any favorite female jumpers or favorite routines from your time in the sport?
Honestly, Mike, this week I saw some of my favorite routines. Of course, I'm biased. My sister is competing today. I'm really proud of her and all the work she's been putting in. I know she's been training super hard, so I love to watch her compete since I've seen her jump since literally the day she started. Another athlete to watch today is Elise McQueen. She posts every once in a while online, so I've already kind of got to see her style a bit, but watching her compete yesterday was remarkable. Her tricks are just so different, and that is something that personally I am a huge fan of, when people really push the boundaries. Not necessarily, well, she pushes the boundaries physically as well, but also just like what you would think of when you think of jump rope tricks. And then, of course, Lauren Ellis's routine this week, really just an absurd level of difficulty. Some tricks that nobody has competed before and never would have thought to compete due to the sheer difficulty of it. Like, personally, I like to categorize some of these tricks as like I call them Instagram tricks, right, and competitive tricks. Because when you're sitting at home and you're recording a trick and there's no pressure and it's just that trick without a whole routine on either end, you know, you can give it 40 attempts and hit it once, and that's all you got to do. It seems like Lauren's routine somehow is made up of these so-called Instagram tricks where it's like, I can't believe somebody is actually chaining these tricks together and competing them on a stage where there's that high pressure, you know, the exhaustion from the previous events plus the rest of the routine that you got to do. Also today, we will be doing more interviews with the athletes for the house. It will be a whole lot of fun. If you have any questions you want us to ask the athletes, make sure to send those our way now at AMJRF on Instagram. You can let us know who you want us to talk to. You can let us know what you want us to ask. Mike and I already have a lot of curious questions of our own just from seeing them online in the past, and we want to know about how they create their tricks. We want to know about their training routines. Tori was saying that she loves Britta Lindstrom and Proform Airborne, or from Proform. Ellie and Allison from Comets also. Mike, do you want to talk a little bit about the judging process for for freestyles? It's really difficult. Let me just say first, judging is ongoing, a lot of changes. There's a lot of ongoing changes with judging. Our process can definitely be improved upon, and it also has been improved upon a whole lot. In the most general sense, how a freestyle is judged is there are different levels for difficulty, right? So like a basic bounce wouldn't really count for anything, just when you're clearing the rope, but a cross would be 1, and then each degree of change you add to it to make it more difficult adds a level. So like a triple under, adding 1 rotation to it, right, would add a point. So a triple under was 2 points. If we add a cross, it would make it 3. If we add a cross under the leg, after that it would be 4. So there's a lot of little things that you can do to increase the difficulty level of each trick. Then, after completing each trick, the tricks kind of add up to be a sum at the end of the routine. And then there's other factors that we look at too, like presentation and that musicality. And then there's also lots of deductions. If you miss, if you go out of the boundaries, if you finish over time, there's a lot of different, the technique and form plays a role. So there's a whole lot. And you might be thinking, there's no way one person could possibly judge all of this at once. And that is the case. That's why you see such a large panel of judges. The jobs of each judge differ across the board. So some of them are just looking at the form, some of them are just counting the misses, and some of them are just counting the difficulty of each skill. And that can be an incredibly difficult task. As you can see, these jumpers are going to start pulling out some really impressive quadruple unders where the rope is passing 4 times in a single jump. And even as seasoned vets like Mike and myself, sometimes it can be hard to distinguish all those tricks as it happens so quickly. So there's still improvements happening to our judging system, and we've really come a long way since the beginning. Honestly, I don't know much about the beginning of freestyle judging. Want to tell us about where we came from? Do you know?
The only thing I can tell you about the beginning of freestyle judging, I did just have a conversation recently with Roger Crozier, who was the founding coach of the Footnotes out of San Antonio, Texas. I don't believe they're currently active. But one of the first judging systems involved the judges in a circle around the performing athlete, which I would imagine would be slightly intimidating. And I also know they use those flip scorecards that they would have in diving, where you can flip and give a score anywhere from, I think, 0 up to 10. And so it had to be judged right away. I don't know what sort of criteria they were looking at. But yeah, you were performing in the middle of a circle of judges, and you were seeing your scores live as well. One other point I wanted to add is, I think even at a basic level, before you're ready to learn the ins and outs of judging, and what you're looking for is, you need to understand, you need to have a really intimate understanding of what you're seeing and what jump rope tricks you're even seeing. So if you don't know, if you can't recognize what a TS is versus a front cross, and know that a TS is much harder than a front cross, you're not quite ready. So being just so into the sport and understanding what each of the tricks are, what they look like, the fact that a double is easier than a triple, the fact that adding a rotation makes a multiple under harder than not rotating, a lot of things like that. So just really knowing the sport and knowing what tricks and combinations are hard. And I know for Devin and I, or any former jumper who's judging, a lot of these tricks and combos we've tried ourselves. So when we see somebody doing, a quad TJ landing in an AS, for example, we know that it's really hard to do a quad period, to do a quad TJ, much harder, and then to land that quad TJ in an AS, much harder. You've got to be going super fast, and then you're coming down pretty hard, and then immediately slowing down the rope. So as jumpers are starting to get back, starting to get into those judging roles, it's really great for the sport because they're able to recognize the skills. They've tried them themselves, or they've seen their teammates try them themselves. So great thing for the sport. I'm going to pass it over to Devin, and I think he's got some questions for some of our jumpers.
That's right. While we're waiting to get started on freestyles, I'm joined here by 2 athletes. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves and tell them where you're from?
I'm Patrick Beer, and I'm from Rexburg, Idaho.
I'm Seth Price. I'm also from Rexburg, Idaho.
That's right, and these guys have been doing an awesome job so far. You might have seen pieces of their freestyle on the AMJRF Instagram. I know we've been posting a couple of videos from the junior division as well, and these 2 are so talented. Are you guys competing at all today?
Yes, I'm competing in pairs, wheel, and double dutch single.
I'm competing in the same events.
And which one are you most excited for?
Probably pairs, because it's a very fun routine and we hit a lot of the cool tricks.
Yeah, we have a higher chance with that one, so we want to really put it all in that one.
When you guys you work together for pairs, right? Yeah. When you are making the routine, who does the most to create the routine?
I don't know, it's kind of like...
All right, guys, it was great talking to you. We're going to get switched over here to watch some of these freestyles. We might bring you back in a little bit, but it is time to watch some really incredible athletes. Mike, I'm so excited.
Dude, I am so excited. So this is one of 3 Ellis sisters competing in Grands. All 3 are so strong, so creative, also really supportive of each other. They all motivate each other. They're training outside of practice at home, not just waiting till they're in the gym for team practices. You're going to be blown away.
And if you didn't catch that, he did say there are three sisters competing. And remember, there's only 6 athletes, so half of the girls jumping today are within the same family, which is pretty insane. This is Camille, the oldest of the 3. She has a very unique style, often does tricks that I have never seen before. It looks like her beginning pose is on one foot, which is really unfortunate when you have to just wait. Here she goes.
Really interesting rope manipulation to start it off. One-handed EB frog.
Way harder than it looks to get that EB happening without that initial momentum. Beautiful backward TS. With the music,
Nice.
she's waiting for it. Here she goes, more one-handed power. Some super strong tricks. The double under frog looked
Nice
easy.
leg cross quads. Hummingbird. Let's go.
Some sideways axis jumping, something that was really uncommon, but is definitely more of a style this year. A lot of complicated wraps going on. Oh,
Behind the
wonderful
back
grab.
catch. That's so tough. Some more triples. TS triples are always tough.
An
That was
interesting
nice.
weave wrap. Nice stall.
Oh, nice. Oh!
Stepping out and pulling at the same time. I'm not sure. Oh, fun little round off turning into that TJ. The classic little rodeo.
And the ending pose, really nice. A couple small misses, but really nice flow to the routine.
Just such a strong movement from one trick to the next, right? It didn't look like sequences. It looked like one full routine.
Yeah, that was one long sequence. No real like breaks or transitional moves that were easy to identify. Just so smooth and so creative.
And so many high-risk moves, too, like the slam dunk where you slam the handle down. It's really hard to measure that and get that in the same spot each time.
And then she caught that upside down as she was doing a cartwheel or a round off, so that's extra layers of difficulty.
Right. So way to go, Camille. Let's take a look at who is up next. That's right. Right now they're letting everybody know what a freestyle is, and if this is your first time tuning into a jump rope competition, a freestyle is a routine made by the jumper. They get to just do any skills. Is there really any rules? There are requirements that they have to hit within their freestyle.
Yes.
You want to mention those?
Yeah, so within our single rope freestyle event, there are 3 main required elements. So you need to show 4 different multiple under skills. So you could do a TJ, an EK, a triple CL, triple AS, boom, you're done. And those could be doubles, those could be triples, quads, just 4 different ones. Skills done on opposite sides do not count as different skills. Okay, I'm gonna hand this back over to Devin.
All right, that is Jenna. I'm really, really excited to see her routine. Remember, this is my sister who I've seen since her first day of jumping, so. Starting off with a wrap, some strong quads. Strong quads supported by strong quads. This is really her like signature style here. It's these double unders with the clean crosses in each position.
That is so tough.
A solid mix. There we go. Backward quad, a nice little floater. Hey!
Frog, very nice.
Whoa!
French trick, I love that. So smooth.
Backward TS, nice work. Little wrap action going on. Nice little under the leg release. TS behind the back catch straight in that triple
Very
AS.
tough.
Strong front flip, but she's going right back into some multiples. Nice, the inverse Kruger. Finishing strong with another set of multiples. Excellent job, Jenna. Super proud of you. You just did so great. Oh, also, that rope, just in case you haven't heard yet, Jenna just launched her own line of jump ropes. That's the Jenna rope right there, that signature black and blue handle. If you're looking to get a Jenna rope, head over to WeJumpRope.com, and you can support her efforts.
Dude, that routine was so good. She's such a strong, smooth jumper. We saw in prelims she actually missed on that mick to the inverse Kruger wrap. She caught it and then wasn't able to go directly into it. Grands, right now, she was able to hit that very, very cleanly. It's so tough to catch that mick in the inverse leg over, and she did it beautifully.
That's right. It also looked like she added in an extra set of multiples at the end. I think because she made it through the first half of the routine faster than she did last time, she squeezed in a couple more tricks at the end to boost her score before her music ended.
These jumpers are really, really talented, and this is their time to showcase those awesome tricks that they have been working on all year.
All right. Up next, we're going to have Alex from Proform. Another really strong jumper. Honestly, a pretty similar style with a lot of multiples turning and then just super powerful as well.
Yeah, really strong. Alex Beatty from Proform Airborne out of Rexburg, Idaho. She has taken about 6 years of gymnastics training, and you're going to see that in this routine. Definitely some really strong power moves and gymnastic skills. So again, as you can see, watching these first two athletes, and now you'll see from watching Alex, just so strong. This really is the strongest field of female jumpers that I've ever seen.
And here we go.
Oh!
Sunny D started off an interesting multiple.
Really nice.
Frog. Wow.
Nice quad CL and TJ. Nice.
Super efficient and clean. A lot of those twisting.
Round up back tuck. Effortless. So high.
So bouncy with it.
Oh gosh. There's so much.
Was that elephant?
I think that was an elephant. Yeah.
That's both arms crossing under the leg. A really, really technical skill.
Couple misses here. She'll get right back into it.
Nice big smiles.
Roll kip.
Goes up into a powerful press up. I like the way that CL went straight into the wrap. A strong front flip out of a
Nice.
toad position, which is a cross under the leg. More technical crosses in these multiples.
One hand frog. Nice back
And
handspring.
there's that gymnastics experience we were talking about paying off. Oh,
That's a tough one.
nice little wrap there. Oh, the way that connected into a backward.
Really good
Oh,
aerial.
my gosh.
Couple misses. Let's get it back.
Here she goes, passing off the handles under the legs and a strong finish. I saw so many really technical transitions there. Some twisting, so the tricks were like starting forward and then ending backward, but also with a cross under the legs.
Yeah, those intricate rope manipulation sequences always make me nervous, whether I'm competing or watching somebody else compete, because everything has to be exactly where it needs to be. And in a lot of cases, if there's one wrong thing that happens at the beginning, it can be hard to find a place to start in the middle of it. So you try it again, and hopefully you make it the second time around. But still a really strong routine. All those multiples at the beginning, quad TJ, quad CL, quad AS, all the strength moves, starting with a Sunny D, so powerful.
Yeah, we've only seen 3 so far, so we're halfway through the female. Oh, yeah, I would love to talk about why Sunny D is hard. So that's that first trick we saw. Now, it is a variation of a frog. A frog is where you go onto your hands, and then you pull the rope under you before your feet hit, right? But if you are going forward, your hands really only need to move maybe a foot or two back to clear that distance because your feet are going straight down. The rope doesn't necessarily need to go over your head and around your body. Whereas if you're going backward, imagine if you're on your hands looking down at your hands, you need to pull the rope up over your head, around your back, and then under your feet before your feet hit. So you need to be able to jump pretty high off of your hands, have a little bit of loft time to get under there. All right, I want to give the mic back to Mike here because Lauren is about to go.
Okay, this was my favorite routine from prelim. She did have some misses, and she's going up here fourth.
Here we go.
And, oh, gosh. Whoa! Oh, God!
Oh, my goodness.
All quads. Really hard, really
That
technical.
opening was absurd.
Landing in a caboose.
Okay, nobody does that trick either. Here she
Yeah,
goes.
some of these tricks she's the only one in the world to do. Nice catch.
Musicality on it
This
too.
one!
Whoa.
Round off to a punch front.
Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. To elephant and St. Really hard multiples here.
Stop it. Get out of
The
here.
hardest multiples we've seen today.
Guys, really pay attention to the body positions and how she's moving the rope.
Nice wrap. There's that
Sunny D to a wrap. AS to frog.
You have to clear the.
Love this move. That's a signature move from her.
Whoa! What a smooth connection there. A kip up while she's holding it with her leg. The wrap. How is that possible? One hand. This is one of the most impressive freestyles I've seen in my entire life. Saving it while upside down. Oh! She goes powering through to finish this routine.
Really hard moves to finish it off.
Connecting it here. Wow, I like how that stall finished up.
Woo!
I'm not sure what I just saw.
Nice. Still finishing to the music. She had a couple little hiccups in that power sequence with the the toad to frog, but just kept going. And to finish that strong, unbelievable.
Yeah, from the first instance. So let's talk about she did toad and front flipped out of that cross position, but then landed in another restricted position with her arm underneath. So that means she had to have enough time to get there. But then from there, released the rope, caught it in the air, right? So she's up in the air, turned the rope around her, and landed on her hands. So imagine jumping towards your face, reaching out, you have to catch the handle, get it under your feet, and then you get to put your hands down. If you miss any of those other steps, it could have just been face. And that was the first 1 second of the routine.
To start with a sequence like that is just so impressive and can be super, super risky because, again, if any one thing goes wrong, it throws off the whole sequence. But those moves just in succession, I haven't seen an opening sequence like that, like just so good. So we did see a couple misses, but still the routine kept moving. Everything was really strong. Unique moves. Devin pointed out that signature spinning move, so really.
Let's talk about that round off to front punch too. Even like as a gymnast, that skill could be really difficult. It goes against all like the mechanics of what a round off is for. Oh, Elise is going now. I really love seeing all the stuff that Elise puts up throughout the year, so I'm excited to see her jump in person again.
Yeah, she is so strong, but also so creative. Watch this rope manipulation to start it off.
Already just a really different thing. You can see her pick her hands up so the rope could go around. That's a one-handed handspring so she could keep the rope ready for wrap. There's that Sunny D we were talking about. Extremely difficult skill to pull off. She's catching the mix right on the handle too, something you don't really see from everybody. Awesome works of art. That wrap, she released it and caught it without actually a mick or a snake, which is uncommon. Right on the handle. Once again, it looks so easy for her. Big quad there. Front handspring whip. That means off of her hand, she's pulling under before her feet hit. Right with the music.
Great choreography so far.
A lot of multiples. Oh.
Little catch there before that round off. It's all right.
She's right back into it. Back into a couple more. Oh. That was a really interesting trick from before. Nice little T-toe to wrap. The releases, she just makes them look so easy. Oh, what?
Oh my gosh.
A fantastic finish. That was such a crazy trick. It wrapped, so when the rope wraps like that, it gets to the point where neither hand actually controls what the rope is doing, right? The way it slacks over the leg, it's just like the way you move your knee that's moving the rope at that point. So she got to that position and then did a rope release. So there's nothing that her arms could even do to control the rope to bring it back. Absolutely absurd tricks again. I'm like, already we're 4 freestyles in, 4 of the strongest female single rope routines that I've seen back to back.
I think in these singles routine, this is where you see like the highest level of technical difficulty, and again, you're out there. Usually most of them are doing routines that are at least a minute, some as much as minute 10, minute 15. And every second that goes by, there's a chance for a miss. So to get through an entire routine cleanly it's rare. It's really hard to do, especially just given the technical level. But 4 really strong routines to start it off.
I don't know if that's true. They're saying this is the last heat, but
We've seen 5 really strong routines.
oh, we have seen 5. We miscounted.
This is Renee, the third, well, the second oldest, but the third competing today of all the Ellis sisters.
Prelims was really one of the first times I had gotten to see her showcase her skills, and she was so strong. Great quads to open it up.
She's really, her routine is right on par with where our sport is moving with routines. Built to like really just, whoa, super clean.
There's that Sunny D again, little catch. Quad TS, quad AS, double frog.
Double frog is so hard to connect that. Just slow down the rope enough to
One
work it
hand
out.
to 2-hand double frog.
Nice AS backward quad. The TS catch.
Love that. Tough move there.
More double unders in this restricted position.
A lot of triples landing in leg wraps. Really cool.
Oh, I like how that one
Nice.
went with the music. Oh, French trick. Oh,
little catch there. Kamikaze, roll kip.
It's such a fast move out of the kamikaze too. Nice behind the back catch. I like how that looked. Whoa, a little TJ to a wrap. Way to go. Renee had so many powerful quads in there. At the international level, you'll see more and more routines styled just like the one Renee just did. And she's definitely doing super well, even beyond just our national league. On our world league, that routine would score very well.
All those routines just so strong, so powerful. I don't know that we saw a completely clean routine. I think every routine at least did have one miss. So in some sense, that may kind of level things out. And then the things that we did see, judges may be able to show us a little bit more of like, really which combos, which skills were the hardest, were the most creative, worked with the music the most. But really, really nice routines. And just, again, that is the strongest field of female jumpers that I've ever seen in the Synchro freestyle. Also just so, so creative. Really exciting for the future of the sport. A lot of those are, younger jumpers that are still high school or early college. So they'll be around for a while, still competing, still getting stronger. We're going to move now into the male division of Synchro individual freestyle. Jacob had a great routine from prelims. He jumps massively high, allowing him to get in some really nice quads. So we'll see those, I think, at the beginning of the routine.
And there he goes.
There's
Gigantic
those
start.
quads. Nice hummingbird. Another one.
Nice frog to that cross position. Wonderful catch right on the handle. Little wrap. He's going to recover. Really high speed. Oh, nice grab. A nice connection to that CL. He's switching it up for a good round off.
Big
to
2-foot
that
frog.
Right on beat too.
Nice EB double under frog, normal double under frog. AS push-up got caught on the
that's
feet.
a dangerous one.
That's a tough one to get out of. Great kamikaze AS frog.
He's really moving across the floor too, covering a whole lot of ground with these jumps. You gotta still have a lot of power to get through all.
Nice.
One-handed connected to that double under frog. And he's happy with this finish. Way to go, Jacob. Fantastic showing. Yeah, we posted videos of that prelims routine online, and the comments included, that guy is crazy good.
Yeah, Jacob's super strong. He's from the Hot Shots of Tennessee. They've been around for about maybe 15 years or so. It's a really strong showing.
Who's next up to the stage?
Next up is Kai from Rain City Ropeworks.
So yeah, Kai Widmer, originally starting with Hot Dog USA out of Kirkland, Washington, and then moving over to Rain City Ropeworks. Kai with Hot Dog, coached by famous Amy Kennedy, one of the greatest coaches in the history of the sport, and now jumping with actually Amy's former teammate and competitor, Renee Bebode with Rain City. So we saw a really, really strong routine from him in prelims, and we'll see how he does today.
Here comes Kai. He had a lot of explosive energy going on during the prelims, and I'm excited to see it again. A lot of one-foot beginning poses, which would exhaust me as an athlete. Here he goes. Starting off with a bit of manipulation and to the beat. Some super tall quads. Oh, side cross EB, a classic. Round off, back tuck. Whoa! A surprise wrap there, but he's back in it. Powering up for another flip. Nice front flip. Keeping it on the beat with these manipulation tricks. Oh, wonderful
Really
make.
nice.
Caught right on the handle. And a very original looking wrap sequence where the rope magically came out. A little bit of a Houdini situation. TJ to double under frog.
Another one, EB double under frog. Nice belch. Frog down to the push-up, roll kip.
Wow, what a tall looking kip. Got to pull through for the finish here. I know that move was giving him trouble at the prelims too.
Nice
But an
catch to the beat.
awesome ending. Oh, it looks so snappy, so clean. Excellent job, Kai. I love it when they have just like, when the music doesn't fade out and there's like a very clear finish and they just hit it right with that finish.
Quick fun fact, Kai actually has a master level scuba certification at just 18 years old. And we definitely expect to see him around for a long time. So he did have some misses on that run, but he's not going anywhere. He's only going to get stronger, and we'll see him back next year for sure.
You could really see that scuba experience play out during that freestyle.
Oh, for sure.
All right, after Kai, who have we got here? So we are 2 down through the male freestyles. Up next is Jonathan. Jonathan is a jumper that's really been emerging the last few years here. Just a super pretty jumper.
Commentating with you back in 2019, you called these guys the young Comets, all these Comet boys that are out here, and we really see they're starting to come into their own.
Here we go. He's really stylish with his moves too. Everything seems very well planned with the music with these big quads. Those were all under the leg more than once.
Really nice front walkover. Nice quad. Great press to handstand. Really smooth.
On beat once again. It really looks like he's performing versus just jumping through tricks, which is going to go a long way. Oh!
So smooth.
He's making it look so effortless. What a tall front flip. Wrapping it with this
nice aerial.
Oh.
Right into a wrap. He must have gone into that wrap. Nice kamikaze. Woo! Really nice TJ to splits. All to the music.
I love how that wrap looks. So complicated. There's a couple like degrees of wrapping there. Oh, one-handed Sunny D. Super clean run so far. Keep pull. Oh!
Nice. So hard to catch that.
A really risky trick that just paid off for him. Round off to the forward multiples. Oh, death drop! That was a super clean routine.
That was clean. I see no flaws.
So intentional with everything he did, and that's not something we could say about really anybody else who performed today. The most intentional routine, and it was just, so well done. Super proud of Jonathan there.
Every move, every movement, every skill just so thoughtful, so well thought out, planned to the music, ending right on beat. And as you said, he really performed to the crowd. We've seen jumpers perform, but like that was a performance for him. He was really all in on that level.
Wow, outstanding work, Jonathan. I can't wait to see these scores.
Just a reminder for everyone, if you get your AMJRF membership for the 2022-2020.
All right. Up next is Zach from the Jumpin' All-Stars. I think this might be Zach's first time performing his singles at Grands. He does have 2 older brothers that also used to jump, and he's definitely making a name of his own this year.
Heat number 10, we have from the Jumpin' All-Stars, Zach.
Here comes Zach competing with a beaded rope. Unlike a couple other routines that we just saw. Mike, why do you like to use a beaded rope in freestyle? We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it after this. He's about to go. Waiting for that music cue. Here he goes.
Really high multiples. Nice quad TJ.
I do love the way the rope is showing up too as he's passing it under the leg from side to side. Solid wrap going on. Gliding around the floor. Wonderful wrap. Oh! Like flawless catch into that transition to backward multiples.
Little catch, but right back into it. Yeah, that
Really
rope is
good
popping
recovery.
right now.
Oh! I like how that wrap and change directions in the same one.
Round off backward TJ into some power. That's so tough. Those doubles in and out of behind the back crosses can be really hard. A lot of movement on the floor. Nice BC. Some solid rope manipulation.
Oh, switching directions without touching his body.
Nice quad IS.
French
And
trick.
Nice.
Looked so easy for him, that one-handed frog. Yeah.
Nice.
Catching at his feet. A couple little hits here and there where it didn't quite make it around, but it never like stopped, you know? And that is something that just shows all the time and effort he's putting into practice.
Yeah.
That is not something that you can teach either. You can't teach those quick recoveries. It's something that just comes from putting in the hours. All right. That was Zach. Up next is Seth. Now, Seth's prelims was, I think, the most insane routine I saw at this competition so far. Maybe close to Lauren's, the one that we just watched. Seth is actually the most recent in-person world champion. Last time there was a Worlds event at World Jump Rope in Norway in 2019. Seth was the sole victor at Grand Worlds. Since then, he is still training just absolutely absurd tricks, and I'm so excited to watch it with all of you. I could watch this guy jump rope all day.
He has been one of the strongest male jumpers for the past several years, as Devin said, first place in Norway. And we got to talk to him a little bit beforehand, and as wild as the skills and combos that he does are, he actually said he's been working this year on making his routine more densely packed and eliminating some of the transitional moves, which I've never seen a transitional move from Seth. It's just boom, boom, boom the entire time.
Here we go. Super high pace here. Starting with triple under frog with no prep. Right into that backward.
Side.
Oh.
AS triple landing and push up.
Super dangerous because if you miss on that one, it's face.
So
there.
quick. Little Sonic the Hedgehog out
Oh. With that behind the
Quad
neck
TS.
move. Looking really unique there. Oh. Front handspring whipped across. Made it look so easy, too. Some unique wraps. Nobody's doing that.
Really smooth.
Nobody's doing that.
To a Sunny D. Little catch, but right into his round off back tuck.
There we go. And here comes the multiple
Just
sequence.
some wild stuff.
And
Nice
then
recovery.
Wonderful save. Didn't even
Nice.
stop jumping.
EBCL quad.
Oh, doubling frog out of the toad. Oh! Backflip to push up.
Really tough.
Connecting with the kamikaze. Super scary to even think about.
Nice wrapping
Solid
sequence.
wrap. And a little rodeo action. Oh!
That's the signature move, that AS into forward roll.
And a little floater for the finish.
Nice.
Right on beat.
Really nice, really strong.
A couple moves, if you just picked them out individually there, are absurd to get alone. Like that front handspring whip to cross. That one I haven't seen.
He also had a round off directly into a backward leg over double under, which is really hard to get your arm into position without the rope catching on your foot.
Also, really interesting how he chose to do the Kruger. It's really common to see that round off backward TJ or that cross underneath the leg. Getting the open is just such a tricky variation to get into. And it's those choices that just like really elevate his routines.
So that routine you just saw actually came in second during prelims. The next routine that we're going to bring out is Preston Ballard. You may recognize that last name, Kendall Ballard, Porter Ballard, and Preston is the youngest of the Ballard brothers, I believe. He came in first with a really, really strong routine. It can be hard with an older brother like Kendall to shine, and Porter did it. And then with a brother like Porter to show through. But what we saw in the prelims from Preston was amazing. He's like becoming his own jumper and really just making a name for himself. Super high jumps, super creative, super powerful.
There's a couple tricks coming up that are so risky that I'm just so excited to see again. His opening trick, if he's doing the same one he was doing at prelims, he starts with the rope, yep, tangled around his neck. Like literally, you can see it right now. The rope is tangled around his neck. And I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I just want to point out that it is currently tangled around his neck. And it worked. Unwrapping it mid backflip. Gigantic quads.
Big EB quads to a hummingbird. Quads with wraps. Quad TJ EB.
Super
big
clean so
tumbling
far.
pass.
Oh, he managed to save it. Whoa! Coming out of that miss with a TS backflip. That was a cross behind the back. How could you possibly keep track of that? More TS's. Little Mick action. Nice catch. Wrap. Oh, backward double under frog.
Really tough.
Whoa! A little crash on the double under frog, but he's standing up. He's going to keep going. Big smile when he stood up, too. That's what you like to see. Bring that momentum back here. I don't know how this could fit in late in a routine, but there it is, a full. And he didn't look like he was tired doing it either.
That's a tough opening move, but to do near the end, so hard.
More multiples.
So good, so good.
Oh, and he caught the handles at the end. I know that one gave him trouble before.
Really tough miss there, but he recovered great and finished so strong.
Some pretty insane recoveries too, like mid-round off, like figuring out how to maneuver your feet so you don't get stuck, because being stuck on the rope going into your round off will ensure that the backflip will not go well. That backflip with the cross behind the back, super underrated skill in this competition.
We first saw that skill competed by Garrett Johnson from Hot Dog USA, and I know there have been jumpers over the years who have done it, but that's the first time I remember seeing it again at a live competition. So hard to do that. Backward TS period is really hard. I don't mess with that trick very much, but to do it upside down while you're doing a back tuck is very, very hard.
Especially impressive because when you are doing flips with your rope, you lose the control and momentum that you get from using your arms. Just from holding the handles next to you, you lose some control. But then crossing behind your back, you lose anything that you could have gotten from your arms, which plays a really big role in, initiating the flip, as well as keeping that control on the landing. Really, really awesome job from all of our girls and guys so far. Just super impressive all around. Go ahead and message us on AMJRF what your favorite moments were so far from those solos. What a competitive year this was. I mean, when I started, those multiples combos that we saw from everyone were just unheard of. coming up next, we're going to look at the awards.
Also, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, the chat is down right now, but if you can all just open up Instagram if you have it and message us at AMJRF, just message us at AMJRF. We're checking that. We're taking any questions. We'd love to hear, as Devin said, what were your favorite moments from that single rope freestyle field? We saw the female division go first. Again, so powerful, so creative. A couple misses throughout just about every single routine, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And then for the guys that just went, same thing. So strong, especially those last two with Seth and with Preston. Misses there. We did see Jonathan from Comet Skippers have a clean routine, which was very, very hard. I don't know that I would place it at the same level of difficulty as Seth or Preston, but it was clean, really to the music, and still very difficult and very creative. So we'd love to hear from you. Message us at AMJRF on Instagram, and we'll be able to keep that chat going.
When we got a question that said, asking about if we announce scores when we announce the awards. We don't normally announce them, not for any reason in particular, but when there are like new records or really notable things, we do tend to mention those in the announcements. Let's take a look at all the questions we have coming in now. Nate KG right here, he's telling us backwards inverse toad knot in one of the female routines was underrated. I think it was. I'm not sure. I saw a lot of backward inverse toad things. It's hard for me to pick out which one was which. But yeah, there was some pretty crazy raps there.
We got another question about what do we think the future of jump rope is as an Olympic sport. We touched on that a little bit. There was a presentation made by Sean Hamilton, president of the International Jump Rope Union, and we're definitely in a good position. It's not something that's going to be happening in the next couple years, probably not necessarily even the next decade. We can try, this event's moving pretty quickly, but we can try during one of the breaks to see if we can talk with either Brian Shu or someone who has a little bit more information on that. But I know a lot of people are working really, really hard, really diligently to make that a reality, something that could potentially happen, within our lifetimes.
I am super excited for the awards. I wouldn't say any predictions on the live, but I don't have any. I don't know. Some of them are... I don't know.
This is a really, really tough one to call.
And I do not envy the position of the judges right now. Trying to judge those is such a difficult task.
We're going to start off with third place. And we have, from the Kangaroo Kids, Jenna.
Way to go, Jenna. Awesome job. Super clean run through. Super proud of you.
Awesome job. We are now going into our second place winner from the YMCA Super Skippers, Renee.
And Renee takes second place.
All right, and let's get a drum roll for that grand champion. We have in first place from the YMCA Super Skippers, Lauren!
Way to go, Lauren. A well-deserved win after 4+ years of just absurdity.
Awesome job.
This is a level that our sport has not seen before. There's nobody like
this. We are now moving into
This is the first time we've seen her take first place in female freestyle at the national level. So just amazing. As Devin said, so well-deserved. Such a powerful, strong jumper and amazingly creative routine. Bringing out the guys now. We're going to see how this shakes out. Again, I'm not really sure. We didn't see a ton of clean routines except for Jonathan, and it was super, super hard. But Seth and Preston cannot be counted out because those routines were so wild.
Preston.
Okay, so Preston taking third. He won this in prelims. So he was first in prelims, taking third right now. Just such a good routine, but he did have some misses.
Now moving into our second place winner from the Comet Skippers, Jonathan!
And Jonathan, really nice. Had that clean routine set to the music, really powerful.
Literally such a good routine. Like, it was just so well rehearsed. And there's hard tricks in there. I'm proud of him.
Male is going to be from Proform Airborne, Seth!
And Seth takes it. If you guys are watching at home, you know that routine was just out of control.
He was the world champion, and he is still got it. He's the national champion. This is the grand national champion, Seth Ingram. All of our freestyles did so good this time. All the freestyles were so impressive.
All right, moving now into single rope pairs. This is a really fun event. We've got two jumpers jumping together. Most of the routine is going to be synchronized, doing the exact moves together, although there is a lot of room for what we call pairs interaction. So you'll see things called scoops, where one jumper will take their rope and bring it under the feet and around the body of the other jumper and scoop them as they're jumping. And we've seen some really cool, unique ways of doing those scoops. We've seen scoops happening in multiples, in strength, in gymnastics, during a rope manipulation combo. Some will even involve some wheel. But yeah, a lot of this routine you'll see synchronized skills done together. So anytime you add an extra person in there, it just ups the chances for a mistake. Also, if one person misses and the other person performs a skill, that skill is not awarded any points. So if Devin and I are doing a pairs and I mess up on my TJ and he does his TJ, we get 0 points for that TJ because we didn't both do it together.
All right, we are up to our first set of pairs. This is Claire and Priya from the Kangaroo Kids. This is another set of jumpers that I've known since their first days jumping, as they're from my home team, the Kangaroo Kids. And they've come such a long way. I'm very proud of them. Here they go. Super in sync on these multiples, which goes a long way in pairs.
There's that scoop we were talking about.
One-handed cartwheels. Nice EB connection. Oh!
Another kind of double scoop.
That one was, I don't know how that worked. Oh, wonderful work. Keeping the control over the ropes for these frogs. Getting on the same page here with the backward EB to start the combo.
And right back together. There's some more scoops.
Some solid interactions there, and they're right back into these double unders under the leg. Nice little wrap. Very showy. Oh! Floater, love that. And they front handspring together. Excellent job. So clean. So clean. There wasn't any real identifiable stopping points. They're hugging it out, and they should. They did so great.
Yeah, really nice routine from those younger jumpers. We're going to be seeing them in years to come, just getting stronger.
And just a little background on the Kangaroo Kids. Most jumpers on this team do not start with competitive jump rope. In fact, many of them don't ever find competitive jump rope until a couple years down the road. These two in particular performed with our performing team, where they're jumping to music and not necessarily going for the hardest tricks, but spending a lot of time on working on jumping together and making it look nice. And you could see those years of practice right there. They stayed together super well. And let's see who is up next for our pairs. Brooke and Allison from Zero Gravity. Zero Gravity, much like the Kangaroo Kids, has a very performance-based background. A lot of the jumpers on that team started with a separate performance team and found competitive jump rope after the fact. All right, here comes Zero Gravity with a nice little star beginning pose. Love that one. And they're kicking it off. I like the mirrored effect on that first one. So in sync once again. Oh, under the leg pass off with the double under. A little combined scoop. Nice. And they are back at it. One-handed frog together. A has to push up a risky move. Because if you miss that one, it is handles out of your hands for sure. And that backward weave to the push-up. All little interaction piece.
Nice.
Into the multiples, looking so in sync. Oh! Two-handle rope release. She caught the handles, and they are into it. Oh. Way
Really
to go.
cool ending move. Little catch on it, but really nice.
They nailed that one in prelims.
Something else you'll notice with our pairs is that they're going to be doing tricks synchronized, but at the same time, they will have partner interaction. So if you've seen, they're going to be scooping one another, having both of them inside one rope, or helping each other out with different power tricks. So that's a really cool part of pairs that they only get to do in this event.
All right, who's up next? Ella and Riley from Centripetal Forces. Now these two, they used to be on Just Jumping together. They've worked together for quite a long time. I've seen them competing for years now, and even when they were pretty young, they were great at staying together. Their team does a whole bunch of performance work as well. And I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
So here we go.
Goofy Goober song. Looking super clean already. The routine's a bit more difficult than the last two that we saw, and they're nailing it so far. Oh, that was a really interesting wrap. One-handed on that cartwheel. Backwards multiples.
Just so in sync. Frog, two-footed frog, double under push-up. Nice.
You can see the years of experience of jumping together. Also interesting that they're able to stay so together with one beaded rope and one licorice rope, which typically... Oh! Scooping behind the back while flipping upside down.
Nice
Was
big
such
scoop.
a pretty trick.
And that's the signature Kenzie Christensen move. Clearly coached by them at some point. Great scooping.
Oh my gosh, they are nailing this. Little direction change in there. And the Goofy Goober rock finish. Way to go, girls. So clean. They got so many tricks in there. That score is definitely gonna hold its weight.
All right, coming up next, we've got Proform Airborne Alex and Anna Lee. Had a chance to talk to them a little bit beforehand. They're a really, really self-motivated group. Coaches don't really have to hover much and let them know what they're supposed to be working on. They'll just work on their routines. Also just really close. This is one of the teams that, one of the few teams that has more male jumpers than females on the team. And everyone is just super strong. Jumpers are encouraged to try every single trick, even if it may not be something that they're close to getting, just encouraged to try it and just start the process of learning it. Both of these jumpers have had some gymnastics training, and you'll see that in these routines. Definitely some flips coming up. And one of their favorite jumpers is Jenna Meek, who we saw come in third in the female single rope freestyle. So this was a really nice routine from prelims, and we'll see how it goes today. We saw in the last routine, as Devin pointed out, one licorice, one beaded. These athletes have chosen to jump with both licorice ropes.
They both jump so high. Oh, those quads are really tough to get alone.
And round off tuck together. Nice recovery.
Oh my gosh.
2-foot frog, double frog. Whoa, nice little scoop. In power, that's tough.
Wow, they are killing it so far.
Backward 2-footed frog out of that. Really good. Nice.
Scooping that leapfrog.
Beautiful aerials. So effortless, so smooth.
Far, this is the best I've seen them perform together.
Yeah. Great
Oh, I
scoop.
love how
Okay.
that
Placed her rope on her shoulders, picks her right back up.
And
Yeah.
the front flip together.
So strong. Nice scoop. Got a little tangled on that mic, but right back into it as if it never happened. Nice press to handstand. So good, so good.
Wow. Wow. Definitely one of the strongest routines I've seen in pairs.
Would you have counted any of those little catches as like a major miss?
Definitely not a major miss. Some of them, it might even be hard to call a miss, like the one with the mic, because the rope never stopped moving, and she even flipped out of it and brought it around without any sort of error. So,
yeah, a big part of performing and competing is, sometimes things don't always go as planned, and you need to be able to play it off and just keep performing. If you have a mistake and you let it be known that you just messed up, it's going to be really obvious, and the judges can recognize, oh, they just missed. But if you can recover and keep it going, which is so hard to do in a pairs, then a lot of times you can kind of, I don't want to say get away with it, but you can keep the routine moving and end up avoiding that major missed deduction. So possibly we might see a minor missed deduction, or as Devin said, maybe not even at all. Maybe a little deduction in, their presentation from that, but that was so strong. Everything looked effortless, and they were really in sync. I think that's the strongest one we've seen yet. Okay, this was a really strong routine from prelims. I think they maybe had a couple misses, but these two together are so, so good.
they really are a strong pair. Their routine, even from 2019, stands out as a strong routine. So excited to see what they're bringing to the table today. Starting off with a Kruger wrap
Elephant
triple
triple
under.
in there.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Super technical quads. Oh, tough to pull off, but they're back in it. Oh, one backward and one forward. Got to stay together. There they go. Oh my gosh, perfect double under frogs. Nice press ups. The cross looks so clean. Crossing behind the knees with this round up. What
was that?
Some sort of variation of a Kruger where every hand was involved. Yeah, that was nuts.
Nice. Under the leg Mick with a scoop behind. Into a one-hand Sunny D wrap. Are you kidding me?
Whoa!
Hummingbird scoop.
I know that one gave him trouble before. It was nice to see him hit that. That was a quadruple under, scooping your partner. Oh! A lot of huge tricks fit in there. A couple mistakes, but the difficulty was just next level once again. What a powerful pair.
Some really, really creative and powerful interaction we saw there. Really, really nice. At the end, we saw a kind of an assisted shared rope, Sunny D landing in a push-up with a double up. They had a little catch on the double under up out of the push-up. But you've just got to appreciate the level of difficulty and creativity that you see, misses or not, to be able to watch this level that we're seeing is just it's just amazing.
Up next, we have another Super Skippers pair. We got Megan and Camille. I remember their prelims routine was very solid. Like, it looked very well rehearsed, and I'm hoping to see that again now.
Yeah, super skippers have really just been like taken over for several years now. I remember them always being pretty strong for a while, but over the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years, they've just really elevated their game, and their routines are so good.
I would like to say we just got a message from Kaylee Woodard, a legend in the female individual freestyle event, and she is just so impressed with the display that's going on right now. All right, super strong start. Good scoop. It looked like it was so easy for them. Uh-oh. And they stay together like it was nothing. The jetpack wrap. Ooh, the smooth backward TJ. And they both went under the frog. That's really uncommon.
It's a really small rope and hard to fit both people into it. Nice frog scoop. Triple AS, triple CL, tummy tuck.
Nice little direction change transition. Uh-oh. Oh, but she grabbed it. Excellent. And a well-deserved high five.
Couple misses in there, but overall a really smooth routine. This is another one where the routines are really, really good, but we did see some misses, and so again, I'm not sure that I have a favorite to take this event necessarily. I think the level of difficulty we saw from Ellie and Lauren from YMCA is pretty far ahead, but they did have some misses, so we'll see how this ends up going for the awards. But we do have some more pairs coming. We're going to move into the male division for our pairs. We're going to bring out some of Devin's teammates from Kangaroo Kids, Sam and Foster.
That's right. Sam and Foster, I know, spend a lot of time making new tricks and working really hard on the routines they have. And that hard work paid off for them at prelims. Here they are performing in pairs together at Grands for the first time. One of the really interesting things about taking a 3-year-long break between live events is that there's a lot of talent that hasn't been seen before. A lot of people have been training for 3 years, and 3 years goes a long way. Training anything for 3 years goes a long way. Training jump rope especially. And these guys have been working hard and are definitely some new talent to watch. They got the fire and ice situation going on with the ropes here. Getting started here, and they're together now. Nice little jetpack wrap. Oh, interesting scoops here. Oh, with all the power tricks. And he got out of that wrap situation really good. And they switch sides going in here. A little bit of a tangle. But they're at it. They got the wheel going. A TS spin. Whoa, they both had to clear the blue rope there. Like Mike was saying before, getting two people to clear one of these small ropes together is really difficult. Oh, backward push-up. Frog to that double A. That's going to be a hard one to get the timing right, but they nailed it. A little backward speed run. I like how that went with the music. Hey! And they finished. A couple really fun tricks in there. Nice work, guys. Joining us now is Ryan from the Comet Skippers. I just have a couple questions to ask him. So Ryan, I've seen you compete a whole bunch this week, and you have a lot of fun and creative tricks. Can you walk us through the process of how you like to practice?
Okay, how I like to practice my routines in parts. So like, I've divided my routine up into like 6 parts, and I'll just run through each part. Like I'll go through 6 parts, and I'll combine it and make it 3 parts, and then I'll combine it and make it half and half, and then I'll run the whole routine.
All right, well thanks Ryan, that's great insight. I'll have some more questions for you later, but right now we're gonna get to this pairs routine.
I love that practice strategy from Ryan. That's something that I recommend to a lot of athletes that I work with. We've got the Heartbeats up here now. This is actually their first time competing at AMJRF. They were not there in 2019, but they're really excited to be here. And we're seeing this pairs from Mark and Ethan.
Wonderful scoop. I like the speed at which they're jumping. Really energizing.
Couple misses. Ropes are showing up really nice.
Oh,
Love that
yeah,
green.
It is so flashy. One of the many advantages of using a beaded rope. Oh, I like how he scooped right into the catch on the foot. What a clean transition. Nice catch, boys.
Yeah, super fast.
The Heartbeats is another team that really puts in the time to make their routines go to the music, and you can see that right now. And they are together. Nice save. Oh, switching directions without touching the body takes a lot of control, and the behind the back scoop without even looking. Way to go, guys.
Nice finish. Some misses in there. Really fast routine. It's great to see. This is actually my team that I first started with back in 1996. Those 2 jumpers up there, I've never actually directly coached, but it's great to see jumpers that I've coached then take on the reins and coach those younger jumpers who are now not so young, and they're here competing at nationals on the grand stage. So we'll see a few more routines throughout the day from the Heartbeats. Super glad that they're here competing.
All right, we are moving right along through our pairs. Up next, we got Owen and Brendan from the Indy Air Bears. Oh, yes. This is a fun pair. I have not seen these two perform before, but this year I was super impressed. Like I said, after a 3-year break, it was so fun seeing all the brand new talent coming out, and these guys are bringing it.
Air Bears, another team with a long history. They were founded by Nikki Glover back in 1986, and they're still going. Never really had a dip in the ability of their levels. And these are some young jumpers taking the stage. Some really nice multiples to start it off.
Looking super together. Oh, that risky AS to push-up paid off once again. Nice round off. Doing a great job spacing nicely. The ropes and these visuals look so good. I like how they stopped the rope and brought it back in intentionally. Oh, some powerful kips from these two. Moving along with confidence. Nice partner scoops. And the multiples once again. And that was a clean routine. Literally not one error. Like, that was perfect.
Air Bear routines are always so well practiced and well rehearsed, and you can just tell they've run these routines over and over again and just know how to move through every single skill. So that's a great job from that young group. I know we're going to see more from them in the future. But to even just be on the stage right now at such a young age is really impressive, given the level of competition we've seen so far. So great job to those guys. The next team we're bringing out is Jonathan and Aaron from the Comet Skippers. They had an awesome routine from prelims. I think a couple of misses, and we'll see how they can get through those today.
And Jonathan and Aaron are some of the AMJRF ambassadors that we were talking about earlier today. They do really a great thing for the sport, spreading jump rope to people who may never have had a chance to learn all the great skills and all of the things that make our sport so accessible. Super proud of these two. Been super impressed so far. Jonathan absolutely nailed his singles. Let's see if they can do it together now. And here they go. Off with some big quads. Oh! Is that EBCL? Some sort of CL variation. And an interesting wrap scoop. A smooth transition out of it. They are together once again, doing some quads, some high-level quads with multiple. Oh! That's a really tricky one. They nailed that one in the prelims. Is that a release? Got a round off. Oh! Super hard to pull off that release there. Nice. These releases are just so high risk. Another risky release behind the back.
That one is so tough, catching behind the back and scooping immediately after.
And it was right on the beat. Loved that. Nice little forward roll. Oh, the connection looks so good. Those inverse BC to BC connections, a classic. And they nailed the little kicks at the end. What's a routine without advanced can-can? Way to go, guys. So many smooth transitions. The routine would just look like butter. Great work, guys. Who do we have coming up next here? Oh, Jonathan and Aaron's teammates, also on the Comet Skippers. We've got Dylan and Matthew. These four guys were jumping a couple of other events together, so it's fun to see them compete against each other in separate pairs. I know Dylan and Matthew also had some really high-risk multiples that are worth a whole lot for the routine, but it's super tricky to pull off because they're going to have two different instances of crosses underneath the legs in a quad. I think he's hiding in the opening pose here. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. And here they go. Nice triple unders under the leg. And there's those quads we were talking about. Ooh. Whoa!
Nice floater scoop.
Right into the direction change. A lot of control needed for that strong double under frog. Good work, guys. Right into this little toad situation.
Great amplitude on those multiples.
Oh! But they stay in sync.
So risky to get that release with two people.
Doubles the chances of a drop, and they still nailed it. Oh, you can see alternating. They're mimicking each other's moves, but breaking up the jumps different. A double rope release. Oh!
Another really risky one. So hard for both people to catch it.
All right, really, really tough tricks hiding at the end there. Managed to hit a few really, really risky moves, and then they really went for it with some other ones, like that double rope release was probably the most ambitious trick we saw today. Even people who practice that trick a ton, nobody really gets that consistently.
Yeah, if either one of those handles falls out of line with the other one, you might still be able to catch it, but it's really hard to pull off the jump right afterwards. So you need those handles to stay together and to rotate at the same speed as each other. And one rotation can be risky, but two is like, that's a tough one. So that field only had four teams, four male pairs teams. The only clean one we saw was Air Bears, Owen and Brendan. They didn't have the same level of difficulty as our two Comets teams, but they were clean. And so again, we have to kind of see how that plays out in terms of mistakes leading to reductions in your total score versus the level of difficulty that we're seeing. So that's another one. It's hard to call.
Heat number 24 from Proform Airborne, we have Seth and Patrick.
All right, this is another really strong one. These are some of the younger Proform guys. They've got great mentorship, great people to learn from. You've got Alex Beatty on that team. You've got Seth Ingram there. You've got Preston Ballard.
And we're good to go. Good luck.
And their coach Britta does a lot of work with the national team here at AMJRF. Here they go. Big, strong quads at the beginning. Keep in mind, these guys came from the junior division and are playing against everyone now. Whoa! Really technical wraps on those multiples. Little bit of a leapfrog into that round off TJ. A classic skill. Great double under frogs. And I love the behind the head floater. Something I've never seen before. A flashy way to stall too, keeping it different. Surprise release. A little bit of power move going into this manipulation sequence. Oh, dangerous. Jami is and always has been a really, really difficult trick, even for experienced jumpers. Great work, guys. Finishing with the dap up at center stage. Epic.
We've been seeing a lot of our one of our less common leg crossing skills, the elephant, show up in these routines, and I love it. I love an elephant. Elephant is where you cross both arms underneath your leg, and it sort of looks like an elephant with your leg as the trunk and your hands as the ears of the elephant.
That is true. I did see a surge in elephant appearances this year, which is a shockingly hard trick for what it looks like. It looks very similar to the toad and very similar to the inverse toad, but there's no natural exit to the trick. These other tricks, you could side swing out. You don't even really need to jump, but this one is has to be a perfectly timed jump and execution. Up next is the mixed division. So we'll see one male and one female competitor bringing the heat.
So now let's bring on the Heat 25, the first open pairs. So we're going to bring out from the common skippers, Eric and Allison.
So yeah, we've got Eric and Allison from the common skippers coming out. Really fun routine to watch from prelims.
I just love how much personality they pack into these routines. You know, they also look like they're performing, even just the starting trick, the little pop gun. They're so clever, really. Nice double underscoop. EK into this power. Oh, with the music, it said walking down the street while they were walking. Some multiples into that double under frog. Nice. A floater scoop pulled off perfectly. Some more quads, switching directions. They are staying together so well with these difficult tricks. Oh. And they are in line once again. Nice press up. A little over the shoulder floater. Nice forward roll and the kip up. Some really interactive scoop parts. Oh, nice grab. That can be a really hard one to catch, especially with these ropes. There's a lot less control compared to a beaded rope. And the seated pose. It's been a theme these two have been putting on, sitting down somehow in their routines.
This competition also, we've seen a lot of floaters, scoops in pairs interaction. It's been really cool to see. I know basic floaters have been around for a long time, probably since early 2000s, but Devin, I'm going to credit you for really taking those to the next level. You and Ian posted a video several years ago of a million different floaters, and it's still one of my favorite videos online. If you haven't seen it, we will later today post that video and you guys should watch it because there's just so many interesting things you can do with floaters, and Devin especially has taken that to just a totally different level.
And all these athletes have done it too. As you've seen here, I mean, when I started competing, I didn't see so many fun floater variations, but today, I don't know about most routines, but at least half the routines have had a floater of some kind. That around the neck one, yes, things like that I had not seen before. I love the around the neck one. I love the partner ones that we're seeing here, like Allison just did that Kruger release, just perfectly executed. What have we got up next here? We just saw Eric and Allison. Up next is Preston and Haley. Two super strong jumpers. Both from Proform. As we've seen today, Proform has had a bunch of really strong power moves. I saw them practicing this one a whole bunch yesterday. I'm ready to see that practice pay off. Pretty unique beginning pose. I don't know if I've seen that one.
All right, here we go.
A bold start. Somehow that worked out for him. He pulled out of it though. He is moving right along. Whoa! A little bucket catch to the front flip. Oh, that was a whole different axis. And they're doing it together. Here they go. Spinning multiples can be really hard to. Oh! When they're doing all these spinning multiples, it can be really hard to keep the rope on the correct axis. But it seems like they're able to adjust that axis without a sweat. A really interesting rendition of that direction change multiple. Behind the back scoop, I like how that double under worked out. Floater for the partners there. Nice front flip. And great showing, you two. I know they had it cleaner at prelims, but I'm still glad that we got to see a couple of their creative tricks play up.
We did see Preston get tangled up in the very beginning, but as Devin, you pointed out, that was a really impressive recovery. He took a jump, handle was really far from his hand, and somehow in the course of his front handspring got it back in his hand. I honestly don't know how he did that.
If I was coaching, I would have 100% would have recommended getting the handle before going into your power skills where you're putting your hands on the floor and going upside down. But, I mean, it seems like this guy has so much experience just flipping and going upside down. It was easy.
All right, so the next team taking the floor from the Rope Warriors, we have Ethan and Vicky. These are two of our youngest competitors taking the floor. They actually qualified from the junior category. Not many freestyles from the junior category or any speed category were able to qualify. But with this routine, that was very nice, very clean in prelims. They made it to grands. So we're going to see what they can show us today.
I am personally so excited. I know that there's a couple tricks in here that I saw them working on behind the scenes. And they just did so good at prelims, I just want them to do it again. And they're off to a great start. Way to go. I like the fast-paced footwork. The ropes are showing up really nice. You can really get a sense of that movement there. And you can see them keep checking in with each other each step of the way. That shows that they're really experienced in jumping with somebody else.
Really
Nice.
tough one. Make it to that scoop with him behind. That's a blind scoop. She can't see him.
And it was like a perfect catch right on the handle. Oh, a really really quick transition into that direction change. Awesome job with the Mick. That's one of the ones I know they've been working on, and they nailed it. And they're bringing it back together, finishing with their song. Excellent job.
We saw these two working so hard during breaks, during lunch break. I know each of us worked with Ethan on his mic and just improving that catch, and he caught it, right, today? Yeah, that's amazing. Way to go, Ethan.
We're really proud of you, Ethan. And Vicky, too. Vicky also, this whole competition has been crushing it. We're going to see her again later for a routine with two people she's never even jumped with before this week. And the fact that they made it to Grands with that. But we will get to that when we get to that, because right now we got Kenzie and Seth from Centripetal Forces. This was probably the cleanest and most impressive pairs that we saw this week. Super high difficulty, and just they can pull it off.
One thing that I thought was really cool, we talked about this during prelims, is they both have very different styles. Like Seth is super quick and fast. Mackenzie really focuses on rope manipulation and makes everything look effortless. When she does a press handstand, effortless. Rope manipulation, effortless. And so watching them jump together, you can tell they both had to work on adjusting their styles slightly. I'm seeing Seth do moves that I've never seen him done, like the press to handstand. I'm seeing Kenzie really being pushed on some of the strength and multiples. So you might see that right now.
And it's that balance of elegance and power that is just making them stick out so much. Here we go. Already a nice Kruger wrap to that scoop.
Nice quads. Some triples here.
Flying through the air.
Really in sync.
They both have also been doing a whole lot of professional performance work this last year.
There's that press to handstand.
And it's showing. And there they go. Oh, I like that
recovery.
trick. It's just so intriguing.
Oh, that's nice. That foot catch.
And that's those elegant, showy tricks we're talking about.
Nice recovery from Kenzie, right back into it.
Whoa!
Tough one.
There they go, there they go. And there's some more powerful skills. Scooping the front flip. Oh!
Awesome
that was
scooping.
The cleanest I think I've ever seen that one done, even from these two. A really smooth floater. The AS
And scooping
roll.
the AS roll, nice.
Awesome job, you two. Super
There
proud
we
of you
go.
both.
All the misses, there were a couple, all of them were really quickly recovered from.
That's right, and both of these two have been doing a lot of work this year performing jump rope, not just competing with Flight Crew jump rope. All sorts of really notable shows. They were performing on cruise ships together, and you can see just all that experience transforming the way that they jump rope.
Yeah, jumping pairs can be really fun and almost transformative, right? Because you go into it as an individual jumper. You have your own style you kind of honed and tricks that you like doing, combos you like doing, certain ways that you position your legs during a toad or doing an inverse toad, and you jump with somebody else, and you have to do the best you can to try to match that style, and vice versa, right? So we talked about Seth having skills that he usually does a certain way. We saw he had to kind of adjust that style. Certain skills he's doing faster than he would normally because he's jumping with Kenzie. Other skills he may have to slow down for. So it's a great, as you pointed out, you said it was a nice kind of blend between elegance and strength, elegance and power. Okay, here's another routine that was so nice from prelims. Both jumpers super strong by themselves, but together they came up with something really, really awesome. Renee on the left was, again, one of my favorite female jumpers from that. I'm just because she's one of my favorite jumpers right now. So strong, so smooth. And I remember this pairs being really nice from prelims. Just starting with a Sunny D into a wrap. Come on. All right, little catch back into it.
And they got that mirrored effect going on.
TS quad, AS quad, CL quad.
Oh!
That's so tough landing in an AS. Hummingbird scoop, let's go.
Quad with the wrap behind the back. Oh, there's just so much going on right now.
Triple TJ landing in a leg wrap, that's really tough. Okay, they're gonna reset, get it back. Good communication. Nice, KN, another uncommon skill.
One of the Trickiest parts of pairs is staying in sync after surprises come up.
Double under frog, double down. Frog AS. Awesome. Ah.
Oh, nice grab.
Really tough, but he's got it back. Nice floater. Love
Wonderful
floaters and
floater.
pairs. Frog, double frog. Toad to push up. Nice. To splits.
Ooh. And really good splits.
Yeah.
Those were really low and impressive. Oh. And here they go.
Nice. Ah. Yeah, it's tough if there's multiple misses to kind of get back to the music. So we saw, or we heard when the music just cut out, that was the end of their routine. They had to stop there.
Way to go, Super Skippers. Also, just an update for everybody watching the stream today. All over 200 of you, actually. There is a chat that is available once again. If you'd like to ask us questions in the chat in the YouTube, go ahead and just comment it right there. Mike and I will be able to see that. So we're going to load into that chat right now so we can take a look. And what an incredible display of pairs we had. I'm really looking forward to these results. I have no idea how it's going to play out because there's just a lot of really, really strong ones.
All right, now we're going to make our way into Heat 30.
Coming up.
Bring out from the Indy Air Bears,
Oh.
Blake and Elise.
All right, Blake and Elise. Each of them really strong single rope jumpers. I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out in their pairs. I saw a lot of what they did before at the prelims. Actually, probably the cleanest routine that was there. Indy Air Bears, both sets of Indy Air Bears we had today are just really consistent, and that goes a long way in these competitions. Here they go, starting off with some really strong multiples. I like the mirrored effect going on. You can tell they really put a lot of thought into the choreography of this routine. Right on the handle. It's like that catch is so good for him. French trick, that's that caboose variation. Getting right back into it. You can tell they put a lot of hours into that, the way they recover so quickly. All right, and strong front flips from both of them. An interesting wrap. They both have really short ropes too, which makes it hard to pull off wraps like that. Most crossing gets harder the shorter the rope. Nice. And whoa! Scooping and landing in a push-up. That is something I have not seen from anybody else. Staying together, nice work. Not letting anything slow them down. Whoa! The release was a little tricky, but she still caught it behind the back perfectly. They brought in both ropes on that one. There's one of those really interesting tricks that I feel like Elise definitely played a role in. Yeah! Way to go! Big smiley finish, and the well-deserved high five.
Amazing. Awesome job,
Outstanding
you guys.
performance. They were so much fun to watch.
All right, let's give it up for all those pairs.
And that is all of our pairs. Really, really
All right,
enjoyable
we are
to
gonna
watch
be
so
getting
far.
ready for awards for our single rope pairs freestyle
The single rope
event.
pairs awards
all
is about
competitors,
to
please get to
go
the back
down.
if you competed today.
Let's see what we got going on in the chat. Somebody said, what is the craziest scoop you guys have ever seen? A back tuck and a hummingbird scoop it. Oh, somebody said, watch this from France.
just
What is
say,
French
it is
trick, though?
no small
French
task
trick,
for
so
these
it's actually a set of tricks. When you do a caboose or an AS or cross, the most standard one is caboose. It's that cross behind the knees, and the rope is sitting in front of you on the floor. You jump up in the air, your legs clear the rope, and then you change directions of the rope between your legs and pull it around backward. Next time one happens again, I'll point it out. I'll be sure to let everybody know that we saw another French trick. Right here, we got, speaking of pairs, the craziest scoop. Oh, man, there's just been so many crazy scoops. One of my favorite, honestly, is the one I saw today from Riley and Ella. They did this aerial, this partner aerial, so she was doing like a no-handed cartwheel assisted by Riley, and then Ella scooped Riley behind the back. Another one of my favorites, maybe not the craziest I've seen, but one that I really liked that Jenna and I competed years ago was like an assisted moneymaker where it was like a handstand where I was holding her upside down and then she pulled her up around. Right now, the audience is making a whole lot of noise. Super excited here.
All right, we are going to be starting off with our female competitors.
All right.
Pairs event. If we can get all the pairs female out on the floor.
They're going to go over the pairs female results right now.
All right, hi everyone. Yeah, we are going to be moving into the female division for pairs freestyle. I'm going to try to get those results up from prelims as soon as possible. For now, we can talk about the first team that's going to be coming out. Oh, sorry, this is the results. We are getting results right now for the routines that we just saw from female freestyle.
Give it 1 second. Our computer's loading. You guys did so good.
So let's see, up on stage right now, we've got
Can I see your
centripetal
favorite dance
forces, we've got Proform
Like you
Airborne, we've
showed
got
off your
Zero
jump rope
Gravity,
skills. Let's
Kangaroo
see your
Kids, and then
dancing
two
skills.
super skipper teams.
Hey! Wow, you guys are so good at jump rope. There we go, some teamwork. All right, now let's get into it. What do we think?
All right, and in third place from the Centripetal Forces, Riley and Ella.
So centripetal forces in third place.
Moving into our second place winners from the YMCA Super Skippers, Ellie and Lauren.
Ellie and Lauren, super skippers, taking second.
All right, and going into our Grand National Champs for the single pairs freestyle, we have from Proform Airborne, Alex and Annalie.
And Alex and Annalie taking first. Really, really nice routine from them. Well-deserved first place. Yeah, we talked about how strong Alex was as an individual competitor, and seeing her jump pairs with Annalie, they had such a strong routine.
All right, we are going to have the male division head out onto the floor.
We've got the male competitors taking the floor.
All right, let's see your dance moves. Let's see if you're better than the girls. Hey, nope, jump rope it is. All right, and in third place, we have from Proform Airborne, Seth and Patrick.
Seth and Patrick taking third. They had a nice routine. This was another tough field because we did see some misses from our performers.
Going into our second place, we have from the
Comet Skippers, Dylan and Matthew.
Okay, Dylan and Matthew taking second.
And our Grand National Champs in the male division single rope pairs freestyle is Comet Skippers.
All right. All right, Comet Skippers taking the second and first place. Such strong routines.
Awesome job, big smiles, congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. All judges, panel 2, go up on the second floor and meet Val. Judges for wheel and single rope team 3, we need you on the second floor to meet Val.
And we're going to take a brief 15-minute break to allow for our panel 2 judges to come in. So if you are still watching, hopefully y'all are still sticking around, we want to hear from you. Let's hear what your favorite routines have been so far. Anything you would change about any of the results, anything about the competition, any questions you might have. Message us at AMJRF on Instagram. We'd love to hear from you guys. We know you guys are watching. Let's interact. Let's hear some stuff from you guys at home. Got a couple more awards. So yeah, this is the pairs mixed division.
Awesome. We are headed into our 3rd place. From the YMCA Super Skippers, Jacob and Renee.
All right, Super Skippers with 3rd. Definitely one of the hardest routines, but we did see a few mistakes.
Awesome, and moving into our 2nd place position, we have from the Indy Air Bears, Blake and Elise.
All right, Blake and Elise, Indy Air Bears taking 2nd. Great routine.
All right, and moving into our Grand National position, we have from the Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie and Seth. Big round of applause.
And Kenzie and Seth, well-deserved routine. Such a good routine. Again, just loved watching the 2 of them work together and kind of adjust their styles and step outside of their comfort zone, learn some new skills and combos.
Our wheel and team freestyle. Those competitors can head to the stage to practice. We have 15 minutes. 15 minutes to jumpers go onto the stage and practice those events.
All right, so we will be right back in about 15 minutes. We are going to have a couple interviews coming up. I know Devin's rounding up a few athletes to speak with. All right, we got a message from Adam K. His favorite routine is Jenna's. Yeah, that was a really, really great routine. So smooth. She's just such a powerful jumper and really a super clean routine. A couple misses here and there, but overall just really smooth, kept things moving. Makes all the stuff that she does just look really easy and effortless. I guess, yeah, let's talk about some of the tricks that we've been seeing. We'll start with power. A lot of the single freestyle jumpers have been doing some really strong moves. We've seen a lot of Sunny D's. Devin talked about that a little bit ago. Sunny D is basically a handstand, or as in jump rope we call it a frog, where you are setting the rope up kind of pulled in a loop back behind you or underneath you, and then you whip it around backwards. So the rope has to travel way farther to get all the way around your body and underneath your feet. Really hard skill, and a lot of jumpers have done that skill or variations of that skill. Even Sunny D's that we've seen going directly into a wrap or a leg wrap. Other really popular skills, always some variation of a double under frog. We've seen double under frogs. We've seen EB double under frogs. We saw, I think it was Seth in his singles, start off with his very first jump being a triple under frog. Super hard. Most jumpers would set that up with just a normal frog, land it, and then go to the triple under frog. We've seen some backward kamikazes. We've seen some backward push-ups. Seen some front flips. Definitely some strong tumbling from some of our pro form jumpers. We saw I'm going to call out Jonathan with his aerial, so good, splits so good. That's some of the power moves that we've seen. In terms of the multiples, I've really seen a huge jump up in the level of complexity of some of these multiples. So most of the athletes that have done their singles and pairs have had just strictly quads and maybe a few intricate triples, with a few jumpers just more sticking with the triples. But in those quads, we're seeing side swing, toad, AS open. So to hit both of those positions is incredibly hard. We're seeing quads being landed into an AS or a CL. We've seen a lot of TS quads. TS is not, for many jumpers, it's not really a favorite move of theirs. It can be just really difficult to get out of that one, and a lot of risk for the rope to catch on your feet. We've seen a lot of people doing TS quads. We've seen multiples involving different rope releases, multiples with mix. It was Lauren in her single rope freestyle. Devin talked about the sequence with doing an under the leg release into a front tuck, landing in an under the leg release, and then another multiple under the leg release. So just really intricate stuff around your multiples, a lot of rotating multiples. And then for our rope manipulation, that's been getting more and more intricate as time has gone on. I know in 2019 we saw some pretty intricate stuff, but this year for sure, just really intricate, well thought out rope manipulation combos that are so risky because they're so hard to get back into out of a miss. So you're doing a rope manipulation combo that maybe lasts 10 seconds long with turns, with wraps, and double unders mixed into there and releases, and you mess up at some point in that sequence. It's really hard to find a starting point. So for these athletes to have put together those sequences and competed them here at Grands, there's always a risk there. And for some of them, we really saw it pay off, and for others, struggling to get back into it out of misses. So yeah, those are kind of the big ones that we've seen from our singles routines and pairs. Also in pairs, we mentioned the scoop and the interaction. We saw really great interaction. I feel like that's always an aspect of pairs that we see just new and innovative ways of interacting with your partner. So some really cool scoops. And yeah, people have really just taken off with that. I know when we come back, we are going to be seeing, I believe the next event is Wheel Freestyle, which is another event that I have always loved because it just allows for so much room for creativity. It's a relatively new event. This was something that was started when World Jump Rope hosted their first competition. Actually, the idea originally came from Katie Simpson, parents Mike and Carmen Simpson, who coached the Comet Skippers for many, many years. And so as she suggested that idea and we saw it come into play at the World Jump Rope competition, now here at AMJRF and even at IGRU, we've seen the level of skills in that really take off. I think when you have an element of jump rope that isn't part of competition, let's say something like three-wheel or four-wheel, I'm going to the wheels right now, but three or four-wheel have never been part of a competition. So the type of skills and combinations that you see have not really evolved that much, but once you bring an event into a competition, there's now that need and that push for athletes to really step outside of the kind of usual tricks that they might see and come up with really new stuff. So over the last 10 or so years, we've seen amazing creativity, especially in wheel, and you're going to see that next as we come back. Yeah, I'm going to open up that Instagram account, and I know there's going to be so many questions in there for me because y'all are doing that. Get on that Instagram and send me some stuff. We did have a question earlier about kind of trick history and trick nomenclature. I know some of that stuff. We talked about elephant being named because you're crossing both arms underneath your leg, and the leg and arm combination sort of looks like the trunk and ears of an elephant. The EB, we've seen a lot of EB variations. That was a skill that came about in the early 80s, I want to say. It was Edith Beery, and she named that skill as one of the skip-it jumpers. EB is where you have one arm behind your back, one arm in front. And it's really cool seeing what people have been able to come up with out of really basic building block skills. A lot of the skills we saw involved some version of a basic crossing skill, like an EB, like a toad, like an elephant, and people are just elevating the level at which they're doing those skills. So like, TS, that is, I believe, Tim Shove. He also, what we've seen today is people taking that TS and incorporating it into back tucks, into quads. So really cool seeing, again, like kind of these fundamental crossing skills that were created many, many years ago, 30-some years ago, and seeing how they've really just become like the blueprint for what we do, and we've just incorporated them into other elements, into multiples, into strength, into rope manipulation, and leveled them up in so many huge ways. Let's see, another trick is the AS. A lot of these lettered tricks are initials of the jumpers who created them. So AS was Amber Sharp from the Footnotes, originally coached by Roger Crozier. She, as far as I can tell, is no longer directly involved with the sport, but that legacy really lives on. And of course, over the years, in jump rope, we have a really rich history of innovation and creation. And so jumpers that have created skills over the years have now become a really big part of the landscape. We've seen the Sunny D, that's a trick from Sun Win, from Juno Jumpers. He created that skill. I'm not sure of the year, but definitely left a huge mark on the sport. He was the first one to name that and to do that skill, and it's still being done, and its variations and kind of level ups are still being done. A trick like the Moneymaker we haven't seen. We're probably not going to see that at this competition. Nick Woodard first landing that skill, Worlds 2006 in Toronto, Canada, and just kind of changing like what we do in the sport and what we consider to be a really hard trick. Let's see, another one that we have seen is we have seen a lot of mix. As somebody asked the question before, that is a trick that I named. I can't take full credit for creating the skill. Originally, that movement did come from rhythmic gymnastics. If I can say anything, it's just maybe more that I was able to bring it to competitive jump rope and help popularize it. We've seen a lot of that skill here today. Talked about Devin with his floaters. I have definitely seen jumpers doing floaters as early as like 2004. I know I saw it at Worlds there. I'm going to pause real quick. We're going to send it over to Devin for a great interview section with some Comet skippers.
Testing. Testing.
Jumpers backstage, it is time to leave the floor. We're going to get started pretty soon. So jumpers behind the curtain, make your way to the sides. Hey everybody, how are you doing so far? Great, I'm glad to hear you're excited. Well, I am joined here with some of the Comet skippers, and we've seen them jumping already today, doing an awesome job. And one thing in particular I noticed about this crew is how well they seem to get along. They bring a very fun energy, they put a lot of personality into their routines, and it just seems like they get along super well. And jump rope is a team sport. Would you say that you two get along really well with the rest of your team?
I think we get along very well with our team.
Well, that's great, but team sports, it's not always that way. Sometimes we have conflict, there's disagreements. With a group like yourself, where you get along really well, how do you deal with conflict when working as a team?
So sometimes when you're working on a routine, there'll be parts that you just can't get, and you're working on for like half an hour, and then everyone's pretty upset at that point. So I think it's really important to understand each other's sense of humor, because whenever we're in that tough spot, I know when my teammates usually cracks a joke and makes us all laugh, and then we're ready to get back to work, and it's really fun.
That's great. That's good advice. Having a sense of humor with your teammates goes a long way.
Yeah, so me and Eric have been friends since we were in 3rd grade. And so whenever we're having an issue in our routines, the routine is always important, but we try to put our friendship first.
That's also great advice, yeah. It sounds like it's not, you two working like against each other to make this routine, but it's you two versus the routine, right? At the end of the day. Well, that was great advice. Thank you both very much. All right, and next up, we actually have my sister here. This is Jenna, everyone. She did an awesome job in singles today, earning a 3rd place in her solo. Now, I do have a question for you. Since I know you pretty well, I know you're very busy. I know that you work at a dentist office. I know that you go to school full time. And I know that you train enough to compete at a national level. How do you find the time to do something like that?
So jump rope is a very big part of my life. So I actually don't find the time, I make the time. I go to school full time. I also am coaching here as well. But it is something that I love. So I make the time, I wake up early, I cross train a lot. I run daily, go to the gym and lift weights, and then I also find time to make new combos.
That's great. Thank you very much, Jenna. All right. We're going to go ahead and keep moving on with the competition, and we're going to hear from even more athletes throughout the day, so stay tuned for that. Thank you all.
All right, curtain is going up, and we're just going straight into wheel. Let's go. So we've got Summerwind skippers, Madison and Lauren here. They're going to get things started with wheel freestyle. Really one of my favorite events. So much room for creativity. That's always been really what it's about for me in jump rope, is just seeing the creative expression and what you can come up with these ropes.
All right, here we go.
All right, some nice crosses. And the music has stopped, but they're still going.
Whoa, wonderful floater. Oh, double under with that frog. She was turning a double under for her partner while upside down. And we're hearing from the officials in the back that they will have to stop and do a re-jump. Oh, no. All right, quick little technical difficulty time. They will be going in for a re-jump later. As musicality is playing more and more of a role in our sport, we definitely need to make sure that the music is working to its full capacity.
Who's excited to see some wheel? I know I am. Competitors, just sit tight for 1 second, stay warm.
So while we're sorting out the audio issues, Devin, I've been talking a little bit about some of my favorite things about Wheel, loving the creativity, just all the kind of new things you can come up with. Just the way that the ropes move in terms of your arms alternating, there's really unique movements that you can do that are really unavailable in a single rope routine. So what are some of your favorite things about Wheel, and what do you expect to see today?
Well, just in general, Wheel, I think, is so mesmerizing. Even to those who don't know the intricacies of jump rope, they can still appreciate the way that Wheel looks. It just looks naturally impressive.
It's very flowy.
It is very flowy. It's something that I also enjoy. I do a lot of performance work now, and you could do a lot of really hard single rope tricks, but even most basic wheel tricks look cooler than really hard single rope tricks. Like wheel just looks cool, and so starting from there as the bottom, that's why I like the wheel event so much. And it wasn't an event actually when I started competing. When I started competing, I just did a couple wheel tricks within my pairs, but now to further explore it, they've made it its own event. And since then, the wheel difficulty level has just skyrocketed. A lot of the tricks that I saw during prelims, I never would have imagined were actually capable or doable or possible in wheel.
And if you are hearing us talk about this and you're like, what? Let's just explain a little bit about what wheel actually is. So at the most basic level, it's two people sharing two ropes. So let's say Devin and I are standing next to each other. I start off with my rope. He has his rope. We're going to switch our inside handles. So if Devin and I are next to each other, my left hand is up against his right hand. I'm going to switch my left handle into his right hand. He switches his right handle into my right hand. And now to make this work, we're going to be turning together. And basically, for me to jump a rope, I have to turn my right hand at the same time as Devin's right hand. So for me to successfully jump, Devin is an active part of that. So if I have a mistake, it's because I went too soon or too fast and not at the same time as Devin. It really takes the teamwork to kind of a whole nother level. And then for Devin to jump, I'm actually half turning his rope. He's turning the other half. So this one, it's one of those events where the mistakes can be really hard to get out of, and they're somewhat more likely just because, again, I'm no longer solely responsible for me jumping over the rope. Devin plays a really integral part of that, and vice versa. So, of course, we hope to see some really, really clean routines, but just understand how difficult it is to time that out for basic jumping, let alone the skills that you're going to see.
And if you're still not getting the visual from our explanation, on the AMJRF Instagram, we actually posted a little compilation of the junior division's wheel routines. So if you just want to see some advanced wheel tricks, some intro wheel tricks, a good mix of it all, 3 days ago, AMJRF posted a nice reel with a bunch of different highlights from this event. And that was from the junior division. The senior division is really just out of this world. All right, I'm going to go check the comments. Remember, at any moment, if you want to ask me or Mike some questions about jump rope in general, about today's event, just drop it in our live chat. Mike and I are going to be looking through here periodically when we got a chance to answer all your questions.
Issues that we have back here, so just sit
and
tight.
remember, you can
we
also
will be sure to
message
get
us
on
at
with this
AMJRF
Grand
on
Nationals.
Instagram. We'll be checking there as well, making sure we're getting all the platforms covered to answer all of your questions. And we're going to have a lot of fun doing so. What team do you think traveled the furthest to get here today? Do you know the answer to this?
That is a really good question. I'm trying to think of the teams that are competing at Grands. I know for prelims, we did have teams as far as San Francisco, teams as far as Seattle. It's probably Seattle. I know Kai Widmer, in his singles, he is from
come from Rain City, then you can go to the AM Giraffe table out in the lobby to get your raffle. Thank you.
Yeah, I know Kai Widmer from Seattle. He performed his single rope freestyle. That's probably one of the furthest jumpers.
Also, if you missed it, we actually broke a Guinness World Record. Well, we didn't, but somebody broke a Guinness World Record at AMJRF this year. If you did not see it before, we had a very special entry. She did not compete in person. We had a competitor, Annie Judas, who submitted a freestyle that was entered into the AMJRF competition, and she competed at 78 years young. 78 years young. She now has the world record for the oldest competitive jump rope athlete, which she actually had herself before. She's broken her previous record now, I think 3 times, they said. So if you're watching this and you are 80 and you're thinking about a world record, we'll see you next year. Or if you're watching this and you're 20, we'll see you in 60 years.
This really is a lifelong sport. We've seen really young jumpers. We had our youngest jumper, Nikhil from Kangaroo Kids, 11 years old, competing at Grands. But it's a lifelong sport. You can do this at any age. If you can stand up, hold a rope, and jump off the ground, that's all you need to be able to do. And what's great about the sport is we have other roles that you can fill, right? You can turn double Dutch. As long as you can hold onto ropes and just turn them in alternating circles, you can be part of a double Dutch group. So we really want to encourage you, all of you watching at home, to get active, start jumping, find some others, even just family members that you have, and try to start jumping with them.
We already are receiving some submissions about potential world record breaks. So, Buddy Howell, we hope to see you next year. All right.
Over on that side. Do you have the ticket? Hey,
August.
No, okay.
You want to talk on microphone really fast?
Sorry, I just told them to go that way. That's my fault. So they're going around. It's the little ones. Just working through a couple of technical issues over on this end. Again, we'll be looking forward to starting the wheel section really soon. Some other upcoming events happening right after wheel. We'll be going into the single rope team freestyle, similar type of event as our pairs, except we've got 4 people now on the floor. all jumping in unison, doing tricks together, but with some pretty unique opportunities for movement and interactions with 4 people now. So we'll see that after our wheel. And then one of the most exciting events to watch coming up shortly after that is our double dutches. So we've got a double dutch single event, we've got double dutch pairs, double dutch triad, which is 3 jumpers and 2 turners. And you're going to see, again, just similar to like wheel in terms of opportunities for creativity, you're going to see a lot of creativity. If you've ever done double dutch, you know there's so much that you can do. It's not just about the jumper and the rope, it's about what the turners can do, and sometimes turners and jumpers interacting together. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's one of my favorite events to watch. And like I said, we've got our double dutch 3, 4, and 5 person. We've also got triple unders coming up later in the day. And that's one of those events, as we mentioned, with 3-minute speed, where our top qualifiers, our top 6 scorers, do have the option to keep their score from prelims or to recompete. And so I believe that some of those athletes will be keeping their scores and others will be recompeting today. Not everyone will be taking the floor today. I know Devin is kind of moving around right now looking for some other athletes to interview. It's tough. Again, we mentioned a lot of these athletes are competing in multiple events. Some of the athletes are competing in every single event. I don't know if all 3 Ellis sisters are doing every event, but I know at least one of them is doing every single event. So it can be tough to find time during the day where they are able to breathe properly, right? If they just did an event that requires a lot of energy and strength, you know, as soon as they leave the floor, probably not the best time for an interview, but they've got to get ready for the next event, so there's not a lot of time in between. So athletes like that, we really want to respect their time and all the effort and energy that they've put into training to get here, and let them just focus on the competition. And we'll try to get speaking with them a little bit later in the day. But very exciting, we do have Devin back with Miranda, who has been in the sport for a long time. I've known her for a long time. She's awesome, and Devin is going to talk to her.
Yeah. So Miranda, will you tell everybody about where you're from and just a little bit about your experience with jump rope?
Hi, yeah, I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm a part of the Katy High Flyers, and this is my 20th year in the sport of jump rope.
I actually have a question as well. You're really fast. I think if you know jump rope, you know the name Miranda. She's been really fast. You've been really fast for a long time. I love speed myself, and I'm just interested how, number one, like, what is your training schedule like now? And then 2, just how have you been able to maintain those fast speeds like over so many years? That's really hard to do. You'll see jumpers come in and be really fast for a few years and then leave, but like you've been fast for a long time.
Yeah, so I actually retired in 2017, so this is my first year back since then. I do a lot of cross training as well as I think a lot of us here. I run every single day. I do body weight, free weight stuff, and I just jump rope a lot.
That's awesome. It's great hearing that athletes are doing cross training, because I think I can only speak for my team, but I know we have spent a lot of time really just working on like speed training specifically, freestyle training specifically, but not as much on like the body weight stuff, weightlifting. You were talking about, or Jenna was mentioning that she actually does weightlifting. I think that's a really important factor that may be overlooked by a lot of teams. So it's great to hear that you're running, you're cross training, all of that stuff. I'm going to give it back over to Devin.
Sure, and we're going to bring a couple athletes over and ask them this same question, and it is, what is the best advice your coach ever gave you?
All right, so I've had some pretty phenomenal coaches throughout my jump rope career, and they've all given me really excellent advice. I'd have to say probably the best advice I've ever gotten was to just leave it all out on the floor and then to pick yourself up and move on to the next thing if it doesn't go the way you want it to, because as we can see, it's pretty fast-paced here. You go from one event to the other, and if one thing goes bad, you have to just pick it up and move on and get ready for the next one, and so that's probably the best advice I've ever gotten.
That's really good. That's really good advice. I think you get to this stage, and you're on the stage, and it can be really hard to deal with the pressure. And then, like you said, if the event does not go really well, it can be hard to move on from that. But like, just like anything in life, you know, you're gonna stumble, you're gonna go through things that don't go the way you want to, and you just have to keep moving on. One of the things I've been so impressed watching the athletes do is like, they'll have a mistake at the beginning of 3-minute speed, and then they just go through the rest of it without a single mistake. Moving on from a mistake like that can be really hard. So I guess on that specific note, like, how do you move past a mistake that maybe happens right near the beginning of an event?
Oh my gosh. You just have to really power through. My favorite event is 30-second speed, and my best score in that event is 200, so 100 on 1 foot. Yeah, it's really fast. And so if you miss in the beginning, like your mind wants to tell you like it's over, you're not going to do well, but you have to push through the mental game and keep going. You have to say, no, I can still do this. I can still make it up. I can still go. And you just have to really try your best throughout the entire end until the beep and not give up.
That's awesome. That's really good advice. I think anyone watching at home, athletes, like really great advice, just good life advice. So thank you for talking with us. And yeah, we'll see you around. Thank you.
Next, we actually have Jesse Krim, another longtime competitor. He's been doing so much to help us with this tournament so far. So, Jesse, I'm going to have you come over here. I got a couple questions for you. First up, Jesse, come on over. First, tell everybody where you're from, how long you've been jumping. A little quick Jesse history.
Hey, everybody. I'm from Seattle, Washington, from the Hot Dog USA. I've been competing and jumping for about 20-something years.
That's right. And Jesse, what is the best advice a coach told you? And you've been jumping for a long time, so you've heard a lot of advice.
Yeah, so I have heard a lot of things. And something I saw recently, actually this week at the arena that we were jumping at, in the tunnel, the underground tunnel going onto the floor, was written the words, "Fight to the finish." And I think that that is perfect for all the jumpers. If you think about it, the weeks, the days before competition, you're working hard, you're fighting to get the top spot. And for me especially, during Double Dutch Speed, in those last few seconds when I'm dying, I'm just trying to fight to the finish. Yeah. So that's my advice. Always keep fighting, fight to the finish.
Thank you, Jesse. I think that's great advice. Thanks for chatting with us. All right, we'll let you get back to running everything behind the scenes right now. And thank you. That was fun. That's right. If you want to see pictures from our event this week, you can go to amjrf.com. They've got a whole photo gallery. So if you are here watching the stream supporting a jump roper from this week, go ahead and look at some pictures of them or even get one to keep. There are literally thousands, so anybody who's here, there will be plenty of pictures to choose from. It sounds like the music is here. It sounds like we're getting some momentum going. All right, we're still getting things set up. We left off at Wheel Freestyle. If you're just tuning in, Wheel Freestyle is our event where two jump ropers share a rope. We just had a little technical difficulty, but we are getting back on track and we're excited to get started. I'm actually here right now with a good friend of mine. Do you want to introduce yourself and let them know how long you've been jumping and kind of how you've been involved with the sport?
Yeah, so my name's Matt Scoville. I've been jump roping for about 20 years. And
Matt, we are going to ask you a ton of questions, but since we are back, we're going to watch this wheel routine, and then as soon as we have our next break, we'll get right back to you. Thanks, Matt.
Wait 1 second.
And we are waiting once again. Oh, no. All right. They've got the support of the entire audience now. I think they've been through enough waiting. All right, we've got Madison and Lauren from the Summer Wind Skippers for what is their third attempt at starting this routine.
We're all good this time, I promise. Here we go.
All right. They've got it now. Solid start. Now, wheel is really interesting and hard to judge. See how they're each doing tricks, sometimes together, sometimes separately. they're judged separately. So the tricks happening on the right side are different than the tricks on the left. And that was such a, oh! That was giving them a tricky time earlier too. They just made it through. An interesting scoop. I don't really know how that worked. It looked like they switched a handle or something. Some splits going on. Whoa, nice multiples. That can be a really tricky one to time out. 2 jumpers in 1 rope. Mick, oh, caught right on the handle. Great job, ladies. Keep killing it, keep killing it. There you go, a little direction change. That looked so steez. Oh, nice power skills. Just like our other events, you need to get in some power skills, some wraps, some multiples. Despite the challenge of having 2 people connected, way to go! Great job, ladies. A really solid showing, a really solid showing.
That was definitely worth the wait. Thank you.
And there we see Jessie on stage, fighting to the finish.
We have from Zero Gravity, Brooke and Allison.
Brooke and Allison from Zero Gravity. Zero Gravity, I mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again, started from a lot of performance jump ropers before they were involved with competition team. So you see a lot of that in the way that they jump. Oftentimes it's going to be to a beat. They'll have some very clear counts, and it helps them stay together.
Sorry, ladies. All right. Let's see that pose one more time. All right, here we go. Good luck.
And they're off. A nice direction. Whoa, a little risky release, but interesting how that played out. Already we saw some pretty creative moves. A BC wrap. Oh my goodness. Yes. Very nice job. You heard the crowd on that one. Wonderful AS. Oh, she's got to untangle. She's got it though, she's got it, and she's back into it right now. A little buddy scoop action, reaching over the shoulder into this Kruger wrap. Scooping in the middle, direction change to get out of the wrap. Very technical stills. TS, cross behind the back. Oh, like half a TS. There's that power skill. You got to get those requirements in, even though it's wheeled. There's the power, and they made it to the other side. Now a little bit of double unders. Solid crossing skills. A slam dunk in wheel. Never even thought I would see anything like that. Oh, backward TS. Oh, so technical. So many creative releases. It was really fun to watch. Way to go, girls. Way to go, girls.
About this wheel event is that both the ropes are connected, so they got to make sure they stay in sync and they can do a ton of cool tricks with both their ropes connected.
Up next is, that looks like Alex
All right, this is
and
going to be
Haley
33
from
from Proform Airborne, Alex and Haley.
Now they've done this routine a bunch of times at school shows all over Utah when they were working to promote the sport and create interest for workshops out there. These girls are super talented, excited to see what they've got in store for us.
All right, and here we go.
And here they go, fun music. Oh, really fast paced, so technical with the AS. Oh my gosh, behind the head is, this is so complicated. That release was definitely intentional. Beautiful aerials moving in. Oh, just a little bit of a tangle situation going on. Pretty common in this wheel event. What? AS. They're like breaking wheel rules, but it's working out. I love how that multiple came out of that behind the head stall. Nice, another release. We've seen a lot of releases in wheel. Oh, flipping together. Sometimes, nice little butt jump there. It can be kind of scary to flip in wheel because you have to be so close to your partner and you're connected. So hopefully one of you doesn't go, wow, that was different. That was a crossing skill I hadn't seen before. Way to go, getting out of that wrap, super smooth. Oh, the alternating doubles. One of them was doing doubles while the other one was jumping super fast singles. Way to go, ladies.
Awesome job, ladies.
fantastic showing of a really technical routine.
Next up is going to be heat 34. We have the YMCA Super Skippers. This is Megan and Camille.
All right, we've got Super Skippers, Megan and Camille. We saw these two compete their pairs freestyle together. They had a really great wheel in prelims, a miss or two here or there, but still so solid. So really hoping for a clean routine. You see the opening pose looking like a star. Love it.
All right, here we go.
Nice leg over wrap.
All right,
One-handed
ladies,
frog
go
on the
ahead
other
and stop for me
side.
for 1 second.
Sorry about that, folks. We're having some issues with the audio here for these wheel routines. So seeing some great dancing from Megan over there. Multi-talented. So far, we haven't seen a lot of great dancing from our athletes, but Megan's got it. Bring in the heat. All right, so they're up there. They're ready. Get this music sorted out and,
All right,
and get going
ladies,
again.
I'm so sorry about that. All right, are you all set? Here we go.
Okay, here we go. All right, so we got that leg over wrap with the one-handed frog, really nice. Great transition out of that. Some doubles, little catch there. Oh, nice TS in the doubles. Almost caught, but she pulled out of it. Great BC into an AS, and they switched places during that BC. Double under push up. Into a caboose thing. Little caught there, but nice. Nice release. Another release.
So many insane releases happening. Nice.
Good front walkover.
Super smooth coming out of
One-handed frog from both of them. A C. I haven't seen many CLs in wheel. That was good. Hard trick. That was good. Elephant. I love that. Double under elephant and wheel. I've never seen that. Okay, nice. Couple little misses. It's really hard to pull off a clean and technically difficult routine.
Next up,
I
we're
love
going
that double
into
under
heat
elephant and wheel.
35. We have the centripetal forces, Mackenzie and
That was
Riley.
just a really excellent routine. This is centripetal forces. You got Kenzie and Riley. They've been killing it so far. They got second at prelims. Excited to see what they can pull off now. Someone said, oh, Aaron Weingrab, what's up? Good to see you. Right now we're reading the chat on the YouTube. Someone says, jump rope takes up so much more time compared to other sports. Now, they're asking if we would cut events. Colin, I agree but disagree. If you are comparing it to sports
All right,
like a
ladies,
soccer
are you
game,
ready?
no. But if you're comparing it to sports
Let's
like a
do it.
gymnastics meet or maybe a swim meet, it might actually be faster. Uh-oh. Got a tough spot right at the beginning. And they're back into it. Starting off with multiples, looking really strong. Oh, that can be a tricky one to pull off when it goes one to the other.
Nice.
Stopping one rope, keeping the other one going. Oh. Getting that communication happening so they leap off of the same spot. Oh, the Mick fell apart a little bit, but they're back at it. Got the round off going on. And nice little X. Oh, they untangled somehow. That was interesting. An AS and wheel. That crossed my knees so hard because you don't have the control. Oh, I love that. The way that like spin happens over the head, I've never seen that.
That leg over wrap, but they switch places into a toad.
Oh.
Nice. So that one-handed frog from Kenzie pulled the double under Riley. Real power. That looks really smooth.
He's getting a lot of tricks in
Nice
there.
PC.
Oh. And they got out of it. Impressive they could see that one while doing that cartwheel. And they catch. Great job.
ladies.
A couple things that put them behind. I feel like they had a little more at the end of the routine, but the stuff they got was nice. I love that over the head action they were doing. I love the the wraps and the switches that they had going on. They really just had a great routine.
Okay, this was one of the most impressive, most technically difficult routines from prelims. They led this field almost double the score of the second place finishers. Really, really good routine, but again, so hard to get through these routines when you're sharing a rope with somebody else. So really hope they can hit it just for everyone to be able to see what they can do.
All right. They just got the clearance to get started.
Here we go.
That music is going to kick in, and here they go. Oh, starting off with a floater on both sides.
Really nice crossing. Oh. Backwards, yes, it's so tough. They're going to reset, get back into it.
And here they go. Oh, looked like a little miscommunication on the start there. Getting right back into it. The pace of their wheel is also just so fast.
That was cool. TS into a leg wrap thing. AS. It's hard to
do. They are just moving so quickly. It looked like a Kruger and then an open exit to the front on the left while some power was happening to the right.
It was. We also saw an AS to a one-handed frog.
Oh! Kruger having multiples. I ain't never. There they go. Kruger to Kruger and wheel.
Yeah.
That's so hard to do in single rope. Timing that perfectly with somebody else is nearly impossible. Oh, little group scoop. Really clever way to get out of that one. Oh, got tangled up in there. A couple really big hitting tricks. That Kruger wrap multiple stood out a lot to me. That initial floater stood out a lot to me, of course.
Yeah, again, really technically difficult routine. A lot of misses, but super, super difficult. We're going to move to the male division of wheel. Got some younger Comet jumpers up here. We're going to start with, this is Ethan and August from Comet Skippers.
We are now moving into our male division. All right, boys, here we go.
Definitely for these younger jumpers, it's great to just have the experience of being on the stage, just in terms of their competitive development, to have that so young and kind of deal with some of the initial nerves. Regardless of how it goes, you come back the next year or the year after and you're that much more prepared. We are seeing some misses, but they're going through it, getting back into it.
They're recovering really fast for such a young group. A lot of those skills that we were talking about before, where it's just like reactionary recovery, is developed over time. It's not something that you can just teach to somebody. So seeing really refined recoveries is pretty rare for kids at this age.
Nice scoop there.
And a lovely finish. A bunch of good tricks in there. It's a good showing for the boys. It's awesome that they made it here.
We are now moving right into Heat 38. We have from the Comet Skippers, Dylan and Eric.
Another set of Comet Skippers. You know, before, Mike had mentioned that we used to call these guys the young Comet Skippers last time we saw them in person. And even then, they were known for their just creative and next level wheel skills. And now they had 3 years of development, and here we are. And I do remember that their music is a bit of a different taste than maybe the rest of them. Also, Ethan said, do you feel nostalgic about your ropes? Absolutely. I feel like we'll talk about that more in a little bit, but I definitely want to get to all those questions. The little playground slide just started off to the tune of Elmo's World. And here comes some really tricky moves. Whoa. I like the way the kick went out there. So far, it's looking really controlled. Oh. A solid release into the power skills. Oh, almost caught the hair, but he made it through. Awesome Annium wheel. Oh, that one can be really tough. The BC got him, though. And behind the back tail. Whoa!
That was nice.
Nice. One-handed Sunny D in wheel. Really high-level trick. I've seen that in single rope, but that was really well done in wheel. I have not seen that. Oh. And splat to finish. Way to go, gentlemen. And the Comet Skipper's signature sitting down after their routine.
Now going to heat 39, we have the Kangaroo Kids, Sam and Foster.
All right, talking about ropes. I think there's certain like ropes I have at home that are really old and I wouldn't really use them anymore. But like one of them I used in a show, the Macy's Parade, which a lot of jumpers here have used. Like I saved that rope. That one was pretty special to me. Do you have yours?
I had to learn to not get too attached to my ropes because I have a tendency of losing them. And as long as I can have my Heartbeats colors, black, white, green, and orange, then I'm good. But all my ropes will last usually for 5 or 6 years.
And those beaded ropes last forever. Well, now we got Sam and Foster with 2 beaded ropes right here. Starting off their wheel routine really, whoa, somebody had to switch handles there, and it was so smooth I didn't even see when it happened. All right, here they go. Continuing with really technical combo. Oh, they both had to clear the rope at the same time. Really tough to do with these tiny ropes. Another TS double clearance. Oh. Wait, well, that was really cool. I don't know what happened. Triple unders. Nice, they glided through that combo. Catching in the push-up with the kip. Oh, yeah, that looked good. Frog together, pull it, guys. Oh, way to get under you. Resetting, and they're moving. Oh, but the floater got him. Super clean. I like the over-the-head action. You don't really see a lot of that. Nice! The finish with so snappy. That's what I was talking about before. I like the snappy finish with the music.
Good job, boys. We are now moving on to heat 40. Let's give a big round of applause for Jumping All-Stars, Austin and Zach.
All right, we got the guys from the Jumpin' All-Stars, Austin and Zach. It also really helps to have a partner that is close to you in height. And both these guys are really tall, so it's great that they have each other to make these routines. Oh. So clean and well rehearsed so far. Oh, right. Got the one and then the other for the push-up of the frog. The timing was so... Huh? Yo!
That whole sequence was really nice.
That just flowed so nicely, and it looked so cool. Some really hard multiples. Oh, it looks like they were going a little too quick for the feet. There we go, some double unders, nice and smooth. Really solid separation of the ropes. A toad switch. Underrated trick right there. Oh my. Somebody switch handles at some point. Again, I keep missing that. And they're spinning about. I like the one facing each way dynamic they had going on there. And oh, that handle switch. You know, that's what. Oh, I love that worked out. Okay. Now they got the toad switch place. More quads. Hey! Way to go, guys.
Well done. A big round of applause for them. We are now moving on to Heat 41. We have Proform Airborne, Patrick, and Preston. Give them a hand.
All right, now these guys at prelims had a super difficult routine but did not make a lot of their tricks. So I'm hoping that this time around they have a second chance. They use it to just smash some crazy tricks. Oh, the moves. Oh, synced up. All right, we just got the clearance to go. They're gonna go ahead and get started.
We go.
I'm loving the one purple, one blue. Oh!
Nice recovery.
Oh! Front punches made it a little more difficult by a bobble they had beforehand, but everyone
Nice
lived.
Sunny D and wheel. Little tangle on the push-up.
Uh-oh. A little miscommunication there, but they're moving right through it. Just some behind-the-back skills. A nice release, backflip with the scoop. Nice front handspring. Turning the ropes around. And they're off. Oh, looks like the timing is a little off there. That's the tricky part of wheel. If you are not on the exact same count, it is not going to work. Oh, the cross. Oh, there we go. That is more like it. Way to go, guys.
Nice little sequence to end things off. I love crosses where each jumper is doing a different cross and one is turning around. Really intricate and hard to do. We did see some misses in there. This is actually going to be our final entry for the male division, and they had a great routine in prelims. Oh my gosh. So we'll see if they can hit it. We just need them to hit this routine. A really awesome routine. Also, just super nice guys. Talking to them this week, they're just really, really nice. You can tell that they love being in the sport. I think everyone here does. But they're just really nice and taking the time out of their day to talk. Love the music choice. Starting off with some synchronized toads. Nice EB with leg over. Really set to the music. Beautiful aerial. An intricate cross there, but little miss. They're going to get reset and just keep going from there. Nice AS with that double under.
I can't believe they could do that without any prep jump.
Yeah, just straight into it. Nice front flip.
It's so dynamic too. You see how they move to one side and back, just so fluid. Really, you don't see that a ton with wheel routines. People generally kind of stick it out in one spot, but these guys can move around. Here comes the communication, and they're together once again. Oh.
This was one of our favorite combos from prelims. Really hoping they got that one. But they're going to keep going. Nice turn with an under the leg cross. Nice triple.
Starting with a cross, too.
All right. Again, great routine with a lot of stuff in it, a lot of really technically difficult stuff and choreographed to the music, but those misses are going to really hurt just about every group that went out and had misses. So that's another one. It's hard to call who's going to win that one just because all the groups really had at least a couple misses. We're going to move on to our mixed division for wheel. This is going to be our last division. Yep. And so we're going to start off with Indy Air Bears, Bria, and Blake.
All right, and here we go. Good luck.
Nice Sunny D from Bria. Really cool wrap from Blake over there. Nice assisted aerial.
Yeah. came out of that out of nowhere. Super smooth. Good multiples. Oh, that can be a hard one to keep up with, but they nailed it. Uh-oh, a little miscommunication. But they're right back at it. This team is generally super consistent. Oh, wow, yeah. Uh-oh.
All right, they're back. Nice little helicopter scoop under Bria's aerial. And getting it back together. Nice AS with Blake turning around. Bria hitting that AS, good. And some partner scoop kamikazes. We did lose the rope on that kamikaze. And the finish. Really solid skills in there, just having some misses. Okay, bringing on another one of our younger groups here. Got Emily and Kyle. We saw Kyle compete earlier in 3-minute speed and I think also 30-second speed. So Kyle is definitely an up-and-comer. It's definitely someone to watch. As well as Emily. Emily's been having a great week. I know she's in a couple of events on the grand stage. So just really great to see that younger generation coming up, and clearly with the Comet Skippers, they have great mentors and great coaches to pass on all that knowledge.
Guys, here we go. Good luck.
Personally, I think Kyle has also been an outstanding performer. We're going to see that right now. So much personality in a routine, which can be especially hard to do in something like wheel, where you need that constant focus. Oh, I like the pace change of that. Really added to that. All right, they got the handles in order, and they are cruising away. Some more crosses, flipping all the way around. Nice. Whoa. Killing it with the multiples. Nice. Bringing the ropes together and separating it like that can be super hard to pull off, but they did it so flawlessly, you wouldn't even know. Yeah! With the dramatic finish, you can hear the crowd going crazy. They loved it. They loved it. Awesome job, Comet Skippers.
Thank you, Comets. We are now moving right on into heat 45. This is going to be the Heartbeats. Ben and
All right, we got the Heartbeats coming back.
Talked to these jumpers earlier. This is their first time at this competition. First time actually ever competing wheel. This is an event that's unique to AMJRF and IJRU. And they had a great routine in prelims. We'll see if they can hit it clean or close to. Nice little TJ in there, synchronized. Nice floater, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That was great.
Really hard tricks packed in between some of these.
Inverse toad, I love seeing that in wheel.
They're also going really fast once again. Nice.
Catch that, let's go.
Right into the wheel. They are doing such a good job right now. Keep it up, keep it up. They got the frog together. Oh, that looks so easy for them.
Great scoop as Emily turned around in the back. Nice.
Hey, nobody's doing that. I love that back stall. It looks so different and creative. And that kind of stuff will wake judges up to you too. Oh my gosh, that looks so clean. Their ropes are not super long either, which doesn't leave a lot of room for error. Whoa.
Oh, that was cool. Let's go! All right. Thank you. This is what we need to see. I think that's the first clean wheel routine that we've seen all day.
46, we have Proform Airborne. This is Seth and Annalie.
That was a hard routine and it was clean. Oh, I'm proud of them.
That was great. Heartbeats, thank y'all. We needed that. That was a great routine. Way to go. Coming up next, another amazing routine that we saw from prelims. This is Seth and Anna Lee. Really solid. We've seen a lot from Proform. They're so strong, so consistently powerful, flexible, creative. So we'll see what they've got in their wheel.
We'll start with the cross, starting with the double under. Whoa! 360 with a TJ. So hard to coordinate that.
Oh, that was a great.
Oh! That was an absurd combo.
Haven't seen EB Toad much in wheel. Like the handsprings.
Wow, I cannot believe they made it through all that power. So well timed. Okay. Oh.
Really great so far. Just that miss. They're back into it.
The wheel and the wrap going around the wheel. Okay, this routine was jam-packed. I like the little over-the-shoulder release. Very stylish. A double under. Catching into the turn. What? A 360 with the one-handed frog. Nice kip. Bringing it all together. Oh, don't stop now. Nice mix. Oh, good catch.
Nice, guys. Backwards AS. Was that AS or CL?
Yelled at me, and it is. What a crazy connection to keep it moving. Okay, a lot of stuff in there. A couple of little things here and there that didn't work out, but so much it did work. I think that is going to be reflected.
That was a jam-packed routine. So much great stuff. I thought it was a backward AS, but if you're seeing CL, I'm going to trust that. There's so much happening so fast. Again, this has got to be so hard to judge.
Things about judging wheel is you're judging each jumper separately on the skills that they're doing. So the jumper on the left might not be doing a skill, but the jumper on the right might be doing a hard one, or even more difficult to judge, they're doing two totally separate, different level skills.
We've got Jacob and Sarah from Hot Shots of Tennessee. They've had a really strong prelims as well. Right back into it. Really tough to do those multiples. Love AS.
Solid double under with that frog. Oh, big floater, double floater. They're turning around. Oh my gosh. Boss cross.
Boss cross, that's a double cross from Jacob.
Crossing more than 1 degree. And wheel is just bananas. Yes, with the cross on the other side. So smooth. They're going
so fast.
Oh!
What was that? I don't know what that was.
Hey, I like that one. Running around to that one-handed frog.
Great movement around each other, a lot of rotating.
Oh, save it. They're set up with the big trick. Oh!
That's such a good routine. I know we saw some misses in there, but dang, like the creativity. I really liked the movement around each other, a lot of like switching places as they rotated and moved on the floor.
Yep. Now we've got centripetal forces again. Another wheel routine that was done at shows at some schools in Utah, a whole bunch of them. And it was so consistent, yet so difficult. And I'm hoping that consistency remains. There are a couple tricks in this one that I don't think anybody else has ever done. Just like many of the routines we saw today, honestly. Okay, already the cross version of that. A beautiful front walkover, pulling it out of the AS. They made it through. And they're back at it. Oh, an aerial. They both got to clear the rope. Going into this toad.
Great multiples.
Yeah!
Oh, cool. Nice caboose from Ella. Getting going.
Getting the rope going on that sideways axis. A little over the head action into those spins. That is just really different. Beautiful floater. Whoa, fast-paced scoop. Just got to be so quick.
Oh, great.
And the backflip in the wheel. That just floats so nicely. A lot of times, big flips like that, they like really got to set it up. But that one was just right out of the combo.
Oh, there's a little go-go. Crossing the body twice. Ooh. Oh, nice.
Yeah! Way to go, you two. Once again, another like high risk routine. There's so many little things that have to go right.
So we need all those competitors to meet backstage.
We made it all the way to the Wheel Awards.
Devin, that last routine was so wild. I don't even know what to say. Some stuff just happens so fast it really catches you off guard. Like you said, very little setup for that back tuck. That's so good. We are going to move into our Wheel Awards. So all of the routines that you just saw, those athletes are going to come up on stage, and we're going to see who the top 3 are.
In the meantime, let's address a couple more comments in here. Mike is the best. All right. Somebody's asking about the separate male, female, and mixed events. One of the things that we're doing to get our sport recognized in the Olympics is trying to model our sport off of many other sports that have already made it, right? And following the guidelines put forth by the IOC can help us achieve that goal. We try to closely follow the guidelines that they produce, but we are open to discussions. Actually, that's something Mike and I discussed earlier this week, was whether or not like double Dutch speed, where natural differences in the body might not make so much of a difference. There are definitely some events that we could see more of a everybody within the same category. Someone says, what is a memorable moment for when a routine hit a skill or presentation element in time with the music? Do you have any?
That's a good question. So this was Ethan Angold from Foothill Forest out in La Cañada, California, asking if we can think of any memorable moments where routines or combos really matched well with the music. I'm going to have to think about kind of historical routines, but I've seen a lot of them here this week. Jonathan with his single rope routine, definitely hitting a lot of that stuff on the beat. A lot of the single rope routines really made an effort, you could tell, to choreograph. So no real specific moment is jumping out now, but just this entire week we've noticed athletes making a really strong effort to choreograph their routines, where in the past that hasn't always been the case with our U.S. jumpers.
Wheel freestyle, we have Zero Gravity, Brooke and Allison.
Okay, Zero Gravity moving up from 5th place in prelims, coming into 3rd place for that wheel routine. Great job. They had a really good routine. Yeah, strong routine and maybe one miss.
Pro Form Airborne, we have Alex and Haley.
Okay, Alex and Haley was 2nd. Moving up from 4th.
And our Grand National Champions for Wheel Freestyle for the female division from the YMCA Super Skippers, Megan and Camille.
All right, Megan and Camille, 3rd place in prelims, 1st place today. Great routine. Again, this was a tough one. We saw misses across almost all the routines, so that routine, that was a great routine.
I think it might have been Megan's dance moves that carried them to victory.
All right, awesome job.
Well, we may never know.
Thank you.
But on that routine, it was so good. Loved all those routines.
And now we're moving on to the male wheel pair freestyle. So if the males can come out when they're ready.
Okay, moving into the male division for these wheel freestyle routines. See how these results come out.
This is another fun event where we had a couple jumpers from the junior division, some pretty young jumpers that made it all the way to Grands, which is really exciting.
All right, in 3rd place, we have Pro Form Airborne, Patrick and Preston.
That's Patrick and Preston in 3rd. Congrats, guys. They had some wild and ambitious tricks in that one.
And in 2nd place, we have from the Common Skippers, Dylan and Eric.
Wow. Then Dylan and Eric.
And our Grand National
Dylan and Eric got fifth. Almost the second to last qualifying spots, but made it to second. And the Jumpin' All-Stars take it. Way to go, boys. You guys have crushed it. They had third place in the prelims, so they really turned it around right here for that first place. Way to go, guys. A lot of hard work, and it showed.
And moving on to our mixed division for wheel.
And the mixed wheel division, that's the last group we just watched. One male and one female.
All right, in third place for wheel freestyle for the mixed division, we have from the Hot Shots, Sarah and Jacob.
Sarah and Jacob. Nice work.
And in second place from the Heartbeats, we have Ben and Emily.
In second place, Ben and Emily from the Heartbeats. They did not medal in the prelims, so it was awesome that they made it to second now.
And our Grand National Champions from Centripetal Forces, Seth and Ella.
And in first place from Centripetal Forces, Seth and Ella, they say. Excellent work. That was a crazy routine. A very well-deserved
Awesome
first
job,
place.
guys. Congratulations.
But so many of those routines were good. That was a tough one to pick from. What event do we have next today?
All right,
That is a great question.
To start our single rope team freestyle event. So if you guys were here for our pairs event, it's just like that, but with two of them out there. So it's really cool. There's going to be 4 jumpers, all with their single ropes, doing the same routine. This one's an awesome event because they choreograph this routine to music.
So yes, now we're going to be moving into our single rope team freestyle.
We're going to be going right into heat 49. We're going to have the YMCA Super Skippers out.
I'll go talk to Kama. Okay, and we're just going straight into it. We're going to start our single rope team freestyle. As was mentioned by the announcers, this is a 4-person event.
YMCA Super Skippers, Madison, Anya, Madeline, and Allison.
And we've got the YMCA Super Skippers, Madison, Madeline, Anya, and Allison. Really interesting. These guys competed in the junior division and actually left after the competition was over. They had to get back home and found out later that they qualified for Grands. So they had to book a flight back and get back in time for Grands. So for any junior division athlete or team to qualify for Grands is a huge, huge deal because those seniors bring it. Okay, floaters from all 4, they all caught them.
A really incredible start. They're so together. The tricks are difficult. Hit this Traveler. Oh, with the double under. Nice work. These ladies are just killing it so far. I was so excited watching them the first time. Oh, and a little, oh, it's tricky to get that one through. Uh-oh, a little tangle. But they are getting back into a quick communication. And here they go. And they are all together. Nice little manipulation sequence with the multiple. And they all got it. Nice, love it when that happens. Solid round-offs.
Doing great, really impressive from these young jumpers. Little leapfrog at the end. Nice. Again, super impressive routine. So impressive to even be on the stage competing against these seniors who are just so, so strong. So again, if you didn't catch it the first time, they actually left after prelims, not thinking they had a chance to make it in, and just squeezed in to compete for Grands. So great job making that stage. All right, up next we have Indy Air Bears, and they're going to show us some really great jumping in this 4-person single rope.
All right, ladies, here we go.
This is another younger team. I'm not sure if they competed as juniors or seniors. Might have to check that.
Oh, a phenomenal start already. Indy Air Bears, another team with a lot of show experience, and that really goes a long way in helping jumpers stay together. Already we're seeing a lot more difficult tricks than what we saw in the last group, and they got it. Nice round off TJ there. Stay together with this power. Way to go, ladies. Oh, waterfall frog with switch crosses. Really hard to connect those. I just really like the way this routine looks. Team Freestyle is one of my favorite events, and this is why. There's just limitless things you can do with all the movement, with all the tricks. Oh, nice. Oh, smooth wrap. Oh, now they got it. They're all together. Haha, loved it. Yeah! We got a snappy ending. See how together they were? They were spot on. Spot on.
We are moving
Oh,
on to Heat
these team
51.
freestyles are so
This is gonna
good.
be
Just jumping. Once again,
Oakland,
another.
Alyssa, and
You'll notice that
Catherine.
all the teams that are made into Team Freestyle have some extensive show background. A lot of them do shows at schools. A lot of them do shows, halftime shows. I know Just Jumpin' does a lot of different types of performances. Their shirts say win, 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 which is actually Patrice Wynn is their head coach. Nice little pun there. Oh, to the music. Hey, so together. Oh, now they got it, now they got it. A little group scoop. Aha, nice. Get this, get this, get this. Yes. All the way through the Traveler. Little Toad wrap, going to that Kruger wrap. Bring it around. Nice. They were doing a whole lot with the formations too. Nice, Frog. Checking in with each other to make sure that timing stays great. Whoa! Explosive energy with that one. Moving as a unit. Ah, I like that one. And a waterfall entry, keeping it in time with the music. Oh! What a fun ending. It was a really well choreographed routine. There's a lot of like hits with the music.
Is your ticket in? Tickets will not be sold at the door, so bring those gold wristbands. Next up is going to be Heat 52. We have Zero Gravity. This is Kylie, Allison, Brooke, and Cassidy.
All right, Zero Gravity, once again, another team with show background. I'm telling you, that's what's carrying these team freestyles.
All right, ladies.
I know these
here we
ladies have
go.
been jumping together for years now. Here we go. Whoa. Really advanced sequence to start it off. Did you see how clean that overhead was? You saw, like, so snappy and together. Oh my gosh, AS to push up is such a risky trick. If you miss that one, like I said, handles are gone. And every trick is 4 times as likely to miss in this one. Maybe even more. A little floater to the side. I really am liking all the scoops we're seeing like this. Oh, get this Traveler, get the Traveler, nice. Good scoops, good communication. Watch them stay together. Oh, double unders. 2 revolutions with it. All right. Uh-oh, got a knot in the rope. Oh, that's going to cause some difficulty back there. The rope is going to be way shorter than before. Get it, get it, get it. Oh, no, it's not stopping her, though. Way to adapt. Oh, I love that part. Yeah! And the big scoop at the end. I really, really loved it when they utilized all 4 people. That's one part about a team freestyle that is underutilized. You see, there are 4 of you on the floor, and not everybody wants to see it like 2 pairs routines or 4 single rope routines. It's a team freestyle. There should be some tricks that involve all 4 of you. That's what makes it such an exciting event, and they just nailed that with that last part there. All right, another team with extensive performance background. I know they performed at halftime shows at University of Maryland, in parades, at schools, tons of community events. Let's get a Kangaroo Kids. With the music, a nice little switch cross. Looking so smooth already. Great work, ladies. Oh my goodness. Looking identical from the side. You can see the ropes so perfectly timed. Great under the leg action. Good scoop, good scoop. Behind the back, they can't even see where they're going with it. Nice. Looks like they're setting up for something. Oh, more power. No mistakes. Keep it up, ladies. Oh my God, this looks like perfect. Oh, get this, get this. One in front, one in back. Oh, nice. Threading right through the middle. Some backward business. Scoop and scoop. Yes, all the way around. So clean so far. They are doing so good. Oh, backward fast scoops, and she did it. Yes. Oh, another one. Oh my gosh. Apologies for my screaming. I am so excited for them right now. TJ, they hit it. Yes, a clean routine. A clean team freestyle. That was so good. Oh my gosh. I hope nobody was wearing headphones because I would have just screamed your ear off.
Awesome job. We are moving right along to Heat 54. This is the YMCA Super Skippers.
Full of travelers. I cannot wait to see how that one scores. They did so good. They should be so proud of that. All right. Up next, the Super Skippers. Now, this is a real powerhouse team. They all have competed at an international level. The tricks that they pull out here are super high level. If they can hit all of this, it will be absurd.
All right, ladies, here we go.
Here they go. Starting with TS quad and then humming. Oh!
So together right now. Nice aerial.
Nice.
Backward TJ to an EB. Double frog.
This is so advanced for a team freestyle. Maybe some of the hardest tricks I've seen. Definitely the hardest tricks we've seen in team freestyle
One-handed
today.
frog to double under frog. Okay, nice scoop getting that back. All right, getting back together. Really tough, that multiple into that leg cross sequence. Quad tummy tuck. Frog AS double. Nice triples.
Oh! Nice scoops, a little. Oh! All right.
Nice.
Way to go, Super Skippers. Some really hard tricks in there. We saw that opening multiple sequence was really high levels for just a single rope routine. And like I said before, when you have a team freestyle, it's 4 times as likely there's going to be a mistake. Plus the chances of you trying to match everybody else and how that might factor in. So.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Like, we did see some misses, but nothing that really stopped the flow of the routine. So hard, so difficult to do skills that difficult in a team free, as Devin said. That's it for our female teams, I believe, competing this event. And now we're going to the mixed. Is that correct? I'm just going to double check that. Okay, yeah, so we are going to move. That was the female division. We are going to move to mixed. Yeah, mixed single rope team freestyles. So we've got 2 Heartbeats groups in there. We've got Comet Skippers, Pro Forms, some Triple to Forces, and Indie Air Bears. Some really strong routines, if I remember from prelims. And, you know, yeah, really, really hard to pull these routines together without any misses. So coming to the floor first, we have Heartbeats.
Number 55. This is our first team freestyle in the mixed
This is-
division. We have from the Heartbeats, Izzy, Kelsey, Ben, and Hannah.
All right, we just got clearance to go. They're going to go ahead and get started here.
And we are good to go.
This
Good
was a
luck.
great routine at prelims. Excited to see them pull it out again. Strong multiples to start. Everyone
Nice.
got the mic. Oh, I love when that happens. Okay, okay. Nice formation. Oh! Made for an interesting visual up front. I like really intentional style choices with the formation. Oh, nice. Double underscoop. Hey, there's that every rope moving action. Oh, there we go. Let's communicate. You got it. There it is. More multiples. They are just cranking out the multiples as a group. Oh, I like that. Solid little toad exit there. Hey, yeah.
Really on beat right now. A lot of good movement, formation changes. Nice traveler at the end.
Nice work. And you could see them all adjusting to each other. It was a sign of good teamwork and a lot of experience in group events. Not everybody operates like that. There could be some really, really good single rope jumpers that cannot perform well on a team freestyle. And you could see right there that they had the experience to make it happen.
And we're good to go. Good luck.
Another Heartbeats crew, starting off with some strong multiples. Whoa, fast switch cross there. Ah, I like how they were turning too. They are really dynamic with it. The pace is so fast for these tricks. You'll see a lot of groups generally will take their time so they can stick together a bit better. Oh, get it, get it, get it, yes! Oh, all right, all right. Oh, what? And another traveler. Yes. Now I feel like I see a lot of team show inspiration. The Heartbeats are a team that has spent countless hours on team shows. A lot of extra practice in that regard. And you can see that show up in the way that they make really intentional formations, really intentional music choices. Oh, and they stay together really well like that frog. Aha. I like the way that was choreographed. That's what I'm talking about. Wow. Perfect ending together as well.
Awesome job, guys.
The Heartbeats are just killing it today in the musicality standpoint.
And on to heat number 57 from the Indy Air Bears.
Yes, the Indy Air Bears.
Sophia and Owen.
Mike, I have really been enjoying watching this crew.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to know them before this week, and watching them perform has been really special.
Yeah.
Just a really consistent group too. They have had, I think, across the board, some of the cleanest routines across all of the teams.
Yeah, I know at least one of the guys on stage was part of the pairs routine that was completely clean, and I think ended up with a top 3 finish. So really excited to see what they can bring. Always just really smooth. Those beaded ropes looking really nice against the backdrop.
All right, here we go. Good luck.
All right, here we go. Nice little traveler. Got a little rope tangle and right back into the multiples. There we go. Nice toad wrap.
Good timing. Wraps are really hard to do together because there isn't like clear beats like most jumps. So they're doing a really good job staying on time. Oh, no, a little crash there. One of
There
the
we go.
challenges of a 4-person routine, sharing that space with 3 other people swinging the ropes with you.
Nice TS into a wrap sequence. Leg over wrap. Good. Frog double under push up press to frog.
Direction change altogether. I like that trick a lot. Really stylish way to keep it moving. Excellent work, Indy Air Bears.
Good job, you guys. And on to heat number 58 from Centripetal Forces, Seth McKenzie, Ryan,
And now Centripetal
Ella.
Forces is back. They have just been slaying today. That's really the best verb. I really like the way they start this routine too. It's just different, you know? Anything that is different, even if it's not super hard, I think it's gonna give you an advantage because
All right,
when the
here we
judges
go.
kind of like sit up and they're like, oh, you know, that surprised me, that was different. That's what's gonna give that judge's favor. Super together. On time with the music too. Awesome musicality. Oh my goodness gracious.
It's really nice so far.
Super difficult, and the saves are like super smooth. Oh, big group scoop. That's what I'm talking about when everybody's involved. Oh no. Ah, nice, get out of there.
Great wrap.
Solid catches. Oh! Bringing it back together now. Setting up. Great job getting back on track together. Good push up. Yeah. That ending pose is clean. That's a hard one to pull off every time, too.
Awesome job.
Way to go, Centripetal Forces.
That's definitely, I would say, the best choreographed routine that we've seen from the team freestyles for sure. Really to the music. Had some misses in there. Super difficult, super well choreographed, and just really smooth and fast, too. Like a lot of those single bounce jumps were super fast. Okay, another really exciting team that was so good from prelims. This is Alex, Haley, Preston, and Annalie from Proform. And these guys are amazing.
Just such a strong crew. Each one of these jumpers on their own are just powerful jumpers. You would be able to notice it separately. And so now together, we get to see the combined powers.
All right, here we go. Good luck.
And here they go. Nice, way to get right back into it like nothing ever happened. They are doing these huge multiples. Whoa! I saw some flips right there. And can they get it? The stack, the stack. Oh! Nice traveler. Nice. Oh, they gotta get back together here. There it is. That one with the music. Here they go. Turn all around. Good, good, good. Now it's looking like a really good team freestyle. Throwing a TS multiple in there. That's ridiculous. Whoa! Toad front flip, and they hit it. They hit it. All right, all right. A lot of spinning scoops in this routine. Yeah! Finishing on beat. Love to see the intentional musicality.
Awesome job, guys.
Yeah, that one was also really well choreographed.
Moving on to our last heat of team freestyle.
Last
We have the
heat from Team
fastest
Freestyle.
Jonathan
These guys were entered into the male division, but they were the only team to compete it. So we combined them. They were combined with the mixed division and ended up scoring the highest score in prelims between the mixed and male teams. So this was a great routine. I really hope they can hit it because it's so good, and I want y'all to see it in its true form.
This is one of the ones I was the most excited about during prelims. It's just such a strong routine. I like the way it's choreographed. It's different. They got some formations. There's a bunch of ideas in there that nobody else is doing, and it's hard.
All right, here we go.
Another routine that I think is like very capable of doing well at an international scale of hit.
Nice quads. Love the movement.
I really like the all facing inward.
Arm wrap quad into a cross.
Super well choreographed. Everyone got the mix. Let's go.
Get it back.
Nice.
Kamikaze to the beat.
And those turns look so
Backward.
clean.
Nice.
Oh, get it. Yes.
Love that.
Whoa! With the formation. Get him. Yes!
Great scooping sequence.
One of the most impressive scooping sequences we've seen all day. All 4 people were involved. I love that. Really taking advantage of the freestyle, the team freestyle aspect. Oh, get this.
That first jumper holding the handstand for an 8 count. Looks beautiful. They all come down together. Quad AS.
Big quads here. Oh, get it, guys. Nice. All the way through that quad EK.
EB quad.
So
EK
dynamic,
quad.
too, with every multiple changing formations.
Oh! Nice,
You can hear how loud everybody got for that one. Outstanding crowd response. They like that one a lot.
Yeah, folks at home, they won in prelims for a reason. That's a really strong event. That was so good. That was like, I think that was my favorite of the routines that I saw. Really well choreographed. All of these teams that went out had a couple misses, although I think you said Air Bears were pretty clean. Oh, right. Yeah, Kangaroo Kids from the female division. So, as always, we're going to see what the judges do, see what they come up with, and give out these results pretty soon here. But really love that. They had a nice, 7 or 8 seconds scooping combination that was just, really interesting scoops one after the other. What do you have a name for that scoop where it's 2 people back and forth with stalls, and they're going, you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if there's any name for it, but I like it because everyone's rope is involved. You're jumping somebody else's thing, but you're not just holding it, right? It makes for a really interesting visual, and there's a lot more possibilities to be explored when you're adding more ropes in.
I just put that one. That's what they just did. Do you want me to just put it where it's supposed to go? If we're already moving it around, maybe this one. Well,
I just want to take a minute to highlight how impressive and how difficult it is to do the event that we just saw. So step one, you're picking up a rope and you're learning all these tricks, right? It's not easy to learn how to do a toad or a double under. That takes time, that takes practice. Now taking that toad and that double under and making it a triple with a toad. We've got your triple TJ. Now making it a quad. And now having 3 other people doing that quad TJ with you at the same time with as close as possible to similar or identical form, and now do it to the beat of music. Oh, and then also jump for a minute and do a bunch of other quads and a bunch of other power moves. It's one of the hardest things to get through. And so just the level of time and commitment, we're seeing routines that maybe have been created over the last year or even less time. But these routines, honestly, have been years in the making. I was talking to one of the Comets, one of those older boys in that last routine, and he was saying he's been jumping for about 10 years. That routine is 10 years in the making. It took him all that time to be able to learn those skills, have the control over his rope to be able to jump to the beat, adjust his form in slight ways to match his other teammates, and execute that routine in a high-pressure situation that's in front of your peers, in front of other top athletes from around the country, that's being live-streamed on this big stage. Like, it's no small feat. So I just want to take a second to highlight and congratulate the athletes for everything that they've accomplished, even just putting these routines together and putting them on this stage. Devin's back. He's going to have someone here for an interview.
That's right. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves and let everybody know what you just accomplished?
I'm Zach. I'm Austin. I'm the Jumping All-Stars, and we just won the male wheel.
Yes, these are the Wheel Grand National Champions. How do you guys train for an event like this?
Well, we go to practice like 3 times a week, and we just mess around with tricks and see what works and what doesn't. And we just practice a lot. Wheels are our favorite event, so we'll probably be practicing for like an hour, probably every day. Not every day, but at our practices, and just messing around with tricks and seeing what works.
That's great. And you guys have had a couple different coaches over the last few years, right? And what is the best advice you've heard from a coach?
We just heard it really helps to just take it slow, and if you're not getting a trick, just take it out of the routine and do what looks good and do what's fun.
I think that is super valid advice. Just like finding the tricks that work for you, because at the end of the day, the judges don't have a copy of your routine, right? So if something's not working, just don't do it, right? Well, thanks guys for chatting with us. I know you have some other stuff to do today, so I'll let you run.
I did have one quick question. I know you've got other events coming up. Zach, I know you come from a jump rope family. You have 2 older brothers who both competed. Can you just talk briefly about their influence on your jumping style, philosophy, how you train?
I think I jump really similar to both of them. I'm kind of a mix of both, and it's just been so helpful to have them ahead of me through the years, like showing me what to do, how to do it, and it's just helped me be in the sport for a long time.
That's awesome. Jump rope is definitely a family sport. We see a lot of those families here today. Great job, guys. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, now giving out the awards for our female division single rope freestyle top teams. All right, Zero Gravity taking second place. Really big accomplishment here.
And our Grand National Champions for the female division for team freestyle from the YMCA Super Skippers, Ellie, Lauren, Renee, and Camille.
All right. One of the hardest 4-person singles I've ever seen. We did have some misses in there, but the level of difficulty clearly outweighed everything else. So awesome routine.
Awesome job. Congratulations, ladies. And moving on to the mixed division, can we have all those groups come out to the stage?
So now we've got our mixed division athletes. Our mixed division athletes taking the floor. We just saw these routines a few moments ago.
All right, in third place for our mixed division, we have from Centripetal Forces, Seth, Mackenzie, Riley, and Ella.
All right, that Centripetal Forces group actually did take third in the prelims.
And in second place from the Comet Skippers, we have Dylan, Jonathan, Matthew, and Aaron.
Really strong routine from those Comet Skippers.
And our Grand National Champions for the mixed division for team freestyle, Proform Airborne, Alex, Haley, Preston, and Annalie.
Awesome job, well deserved. That Proform team moved up from second place in prelims with a great routine today. Just so strong. You look at all 3 teams up here, so strong and so creative.
Awesome job, you guys. Congratulations. We're going to be switching over to double dutch. So can all of our double dutch judges and volunteers please head up to Z-Bow on the second floor? Thank you.
You guys, we're doing double dutch. I don't know if you know, but double dutch is pretty cool. We're going to start with double dutch singles freestyle, which of the 3 double dutch freestyles we're going to see today, definitely my favorite. Just so much room for, you've got 1 jumper on the rope and 2 turners. So like that jumper in the rope can really highlight their skills, and then the 2 turners can just go totally wild with the turner involvement. A lot of times you'll see the jumpers and the turners involving in unique ways. We've seen
time for about 15 minutes, anyone competing double dutch singles or double dutch pairs can go up and practice.
We've seen really cool interactions where a jumper will do a turntable push-up and kind of stack their feet onto the back of a sort of squatted down turner. We've seen also turntable push-ups where the turner will straddle their legs and the jumper will turntable their feet in between the turner's legs. All kinds of really cool stuff and potential for really, really interesting routines.
A reminder for the gala tonight, please bring your gold wristband. You will not be able to buy tickets at the door, so please bring that gold wristband to the gala.
Oh my gosh, folks, we're going to hand it over. I'm going to have a few questions for this guy as well, but Devin's going to get it started off. We have a jump rope legend in the house, Mr. Lee Reisig.
Yes, everybody, Lee is right here. And firstly, I want you to just tell everybody who you are, a little bit about your jump rope history. And Lee is a bit different than everybody else here because Lee has made a living off of jump rope.
Hey everybody on the stream, this is Lee Reisig here. I've been jumping 29 years, former national champion, world champion, and as the guys said, I am now a professional jump roper. I have a company called Flight Crew Jump Rope, and we do performances all over the world, perform on cruise ships, theme parks, circus companies, you name it, we like to do it. So yeah, that's me.
That's right, and before that, Lee was a fierce competitor as well. Competed pretty much his entire jump rope career, longer than anybody else I know. And Lee, so you've had a lot of experience looking at the competitions. Are there any moments today that really stood out to you as like legendary from somebody who's seen a lot of competitive jump rope?
Honestly, there were a lot of moments that really stand out. I'm trying to think of any. Obviously, like I'm partial to the centripetal force groups with Seth and Kenzie because they jump with me on Flight Crew, but also they've been putting up impressive routine after impressive routine. Several of the Ellis family has been doing some amazing skills. I know you were talking about the difference between like Instagram tricks versus routine tricks, and like they put together routines that are full of these things that you can only get, one in a blue moon, but they're doing it trick after trick after trick, that they're getting together. I'm super excited to see Double Dutch, and there are a couple of routines out there that I really hope hit really well. I'm also impressed with more than in the past how many people are jumping to music better, like they're choreographing directly to music. And as somebody who does that for what I do anyway, it's really impressive to see the sport going in more of that direction.
And as somebody who is an experienced professional jump roper, a lot of people here probably are planning to jump through high school and don't really have much plans after that. What advice do you have to jumpers competing today? Like, what are the next steps to try to become a professional jump roper?
So just like with anything, if you have a strong passion for it, you can find a way to make a living at it. Whenever we do school shows, I tell people, if you like math, if you like science, if you like music, if you care enough about it, you can find a way to make a living at it. And jump rope is such a vast array of things that you can do. Like you can coach a team, or you can teach fitness classes. You can have a competitive team. You can do performances. You can perform in a group. You can perform as a soloist. So I would just strongly suggest people to keep going at it. Obviously, not many people do it, so there's not a whole lot of like, here's the roadmap to being a professional jump roper. So there will be a little bit of a learning curve and a struggle that some of the people like the three of us are all trying to find our way, making it professionally. And but the more professionals out there, I think the easier it will be as a community to jump professionally, and you don't have to always explain yourself when you say, hey, we're a jump rope group, and they're like, wait, what is that? Hopscotch, you know? So yeah, if you really are interested, contact myself or any of these other guys who do it professionally, and we'll make something happen with you.
Great, thank you, Lee. And I really love what you said about it being so versatile. I think that there is no one way, like what you're saying, to make it professional. I think there's so many ways to do it that we don't know about yet. So I'm really excited to see. I think there's so much passion with this generation of jumpers, and I think we're going to see some more pros at the end of the day, and I'm excited to see how they do it. And then, Mike, you got some stuff to say?
I do. I actually have another advice question. I grew up kind of in the sport having to compete against you, which was not easy. And people ask me, who are your kind of jump rope idols or heroes, or who have you drawn inspiration from? And I always say it's you, it's Shane Windsor, it's Nick Woodard, it's all my peers, basically. And so as someone who was competing in that time with super hard competitors, I know that you really just dove into the creative aspect of it. You were super strong, super great at the multiples and explosive, but really explored the creative side. And I guess to anyone who's going to watch this later, anyone listening at home, if you could give one piece of advice to really just take their creative juices, take their creativity, their ideas to the next level, and to explore some creativity, what would that be?
My advice would be to just find what you do well and really pursue that. I remember, I was never a very strong tumbler, and I would be on, team or be competing against people who could do backflips or fulls or really crazy power skills, and I knew that I was never going to be able to tumble or do those power moves as well, so I had to find other avenues, and so I would find skills that I enjoyed doing, and basically like the difference between a frog and a double under frog and a triple under frog, but do that with like a release, like do a release and then make it this much harder by an increment, and then even more harder, and then even more harder. And so just find what you do well, really explore it, and you'll be rewarded for it, especially if you do it with a style that says to the audience, like, this is genuinely who I am and not me trying to be somebody else.
I think that's really great advice. I think everyone jumping has their own unique style, the way that they do things, and you need to lean into who you are and just let that shine through. Don't try to be something that you're not. So that's really great advice. Do you have any other questions?
This one is a bit more on the spot, but if you were to add one more event to a jump rope competitions, so we've got a lot already. We've got the wheel, we've got the double dutch, all different sizes. If there's one more event you would add, which event would you add?
So I would add something that's more along the lines of a best trick competition, because I feel like if there's an avenue for doing a really difficult trick one time, and yes, you made it, or no, you didn't make it, then that might help alleviate some of the, because in my opinion, some of the routines today bit off a little more than they can chew, and as a sport, like, we want to focus on being super clean, super precise, for those sponsorships, for those audiences that maybe don't know the sport as well. And so I think if we're able to harness the best trick situation in its own event, then the things like the group freestyles or the wheels can be a little bit dialed down a little bit, so we can ensure that those routines are clean and more on the lines of the Olympic level.
Yeah, I think that's super good insight on just what could help our sport as it is now. All right, Mike, you got anything else?
I'm sure I'll think of stuff later. I mean, Lee, Devin, I could talk with Jump Rope about you guys for hours, and I mean, shoot, we could do that right now. But yeah, I'll think of some more questions. A lot of them relate to creativity and your creative process, and I guess one more quick one is if you ever find yourself in a creative rut, whether it's with the stuff you're doing professionally now or with kind of competitive freestyle level jumping, and you're just sort of stuck, are there any specific things you do to get out of that rut?
Yeah, the biggest thing I think is finding a piece of music for me, especially because a lot of what I do now is choreographed to music. But the music can not only be just like a tempo thing, but it can be a like if you're focused on choreographing to a piece of music, you're not necessarily worried about the difficulty of the skill or putting skills together to make so many points or whatever. You're just literally trying to match sound to what you're doing with the rope, and so that really helps. It also helps to produce a character and a style, because if you're listening to hardcore rock, you're going to jump a certain way. If you're listening to like a jazzy clarinet, you're going to jump a different way. And so I like to experiment with different pieces of music and try and find out how that music speaks to me and what that creates, and then sometimes I go with it.
That's really good advice. Just let the music guide you. It's almost, you can think of it as like the music that you're hearing was meant to be paired with a certain movement or a certain skill, and this is just the natural course of events, that of course this part of the music is going to go with that turn and that rap. Of course it would go that way. So that's really great advice. I'm out of questions for now. I'm going to think of a million later. Lee Reisig, you're amazing, man, and I love you, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you, and I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Lee. All right, and now I am joined here with another special guest. Do you want to introduce yourself and let everybody know where you're from?
Hi, I'm Britta Lindstrom. I help coach Proform Airborne based in Idaho, and I'm also the assistant coach of the U.S. national team.
The national team, that's right. Do you know anything about like where the national team competes? And could you just tell us a little bit more about the national team in general?
So the national team is based of the best jumpers in the U.S., and then that team that is created will be the ones that are able to compete at the IJRU Championship for America. And it's going to be really awesome because we'll take the top 3 to 5 in each event. So we could have anywhere from like 60 to almost 150 members. And they'll go compete, and they'll compete as Team USA. And they won't compete as their own team. They'll just be a part of like this big overall team that America has created to share the sport, I guess.
That is super awesome. And now I know that you've been coaching Proform a whole lot, and I've seen a whole lot of crazy stuff from your team today and throughout the whole week. Do you have any crazy stories or fun anecdotes as a coach that you could share of just like your team being your team? They have a lot of personality, so.
They have so much personality. It's kind of overwhelming sometimes, I'm not going to lie. But they're so awesome, and let's see. 2 weeks before Nationals started, Patrick was literally trying to, I don't know what, in his treehouse, and he sliced his thumb open and had to get stitches. And so like the 2 weeks before the championship here, then he couldn't even really jump rope that well, but it's okay. And that's just kind of how all year's been, but they always come together and they always make it happen because they all love jump rope so much. So that's why it's so fun to coach them.
That's great, and you can see that risk-taking behavior in their routines, and it oftentimes pays off for them. Well, Britta, thanks so much for joining us for a little bit. It looks like we're going to get started with the competition now. Thanks again.
All right. We are going to be starting on Heat 61. This is the Summer Wind Skippers, Sophia, Lauren, and Madison.
We are back at it, everybody. Oh, it is loud in here now. We are looking at the Double Dutch competition. This is Double Dutch singles freestyle.
All right, ladies, here we go.
3 athletes, 2 ropes, 1 routine.
As much as you can, try to watch all 3 people involved, because they're all doing something different. And it's all coordinated to work together. Look at that turner on the right. Really great turner involvement.
Okay. Already insane multiples happening. Good, good. And now everyone's jumping. And that's one of the tricky parts. Not only are we relying on the jumper, but we're relying on all the turners to do their job as well. Up to 3 people to have perfect timing together. Passing off the handles while jumping. Oh, a bunch of handoffs right in a row. Nice, strong jumps, and they got it. Hey, nice hand hop. Way to go, Summerwind. Really great job. A lot of super powerful moments there.
We are now moving into Heat 62. It's going to be the Kangaroo Kids. It's Erica, Jenna, and Vicky.
Boy. This is listed as the Kangaroo Kids, but all 3 of these jumpers are actually from different teams. Just the way it worked out this year, none of them had a Double Dutch team ready to go before Nationals. So they met up here this week and made the routine. And then did so well at prelims, they made it here to grands. They are at grands with the routine they made this week. I'm so excited to see them do it again.
These 3 jumpers are actually from not only just different teams, from different states. Jenna Meek from Kangaroo Kids out of Maryland. You've got Vicky from the Rope Warriors out of Texas. And Erica from Hop Skip Jump, which is, I want to say Virginia or North Carolina, one of those East Coasters. But as Devin said, like, put this routine together this week during prelims. And they made it to grands.
He did so good at prelims, too. I just want them to do so good again. Oh, rushing a little bit there. All right. Good wheel. This is the stuff that I'm so impressed that you can come up with quickly, you know? A lot of this is so intricate. Wow, look at all that wheel happening. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Solid hand hop. Good one-handed frog. Ooh. Great connections and solid turning there, too. There's Jenna. Oh, my. A super high front flip. And splits. I love how that transition worked out. Hard multiples. Oh, a line in a row. Can they get it, get it, get it, get it? Whoa! Everybody's gonna turn to jump, and awesome job, ladies. Awesome job, ladies. Not quite as clean as their prelims, but still shockingly good.
Really nice finish with those scoops. Vicky, who was jumping first and last, actually, that's the second freestyle routine that she's doing today at Grand. She also competed a pairs routine with Ethan. So huge accomplishment to just be on the stage competing. Also a lot of pressure, but all these jumpers are doing really well.
All right, ladies, here we go.
All right, 0 gravity here. Nice double out of that frog. Some good power.
Oh, the 360 crab is a really, like, visually interesting power move. There we go. Nice switch. I love the way these ropes are showing up, too. Oh, more power skills. Look at that turning. That was like perfect synchronization. Whoa! Ah, is her hand made of magnets? Whoa, have you seen that before? A lot of these tricks are just really visually interesting. And remember what I said before, keeping it really interesting for those judges is what's
Really love those scoops as she moved across.
Quick untangled job, and they are back at it. Little casual stroll into the ropes. An all-time fave of mine. Wow, that was nice. The form there is incredible. Oh, double down from the frog.
I remember being really impressed in prelims by these turners during these power sequences. So good. And the finish. Nice.
Awesome job, ladies. Yeah, all around what Mike was just saying, the turning on that routine was perfect. There's a lot of challenges with turning power tricks because sometimes the jumper is doing moves where they can't actually jump super high, like when they're jumping off of various body parts, upside down and whatnot. So turners have to do a lot to get the ropes under them and get that timing just right. And smacking the ropes on the ground, the ropes can bounce, the ropes can hit each other. Getting that perfect turning takes so much practice. And that's another thing. I feel like oftentimes we can find young jumpers that can hang in the individual single rope competition and they can qualify for grands. But there's just an aspect of turning that takes time to get really good at. Like these turners right here, wow, they had some really difficult variations on both sides. Okay, here we go. Oh! All right, now, frogging over the opposite rope. Whoa, huge multiple. All right, nice. That was one of the smoothest transitions out of a release like that I've ever seen. Normally it takes a beat or two to like get it together, but they were immediate with getting the other rope moving. Oh, I can just see the hours put into this routine. The communication is so good. Oh my gosh, double from one hand. Oh, get it, yes! That's that 360 crab I was talking about. Oh, the turning is so good. This is just such a good team. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Really, really strong finish. Couple of hiccups at the beginning, but you know, you just got to keep going. And they kept going, they kept focused, and they finished it off really strong. We've got another Super Skippers team coming out here. This group placed second in prelims. Really difficult routine, couple of misses, and we'll see how it goes today. But this group together, we've got Lauren Ellis, Renee Ellis, and Ellie Kim up there, all so powerful in their own right. And now coming together almost as a super team, we're going to see what the turners are going to be doing. Again, try to watch all three people. It's easy to only want to watch the jumper, and as you should. Lauren is amazing, but also watch those turners, see what they're doing.
Oh, I really want this to hit. Okay. Already.
Y'all better hit this. Let's go.
Whoa! Get it, get it, get it. Everything has been a multiple so far. Everything.
That whole opening sequence, all at least doubles.
They even have some sixes going on. So fast. The pace is absurd.
There was a handle switch in there. Oh my goodness!
Wow. It's so fast. They are so fast. Oh my gosh, triple under going into that frog. So.
What?
This might be one of the most. No, this is the most difficult three-person double routine I've seen competed in real life.
Oh, turner and jumper. That's why you got to watch the turners.
Wow. Okay. The stack. Oh, get it. Oh.
Yo! Okay. All right, not the ending pose they were going for, but my goodness.
That is fighting to the finish. Jesse would be proud. All the way to the stomach flop at the end. That was so much turner. I am at a loss for words. I don't really know what to point out. Every single beat of that routine was absurd.
That was a really good double dutch routine. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
There were so many like turning things that were just would have been the highlight of any routine.
That's a routine you have to watch multiple times to catch everything, like 10 at least. Okay, next routine. These girls won first in prelims. Amazing routine, so strong.
Already starting off with some huge power moves. Excellent form on all that. Look at the great turning. Nicely done. Round off back tuck with everyone's jumping. Whoa, so much interesting. Well, oh my gosh. Is that
Nice
4?
6.
Yeah. Maybe 8.
Great turning on the right.
What? They are so strong. The flips can come out of nowhere. Holy something. Oh, the stack. Yes, go.
There's that turner jumper interaction we're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Lost their rope, but they're getting it back.
Yes. Okay. So strong. What aerial out of everything. Oh, I remember this sequence was just a powerhouse. All the way to the end.
Let's go!
Just so many good double dutches. What?
Are you kidding? So the last two routines were so good. I do not envy the judges. Like, I don't know how that pans out because there was a major miss in both of them.
There is absolutely no way every single thing in both those routines was like documented. I wouldn't believe you. Like, I don't think a computer could do it. There's just no way.
Even if you're a former jumper who's been through the training programs, like there's just too much going on. You can't catch it all. So you do the best that you can, try to give the most accurate score you can, but so much going on.
Oh my God. Okay, we got the heartbeats now.
So this is Ben, Mark, and Ethan from the Heartbeats. entering into the male division. Nice wheel switches here.
Oh.
Nice interaction with the crowd.
Yeah, I like the turning on that part too. That was just, like I said before, a visually appealing, visually interesting trick. And right back at it. Some more multiples. I really am loving the way these ropes look. Oh, a nice little stall out. Underutilized trick, honestly. Ooh! Nice Webster. With a huge double.
Really powerful finish there. Great job, Heartbeats.
And moving on to heat number 68 from the Kangaroo Kids, Mason.
Let's go Kangaroo Kids. We got Mason, John, and Foster. With a beginning pose that resembles camping.
It's been really great seeing how good Mason is. Like, I've only seen a couple of videos of him in the past. I've seen him at maybe a competition one time. And he's just so good. Like, his level of jumping has just skyrocketed in the past couple of years.
I would say the same for this whole team. Another crew that I've known since they were really young. It's been so fun to watch them grow. And look at that good start. Everyone's jumping. Everyone's doing power. Behind the back. Very skillfully done. Oh, visually pleasing spin there. Balling out with the crowd. Nice little forearm. Some B-boy moves. I know that Foster does some B-boy stuff on the side. You can see that play out right there. A really tricky turning trick here. Oh, can they get it? Yes! Nicely done. And his shirt stayed tucked in. Something that didn't happen at prelims. Wrapping the rope on purpose. Nice. Oh,
Nice
good.
double down.
Excellent double down.
And a 6.
Oh. Oh, keep it up, keep it up.
Great turning on those multiples.
Wow. Some great work from Foster on the side. Super clean so far. Let's see if they can keep it up. Push ups in the
Nice.
kip. Good.
Great turning on that kip. He got up nice and high, too.
Whoa.
Hey! Okay, boys.
Nice. No mistakes all the way through to the end. There has not been that many clean routines today, and I'm glad we got to see another one. They were super consistent. That was the same routine they did at prelims. But one shirt stayed more tucked in. That was the only difference.
It's like half out.
Yeah. We got Seth, Patrick, and Preston. Their scores, we have the top 3 were just 2 points away from each other, so it could really be anyone's game. It's going to come down to misses.
And we're good to go. Good luck.
These guys are powerful. Oh, I saw them warming up that one. I was really hoping they'd hit it, but here they go. They're turning backward. Whoa!
Nice
Massive
Arabian.
Arabian. Massive Arabian. Scooting through the ropes there. They made it out. Oh! I love the way these ropes look. Some more tricky multiples.
Ah,
Yeah!
very cool.
Oh! Oh! Nicely done on that multiple. It really can be really tough. Nice with the turners jumping over the same rope as the power jumpers. Oh, big front punch. And they can keep it going. Nice. A great combo. That one can be hard to fit between the turners. Way to go, guys. A lot of just really strong moves there. Just incredibly athletic, that whole team.
And heat number 70, we have the Comet Skippers, Dalton, Jonathan, and Matthew.
We got the Comet Skippers.
Comet Skippers from Mason, Ohio, just a short drive north of us here in Cincinnati. Definitely some hometown favorites. They had a great routine in prelims, super creative. You guys have seen them all day. You know what they can do. You know how these minds work in terms of coming up with creative new ideas. So really interesting to see how that creativity will translate into a double Dutch routine for them.
And they're off.
Nice, big back tuck. Great turning, let's fix it. Right back into it.
Let's get the big multiples now.
Nice crosses on these triples. And a 6.
Oh, that was so dynamic.
Love this. Okay, good.
Gosh, I just love it when people do more.
Ah! So little room for error on that.
Yeah. It's like the rope was like matching the shape of his body perfectly. Hey!
It's a nice little recovery out of that miss. Beautiful aerial.
So clean with it. Oh, Jonathan's just so strong and clean.
You got it, boy. Keep going.
A little communication going on. There we go. Oh, that was a lot. Was that 5?
So high, I think 5 maybe.
That's a really interesting multiple getting 5. Oh!
Such a hard, such a powerful routine from those guys. Saw some misses in there, but an amazing routine.
And moving on to our open division, heat number 71, we have the Cheshire Cats jump rope team, Claire, Keenan, and Oriah.
So moving into our mixed division, we've got Cheshire Cats, jump rope team, Claire, Araya, and Keenan.
And we're ready. Good luck.
I really enjoyed their routine when I saw it at prelims. Just a lot of like just solid tricks.
Nice turntables there.
They're gonna get right back into it. Getting that communication back on track, and they are moving. All right. Nice. There's like 5 handle switches right there. Great turn on that power skill. It's pretty fast, too. Whoa, they made it through. There we go. Oh, come on, come on. Big old trick from Keenan coming up. There it is. The group cartwheel to the multiple for the finish. Not quite as clean as they had it at the prelims, but still got a bunch of their big ticket items.
The YMCA Super Skippers, Charlotte, Logan, and Katie.
Charlotte, Katie, and Logan from the Super Skippers. This is another group of 3 that, you know, I've seen for a lot of years, so it's fun to see them really getting into it.
And we're all set. Good luck.
Here he goes. There we have a bunch of wheel going on. Nice. Oh, good turn on the power sequence. Way to get your hands up. Way to get your hands up. Yes. A little around the world action. The casual stroll into the ropes. I love multiples when the ropes are different colors. I just think that makes for such a cool effect. Whoa! That was so fast-paced. Yes, that's the double coming off of the handstand. It can be really tough. You have to jump off your hands and fit the rope, both ropes under the feet. Way to go.
Great job, you guys. And on to heat number 73 from the Rain City Rope Works, Colin, Megan, and Kai.
All right, our team all the way from Seattle, the Rain City Rope Works. Colin, Kai, and Megan. I'm really enjoying this beginning pose. I saw it before and it made me laugh both times.
Just quick little fun fact, Kai up there on the left has actually competed with AMJRF President Chris Brown. We have a photo to prove it. We'll throw that up on the AMJRF Instagram account. He is the one hanging upside down. But now he's here with his team from Rain City. They had a really nice routine from prelims. Nice aerial from Colin.
Oh, I like what he's doing with his feet. Yeah. Now that's how you're supposed to do the splits. You gotta do it low.
Hopping on the back.
Oh, and they jump the rope too, which is like so much. Oh, totally cleared him. Oh, yeah, that 180 frog was huge. Ooh, look at the music. Did you hear that?
Really big power sequence from Kai there.
Yeah, they are nailing this right now.
Great turning from Megan.
Yeah, all three of them are doing their part to make this happen right now. Great multiples. Oh, come on. Wait, whoa. Way to go. What a strong beginning to that routine. There were so many great parts. That power sequence was great. One of the best ones we've seen so far today.
Megan had some great under the leg turning. It was during a wheel sequence she threw in. It looked like a BC while some other power was going on in the middle. So those are definitely some jumpers to look out for. Competed really, really well together. Okay, this was a great routine from prelims. Really hoping they can hit this. We've got super skippers. This is, I believe, Megan, Camille, and Jacob in the middle. Yes. Okay. So let's go, guys. Nice aerial as Camille jumps through it. Very good. Hop frog.
Right into that double under. Some double unders during the power, meaning that you just got to get up extra high. Oh! So much control on that handstand. Pick it up on the round off. Here they go. There goes the handoff. Whoa! That was a TS behind the back with double unders. I've never seen anything like that. Oh! They're doing so good. There are so many tricks that I have not seen or ever. Oh!
Very
oh my
nice.
God!
Love the turning. One-handed frogs, two-footed frog. This is really a
Yes.
turning from Jacob here. And Megan on the left.
This is just such a
That release is so
such a
casual.
different routine. Yes, get it. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Let's go, Megan. Great direction change there.
So many technical
What are you doing,
masterpieces.
Jacob? That was cool.
Wow, to boss cross to the finish. That was really good.
So that like one miss, I think?
Yeah, and a lot of turning stuff was just so creative and different. Wait, Super Skippers 4-1-3, you know what I'm saying?
75, OB jump, Saya, Brandon, and Alice.
From OB jump.
All right, and we're going to need all these
Saya, Alice, and Brandon.
competitors that competed to go ahead and go backstage to get ready for awards.
This was a really fun routine to watch during the prelims. Really solid routine. Brandon in the middle has got some nice power. Just seeing everything work together. Also a team that I have a close connection with. I helped found this team back in 2009 with Taylor Rogers at Oberlin College, and to see them still jumping and still here and on this grand stage at such a young age is so impressive. Big front tuck there from Brandon in the middle. Some nice multiples.
So consistent. Like, that was just really nice. Hey. Wrapping on the other rope. Yes, I love that trick. I love that trick so much.
Great turning there.
Wow, it's so hard to control giant ropes with a big cross like that, but they nailed it.
Those blind scoops are tough. You can't see the jumpers behind you.
Oh, get it, get it, get it, yeah!
Nice power sequence from Saya in the middle.
All the way around the world they go. Alice is going in the middle. What the? Oh, behind the back turn. Aha. That was so steezy, honestly. Wait, what? Looked like they weren't sure they were done yet.
And the finish, really nice. Just a little miss there at the end, but so strong for these young jumpers. I think this is the first time we've seen a freestyle from them on this grand stage, so really impressive.
And our last heat of double Dutch single freestyle, heat 76, centripetal forces, Mackenzie Allen.
Oh, big routine from these guys in prelims. I mean, you know the names at this point. You know what you're about to see. This routine scored twice as high as the second place routine from prelims. A little bit more, actually. So this was an awesome routine. We'll see if they can hit it. Let's go.
This was like significantly higher scoring than any routine that we've seen.
So graceful, so strong from Ella in the middle.
Already great turning going on. There's the split. Everything is just connected. There's not a break. Everything, like every single jump has a purpose. It's leading into the next thing. Right with the music. Nice front punch from Seth. Now here is Seth just going absolutely in.
Bananas, so fast. Great toe jump through from Kenzie on the left.
There's nobody in the world doing it like these guys, seriously.
Love that wheel switch.
Oh,
No!
what a, oh, come on.
Get it back.
That communication there going into that power sequence. Oh. You gotta communicate. Now there they go. Back into a nice and confusing wheel sequence. Those hand hops are, that is so hard. He's jumping upside down on his hands and somehow still turning the rope.
Hand hop, turn it around, back handspring, back tuck.
Yeah!
Really nice, guys.
What a strong finish. I never could add any flips at the end of routines. I don't know how people do that. Like, aren't you tired?
Yes, I am tired after watching that, and I could never do any of that.
Oh. So awesome. Well, outstanding efforts from our athletes so far. I mean, I know we've all seen some of the best double dutches probably ever competed. That one Super Skippers girls group, that was just like the most jam-packed double dutch routine I've ever seen. Like, ever. It was so significant.
Let's give them a round of applause. They did amazing.
Let's get ready to see these results.
All right, we are going to go ahead and get started with our third place winner, and it is from Kangaroo Kids, Erica, Vicky, and Jenna.
Let's go. Third place after like just meeting up this week.
Well done. We're going into our second
Way to
place
go, team.
winner, and
That's
we
awesome.
have from the YMCA Super Skippers, Ellie, Lauren, and Renee.
Excellent job.
Awesome, and now we are going to name our grand champion in the single double touch single freestyle in the female position, and it is Proform Airborne Alex, Annalie, and Haley.
Yeah, and they all did phenomenal. They all did phenomenal. Both of those routines were like, that first and second were some of the most difficult I've ever seen in my life. And I can't believe that Proform made it through so clean. Big congratulations.
Good job.
I saw them before. They made it through all of those massive sequences. Oh my gosh.
All right, we can please bring out the male competitors for the single double dutch freestyle.
Here comes the double dutch singles male division.
All right, we are going to name our third place winner first, and it is from Proform Airborne, Seth, Patrick, and Preston.
Way to go, Proform. Definitely some strong moments in that routine.
Awesome job. Now going into our second place position, and it is the Kangaroo Kids, Mason, John, and Foster.
Way to go, boys. Way to go, boys. A clean routine. It was just a all-around really great job.
All right, can I get a drum roll for the Grand National Champs of the Double Dutch Single Freestyle Male Division is the Comet Skippers,
Awesome job, Comet Skippers. All three of them are just so strong and talented, really creative routines, really great with the music.
Congratulations.
You could see all the hours behind that routine.
All right, if we could have the mixed groups head out onto the floor. Let's give them a round of applause.
And the mixed division.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. They all did awesome. All right, we are going to start our third place winners. And our third place winners are OB Jump.
Way to go, OB Jump. And you can hear that crowd going crazy for them.
Awesome job. Now our second place winners from the YMCA Super Skippers, it's Megan, Camille, and Jacob.
Another fabulous routine. There was just so much going on the sides, not just the jumper in the middle. Really just elevates the entire experience as a viewer and as a judge.
Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie, Seth, and Ella.
And Centripetal Forces does it again. Centripetal Forces has really just been reeling in the first places. I feel like they've won everything they've walked out there for.
Congratulations.
Been well deserved too. They are just such a phenomenal group of athletes.
Allison, do you have ropes for course? Let's go meet downstairs, yeah. Well, no, he's right there.
All right, and
All
that
right, we're going to start out our
double edge threes.
pairs freestyle. This is going to be 4
Folks, it looks like we've just got a few more events left to compete. We've got double dutch.
and a little in between. Let's give it up for Heat 77, Zero Gravity, Brooke, Allison, Alana, and Paige.
So we are starting our double dutch pairs freestyle. And we've just got a few more events left to go. Starting with the female division, double dutch pairs freestyle, Zero Gravity is taking the floor. Wow, actually the top 6 teams,
Here we go. Good luck.
top 6 teams that qualified from prelims only separated by less than 3 points. So this really could go any way.
Zero gravity going right now. Starting off with a strong, oh, keep jumping at the same time. There we go, there we go. It's tough to do that. Sometimes you can't even see each other. And the more together you are, the better the chances of the rope passing underneath of both of you. Much like team freestyle from before, the more athletes we put in these ropes, the more likely the misses. Oh, that's a tough one to fit. Here we go, get the stack. Oh! Excellent job, ladies. Oh, a little rope crossing. And Zero Gravity is starting another sequence. Here we go, some more power. Well done. Great job, Zero Gravity. A lot of good turning. I think that team is just killing it in the turning department from each double dutch routine we've seen.
It's going to be the Summer Wind skippers, Sophia, Haley, Kate, and Bailey.
All right, we saw a really great 3-person double dutch from Summerwind earlier in the day. Summerwind, coached by one of the greatest athletes our sport has ever seen, Kelsey Mo Porter.
All right, ladies, here we go.
And as you may have seen from the first routine, anytime you add an extra jumper, it does add a level of challenge and just keeping everyone on the same page, keeping it all clean.
But they are so together right now that it's not making a difference. Oh.
Got a little caught up in the roll back to the kip, but they're right back in it. Nice switches.
And here they go. Now multiples get even harder because to fit 2 people in the ropes, oftentimes you need bigger ropes. And with bigger ropes, that's more space you have to clear to get those tricks happening. And we're looking for a quick recovery here. Oh, a partner trick. Yeah. Oh, wait, that one looked awesome. Outstanding frogs. Boom. Nice ending pose. Awesome job, ladies.
79 of the female double dutch pairs freestyle. We have the YMCA Super Skippers, Alexandra, Frances, Audrey, and Olai.
All right, these girls have been killing it this whole competition. This is another group of girls that I've known from competitions in the past, but they have just gotten so much better over the last 3 years. Like it's insane.
All right, ladies, here we go.
Their 3-person was so impressive to me, and I'm just excited to see their 4-person again. Here they go. See, that multiple just at the beginning already was so impressive. A triple under with everyone going. Are they going to try it again? Uh-oh. Little communication error. Trickiest part of jump rope right there. Nice little power trick. Everybody switching up under the leg pass. They just got to stay together. Pretty fast pace for power. I like how that looked. It can be really hard to fit in tricks like next to each other rather than, or like to the front and the back, because the ropes can only go so wide. And they're back in it. Great subway. Honestly, I haven't been seeing it like a lot of subways, and it's such a staple to jump rope. Way to go, ladies. Way to go.
We are now moving on to Heat 80. Heat 80. We have the YMCA Super Skippers, Katie, Barrett, Gabrielle, and Ariel.
Helping their teammates find the position. I wonder who chose this beginning pose. Probably not Ari, because now she has to stand with somebody on her back.
All right, ladies, here we go. Good luck.
All right, let's see it. Oh, fun. There's that subway, okay. Doing the frog over the foot. Switching places while doing a frog. That one can be really scary to commit to, but they did not even hesitate. I love that switch. Haha. Great multiples. Oh, keep jumping together. Do not get off. Nice. Save it, save it, save it, save it. You got it, you got it. Yes, excellent. Oh, everybody's doing frogs. Oh, doing frogs and wheel like that can be extra hard. Yeah! Not very much downtime there. A whole lot of tricks from beginning to end. Great work, ladies.
That was a really nice routine, and that's a young group of jumpers. Tiny little catch of the rope, but definitely, I don't even know if I would call that a bobble. And so great routine. We've got Kangaroo Kids taking the stage right now. Devin, what can you tell us about this group?
Well, first of all, I'd like to address the Minion outfit. You're going to hear the song pretty soon and see how it all fits together.
All right, ladies, here we go.
But I really am loving the Minion look right now. All right, here they go. While all these jumpers are on the same team, they are all different ages, go to different schools, but still work together so great as a team. Look at those multiples, already so much cleaner than their prelims. Great work so far. Oh, that can be a really tough one to prevent the ropes from clicking into each other. There we go, there we go, there we go. Get it, get it. Nice. And I hear the Minions. All right, nice and strong. Here we go. Look at those splits right next to each other, looking really good. And the switch up. That was such a smooth transition. Nice. Oh, they gotta keep jumping high. In a classic wheel position. Uh-oh. And a tangle, but they will be right back at it. As long as they keep communicating, they'll know where to come back in, and they finish with the YMCA. The last female double Dutch fours. The Summerwind skippers have been killing it today with some really consistent routines across the board, not just double Dutch, but also we enjoyed their wheel routine.
I have not eaten since one donut hole this morning.
Let's get ready. Here we go.
And they're kicking it off. Backward turning to make it a little more difficult. Oh, jumping through. That was so good. Okay. Everyone is involved. Oh. Really hard to pull off that.
Looks like we're going to see a subway.
Get it, girls.
And
Yes! They
nice.
made it all the way through. You can hear them communicating. I love this trick. 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 Yeah! That is how they're supposed to do it.
Super creative. First time seeing that one.
Oh my gosh. I know that one gave them a ton of trouble at the prelims, but they just breezed right through it. Oh! Get it, ladies. Wow.
Nice. Great turning. Hey, there we go. Nice.
A really solid ending pose, which is hard to pull off with 4 people.
Now moving into our next division for single rope pairs, double Dutch pairs.
We're going on to heat number 83 from Heartbeats, Izzy, Ben, Kelsey, and Hannah.
These 4 had some really consistent parts last time. We've seen a whole lot of Heartbeats routines today. Each and every one of them have had a pretty good musicality element and a really good just a sense of team communication, being able to keep checking up on each other. And I think that comes with their extensive team show background still.
And we're ready. Here we go. Good luck.
And they're off. Wow. Wow. Awesome job. Multiples into that destroyer front flip. Oh, I like how they landed on one foot and like swung into that that frog. It's really uncommon, honestly.
Really great start so far.
Oh, keep it up. Wow, that turning was phenomenal. The ropes were just like perfectly dragged under the jumpers. That's a tough one to get under, but they made it look so easy.
Oh, nice. That was cool.
Oh. What an intriguing connection. Nice. And there's the subway. Yes. Oh, that was...
They were close together on that.
That was a really good crossing frog.
Nice job, Heartbeats. That one missed there in the middle, but pretty good.
So much like content. And yeah, that little switchy cross frog, that was the cleanest one we saw today. There's a couple ways you can kind of cheat it and go past them, but no, they did it for real. They did it for real. The danger factor. Now, I know the Hot Shots have been working really, really hard on this routine. They've called in some outside help in the past to help with this group. I know Graham Booth works a lot with them to help build their routine, so we might see a little bit of Graham Booth's influence on this one. The Hot Shots have had a great showing so far. Super fast pace. Oh, the little Goomba-shaped subway. Nice stall. Pulling the ropes out and in flawlessly. Partner frog.
So well choreographed to the music right now.
Wait, there was just so many like connections. They've done like a whole routine's worth of tricks already.
This is really good so far. Just keep it up.
They are doing way better than the prelims. Come on, get this. Yes, yes. Oh. All right, quick communication, get in together and get it. Nice, get that turning. Oh my gosh,
nice.
That turning was so good. Wow. Yeah! The flying V-kick. Wait. Oh!
I liked how they linked
gosh.
those two. That was cool. Some nice switches.
They really did it
Let's
all.
go! Way to go, guys.
Such a good routine. Look at the coach jumping up and down in the aisle. Oh my gosh. Coach was jumping up and down in the aisle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow, they should be proud of that one. They just packed so many tricks in. I'm so proud of them. I know they've been working so hard. Wow, way to go. That one's gonna score. Next, we got the Comet Skippers, Aaron, Eric, Jonathan, and Allison. Oh yeah, I love their beginning pose. I think it's a boat. What do you think?
That kind of looks like a boat.
Yeah, definitely boat shaped.
Yeah, this team just like so cohesive and just so, I don't know, just linked together. You can tell they're best friends outside of this.
And it's that personality, too, that I was mentioning earlier. I think the judges can definitely be influenced by things that are waking them up from what everyone else is doing. If you strike them as different, you're definitely going to influence their decisions. They're just so clever. Oh, this one gave him trouble before. Let's see if they make it. And they got those! Incredibly fast recovery for a A miss like that, though.
So that was a subway variation. Lots of variations you can do, one person going under another. There's that aerial from Jonathan.
There's the other one. Wait, that was so good. Whoa! The switch is right into that flip. It was flawless.
Nice.
Wow, what a cool connection. He's jumping over everyone, passing off the handles. So many smooth switches. And the sitting down. They love to visit that one. Switches all in doubles. Really tough to pull off.
Oh! They pulled a quad on that leapfrog. Nice stack with the split. Come on. And
what a great ending. They are just so much fun to watch. So many outstanding moves. These guys are just great all-around athletes and great ambassadors for the sport. All of them are AMJRF ambassadors, and they just do so much to spread the sport, and I appreciate them so much.
yeah, just such a good routine and just really, really thoughtful touches. We saw that with Hot Shots as well. Just really well thought out routine. Everything very intentional. This routine right here, you already know. Just, oh boy, buckle up.
The YMCA Super Skippers, can you tell?
Oh, I didn't notice that from prelims. That is nice. Wholesome family fun.
All right, they're getting started here. Oh, this one gave him trouble in prelims. I want to see if they can hit it. Oh. I do like this one, though. Little ripcord. Oh! Great turning. Get it, get it, get it, get it.
There's that
Whoa!
subway variation. Really nice with a turntable from Laura.
Yes,
on top.
yeah, that was all the right choices. All the right choices from everyone. Everyone did that so right.
You know how hard it is to everyone be on the same page and make the right decision in the moment?
Whoa. Uh-oh, little rope problem there. I love the blue and the white ropes, though. They just got to get right back into it as fast as possible. Ooh, a little turning trick on that one. Oh. A super clean double under on that aerial. Oh, I was so hyped during that first sequence. They totally crushed that. And like, there were so many little things that could have gone super wrong, but every single person just like knew what to do.
And any mixed groups also that have already competed. Thank you.
Oh, this group is yet another powerhouse. Mike, you want to add anything?
Annalie, Haley,
Just, yeah, quick reference back to what Devin was talking about. It's so hard in the moment for all four people to make the right decision. You have a near miss, which usually leads to an actual miss. But for each turner and each jumper to know what to do and jump to save it is so impressive. Okay, moving on to an amazing routine, Proform Airborne. This was a really great routine from prelims. Nice.
Holding hands while doing that flip is just so hard to keep track of. You gotta have great awareness to hit all these moves.
There's that switch frog.
And they're staying together. They move so much on those.
That's like a one-jump subway.
Yeah.
Nice back handspring. That was cool with the turners.
Great application to the routine with all of that too. Everybody's involved like the whole time. Nice.
Nice assisted back tuck there.
All right, hand hop frog. Oh, perfectly executed. So that was just such an interesting trick. They held it so high and like just pulled it under him, really adding another level to that. Hit this. Oh!
That's a subway.
Oh, Google subway. Hit this. All right, they got the ropes at the ready. Oh, what the?
Another subway variation.
Yeah.
Couple misses, but they really kept things moving. A lot of really impressive stuff there. A couple, 2 or 3 subway variations that were really cool.
Freestyle, heat number 88.
Oh, I'm excited for
Centripetal
this one.
Forces, Seth, Mackenzie, Riley, and
Centripetal
Ella.
Forces has just been killing it this entire competition, and everyone knows it. But this routine in particular, there's a couple sequences in here that I just think are so well made and just even better executed. Executed even better.
And we're good to go. Good luck.
Here they go. Tricky multiple
Nice assisted aerial.
Oh, get this. Oh! A variation of a 6
Nice.
inside of that group effort. Those are so rare in this 4-person event. Oh my gosh, they nailed that. They totally nailed that. So consistent. Okay, okay. Right around on the back and the little group flip. Oh no! Oh, them to hit this. There we go. And it seems like they're all on the same.
They're going to reset, pick a new starting point.
Yes. There we go. Now they're all on the same page. And another crazy entrance to a subway.
Just effortless press to handstands from both jumpers.
Oh, and an outstanding entry into that destroyer. Oh, timing a little off on there. Not as clean as their prelims, but
Any mixed groups
Still hit
or
a couple of my
female
favorite
double
parts.
dutch groups that have not gone back for awards, please do so. We're going to start them soon.
looking to start awards for those events. Go ahead and let us know in the chat which ones have been your favorites so far. We're loading into the chat now. We'll take a look in just a minute. There's been a whole lot of just really, really talented groups. I can't stress that enough. All right, it's time for these awards. It's time to see who gets the title, who gets to go home with the title, Grand National Champion.
All right, we are going to start in our third place. And we have from the Kangaroo Kids, Jasmine, Claire, Priya, and Jenna.
Way to go, Kangaroo Kids. Congratulations.
Awesome, and now we are going into our second place position from Zero Gravity, Brooke, Alana, Alton, and Paige.
Way to go, Zero Gravity. All that great turning. It's paying off.
All right, and our grand national champions are going to be
Oh my gosh.
Summer Wind Skippers, Madison, Lauren, Kylie, and Brooke.
Way to go, ladies. That was a really, really solid routine. I'm proud of everyone standing up there right now.
Smile pretty.
So each of these events, I mean, if you just watched one of these events alone, you would think that these athletes spent all their time on that one event. It's pretty crazy to think that so many of these athletes competed every single event.
All right,
You know,
if
that's
we
so
can
many
have
different
our
routines to know.
mixed Jumpers head onto
I
the
mean, just
floor.
freestyle alone, we have like, I don't know, more than
Following
6
we are going to have
freestyles that you would have to learn if you had
triad
every group.
practice. Only 5 minutes. So after these awards, if you're a competing triad, you will go on the stage to
Oh,
practice.
I'm excited to see triad
Let's
after
give
this
these
too.
jumpers a round of applause.
I think 7. If you're doing all the freestyle, I think it's 7. You've got singles, pairs,
All right,
pairs,
who's ready
wheel,
to hear these awards?
team, and then double dutch single, double dutch pairs, triad.
All right.
That's right.
in
And then
third
there's a chance you
place
could be doing
from
team show.
Centripetal
In addition to that, there's a
Forces,
chance you could be doing
Mackenzie, Riley,
double dutch
and
contest.
Ella.
That's like, and some of them were doing all that.
All right, congratulations. And in second place from Hot Shots, Tennessee, Jacob, Sarah, Delaney, and Olivia.
Way to go, Hot Shots. They really put together an awesome routine.
All
It was
right,
just
our
so
grand
jam-packed.
National champs for the Double Dutch Pairs Freestyle Mixed Division is from Proform Airborne, Annalie, Preston, Haley, and Alex.
Excellent job. Again, every group here that
right,
is standing up should be proud. They just all absolutely crushed it.
Congratulations. Awesome job, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now if you are competing in triad, get back to the stage ASAP. We are having a 5-minute break. Triad competitors, get ready.
So coming up next, we're going to be doing Double Dutch Triad. That is Double Dutch with 5 members. This one really has the most room for just anything. I don't even know what to call it. You'll see a lot less of the Turner interaction here because the ropes are going to be gigantic. There's going to be 3 people that the timing has to get right for. But what's happening in the ropes, this is where it gets really interesting. All right. I'm going to go fishing for some interviews. See if we can bring some more jumpers over here to talk some.
Lobby to claim your surprise. We have from Claim Jumpers, Emily Flounders. From HT High Flyers, Billy Sodden. Sorry, that's wrong. And our third winner is Brooke Pearson. Again, we have Emily Flounders, Billy Sodden, and Brooke
We've got a
Pearson.
couple
Go
in
outside to
person.
claim your reward.
Raffles going out right now. All right. We are on a short break to get those judges switched over, but we're going to keep bringing in some athletes for a little bit of interviews in just a moment. And remember, I will be checking the chat, so you guys can feel free to... Yeah, I see some comments in there saying Hot Shots totally nailed theirs, and they totally did. There was so much content just jam-packed into that routine. It was so fast. Like, the first, 30 seconds had enough for a full routine. We're going to try to also get some judges to interview, too. I think Mike has some questions in line for them. Get a little bit of insight from people who have to try to judge such an incredible competition. And a big thank you to all of our judges and volunteers. It would be impossible to put on an event at this scale without you. And of course, thank you to everybody who's tuning in right now. By continuing to support our organization through our live stream, it gives us more opportunities for sponsorships. It gives us more opportunity to bring money and attention to the sport. And in turn, it will help our sport grow and create opportunities for our athletes, which is what it's all about. We can't wait to get back and do a little bit of work. Another interesting thing about the triad is because it requires so many people and so much work to put together, we only got 6 teams through, which means everybody who competed a triad actually is going to get the opportunity to perform at Grands, which is a really great opportunity, and then it provides a better look at our competition as a whole, outside of just a couple teams. We're gonna, I've got an athlete coming in right now. A longtime champion. He doesn't know I'm about to ask him questions, so we're gonna get him completely off guard. This is gonna be a lot of fun. All right, right here, we have a longtime competitor, Brandon Ferraro. You wanna come over here and join us, Brandon? Yes, Brandon, how much of the competition did you get to see today?
I came here just around, I think it was mixed 3-person double dutch. So I've only been here for like an hour.
All right, and in that last hour, so wait, tell us about how long you've been competing and a little bit about your background in jump rope.
So I've been competing for 6 years about, but I've been jumping for much longer. I founded Zero Gravity with Miles Borowski a few years back, and then when we went off to college, we kind of changed leadership, but I've still been jumping in the sport. Also been jumping at Case Western Reserve University with Dylan Plummer and Sam Hepp, which has been a great time, but took a year off from jumping. Probably will continue back next year.
That's great. And that team, your college team, could you talk a little bit about the process of getting that together?
Yeah. I mean, really, it was about kind of putting in a plan of action and applying to get the club approved by the university. Luckily, my club's been very great with funding, so things like that have been good, but it's been a challenge to recruit and get consistent practices. But we've kind of just been doing open gym style, where a lot of the experienced jumpers that we have are teaching people that are new to the sport, and it's been a great time.
That is fantastic. I had one more quick question before we get into this. Are there any moments from today's competition that are sticking out to you?
Just proud of my team for placing in double dutch pairs.
And you should be. Thanks for taking some time to chat with us, Brandon. Zero Gravity has been doing so great, and you should be proud. All right, let's go ahead and check out this try. Oh, okay, bringing the energy. We got the Kangaroo Kids kicking off the triad event. Iggy, right there in the middle. There she goes. Super smooth start, and I love this next trick. Little no-handed push-up action. Oh! Super scary. Oh, they got it. Oh! The no-handed push-up is just such a scary trick to commit to. You're jumping toward your face, and the partners next to you are gonna... Oh, that trick gave them trouble at prelims, but they nailed it. Double unders all around while switching people on the outside. As you can see, it gets a lot harder to get the turning going the more you split it up. That's the more brains that have to be perfectly synced up for it to work. Yes! That one gave him trouble at prelims too. Okay, get this. They go back, they get a big kip up into the ropes. Whoa, launching her forward at high speeds. And a nice little frog sequence. Sam pushing his sister out of the ropes. Okay, not sure that they were going for that last one, but They did so good, especially compared to their prelims. I'm proud of them. And they should be, a little cartwheel out of the way. I really like the energy they just brought to the floor. And now there is yet another Kangaroo Kids group.
Turning and have a lot more leniency with what they can do in the ropes because they're a lot bigger. This event is a lot of fun to watch.
The Kangaroo Kids are also using, it looks like size 20-foot ropes, which is a bit bigger than you will see from any of the teams. Typically you'll see your double-edged singles ropes around like 13, at the biggest 15, and then double-edged pairs ropes go around 14 to 16 feet, but these ropes are gigantic. I love the song choice. Oh, I want them to hit this so bad. Eric, get the frog sequence all the way around, all the way around. Yes, 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 yes! Yeah! Oh, keep jumping together, keep jumping. Oh, come on. That frog sequence was giving them a lot of trouble, I know. Behind the scenes, they were spending a lot of time working on that. Bring it around the world. Nice visuals going on. I love how that switch turns out. And they're gonna, and the surprise scarf, they call that one. Getting started with a bit of multiples. Oh, touch. Oh, come on. That's just such a tricky one to get the spacing right, especially when you have to control ropes that are 20 feet. There's a lot of like little, they're gonna go for it again, and they got it! Yes! Keep jumping together. Oh, clicking the ropes. Like I said, that rope control gets harder. All right, looks like they're gonna be running out of time soon. They gotta start speeding up all the tricks they wanna hit. And I think they're gonna go for one more. Triad does allow for more time than all the other freestyles. And that's it.
Awesome job.
Way to go, Kangaroo Kids. That's back-to-back 10 Kangaroo Kids competing in the Triad event.
And on to heat number 91. We have Extreme Air of NH. Eyeless, Margot, Malia,
We got
Brody,
Extreme
and Caitlin.
Air, New Hampshire. Elise, Brody, Margot, and Caitlin and Malia. Another set of gigantic double-edged ropes, allowing for plenty of space.
And we're ready.
Give
Good
the three a
luck.
little bit of wiggle room, but the larger the rope, the more control required. Ropes do look a little shorter than the other ones that we saw today. Oh, fast pace, smooth. Oh, the ropes are clicking. I can't believe they actually made it through that first one with that too. Here they go. Oh, I like this move. Oh, hurdling over the other push-up. And they're keeping it together. A lot of things just happened at once there. Oh, everyone jumping. Yes, yes, yes. I saw that one at prelims, and I'm glad they could work it out in a smoother fashion for the grands here. Yeah. That's right. Now the ropes are crossed over that one jumper in the middle, and something we call egg beater. Is that what you guys call that one?
Yeah, egg beater.
Pretty universal term. Oh, little miscommunication there on the start.
Multiples are so much harder with 3 people in there.
Everyone's got to be on the exact same page. I mean, you can look at the feet and try to imagine getting a rope underneath. If they're popcorning at all, which is what I call it when they're jumping at separate times, there's not much room to get it under. There we go. Now everybody's on the same page. And a finish. Looks like the music got to them. A great show. We're about halfway done with the triads.
Any triad groups that have already competed, please head back to the stage to get ready for awards. And we are on to Heat 92, the Kangaroo Kids, Jasmine, Eliza,
Another Kangaroo
Jenna,
Kids group. There's
Caitlin, and
15
Bria.
Kangaroo Kids competing in triad this year. That is wild. There's a big heart in the middle, a little heart on the side. Is this your card?
And we're good to
Little
go.
3 of
Good
hearts
luck.
joke for you. Oh. I get it. That's all we want. All right, let's get this, ladies. Come on. The double Dutch is turning really. Wait. Oh, they're split apart. I was wondering how that was working. There we go. Split apart once again. For a really interesting visual from here, it's kind of hard to tell what was going on. There we go. Smooth transition to wheel. Keep those feet up, feet up, feet up. The ropes are bouncing like crazy. You really got to get those feet up, and she's doing it. Oh, goodness. Okay. There we go. Everybody's looking good. And a little rope transfer. Oh, jump higher. Oh, don't let it keep turning. You're going to get those ropes tangled. We're back at it. Nice frog all together. That one gave him trouble in the prelims. I think there's a turning trick going on too. Oh, it's really tough to speed up and slow down ropes that are that gigantic. There's another set of kangaroo kids. All of them go to different schools and are different ages. And that is the third set from the Kangaroo Kids. Great work. It's a team from Ellicott City, Maryland. And that team has actually existed for over 40 years.
Anyone has to leave early.
Over 40 years.
There's a shuttle outside for those who need to leave and go back on campus.
That's probably
so
more
anyone
than
who
like
has to,
that triad's age
outside.
combined.
And we're on to heat number 93 from Proform Airborne.
Okay,
Allison, Haley,
this
Tabitha,
routine
Alex,
was
and
insane.
Annalie.
These 5 ladies are super strong jumpers, and it was just combo after combo after combo. I hope they hit this as clean as they did, or better.
And we're ready.
Because
Good
their
luck.
prelim run-through was truly next level. One of the best triads I've seen. Oh, a little timing situation going on with the ropes. I hope they try it again. Yep, they're going to try it again. There we go. Oh, that front aerial was so nice in the middle. All right, getting those frogs and that split.
Really smooth turning on that power sequence. Nice turning.
Yeah, it's tough to turn those giant ropes so smooth. Whoa. Yes. And they all stayed in the ropes, which can be hard to do when you're front flipping. Oh, come on. There they go. They're setting up for a big trick here. All the stack. Yes, they got it. I think that one was giving them trouble before too. And oh, keep it going, keep it going. Don't lose that momentum. Yes. They just know what to do in those situations. And that comes from hours and hours of practice. Yes. Oh! Setting up.
Frog comes down right as the handspring goes. Nice back.
Yeah, get it. Whoa!
That was a toe pitch over a push-up. Really tough to do.
Oh. What else we got in store for us? That is it. Great job, ladies. Absolute powerhouses all the way around. So many like advanced gymnastics moves that nobody else is doing.
And we're on to our last heat of triad.
This one was so good. Do we have the scores from prelims? Do you remember what that was like? I just know that these guys.
And just a reminder,
Yeah, these guys had like a pretty big lead on everybody else. They were the first place triad, starting off with the Hidden Temple.
All right, and we need all speed judges for triples to go and meet Valerie on the stage in the back. All speed judges for the last event, go meet Valerie in the back.
Oh, ho, ho. Get a quick pump in. Maybe trying to impress the judges for a few extra points. It's not actually how judging works. If, in case you like just tuned in, that's the first thing you heard. All right. With the Wii Shop music. Nice and chill vibes. Oh, the double front pitch. Those hand hops were so nice. Oh, get it.
Oh,
yes.
really nice.
Oh, that had like no room for it. Whoa, the highest frog ever. You can hear that communication, keeping that switching smooth and fast. Oh, and they managed to nail that. Whoa. Hitting every position on that turning. See two guys turning on the left over here. Wait, what just happened?
Places as the other turner crossed.
They switch handles too? Yeah, that was complicated. Oh, I'm excited. Everyone is going to be involved in the subway. This one gave him trouble at prelims, but they might just hit it. Oh, just barely caught the hand. Not a lot of room in those ropes. He said, hold on just a second. We're going to do something else for you.
We're going to try it one more time.
Oh, I hope they do. Oh, come on, hit this.
Just turn this.
Turn huge, turn huge, turn huge. Get small. Yes!
There we go.
Yes! Go, go, go! Boys are keeping up the no-handed push-up. Oh, yeah, that's a fun one. And the little flip to solidify that. These guys just nailed it. Everybody's doing flips. They love it.
I'm so glad they tried that again.
Yeah, I am glad somebody did that. Everybody subwayed.
So any triad groups left, please head back
That
to
was emotionally
the
fulfilling.
back of the stage to get ready for awards. And just a reminder,
It's just, you just got to have that confidence that you know, okay, we just are recovering from a miss, but we know we've done this trick before. We know we can hit it right now. We're going to do it again. And so satisfying when it actually works out. So that was a nice routine.
a free session.
We are done with
Registration for Nationals for 2023.
We are done with triad.
Thank you.
And I believe we are transitioning into triples now. So, couple interesting little things about triples.
All right, if we can have all mixed triad groups, please head onto the floor.
All right, couple interesting things about triples. As we mentioned before, 3-minute speed and triples, the top 6 scorers are able to, they're given the option as to whether or not they want to recompete or keep their score from prelims. So due to the grueling nature of both of those events, again, 3-minute speed and triples, those athletes are given a choice. Now, this being the last event of the day, we do have several athletes who are recompeting and a few who decided to keep those scores. So let's take a look. As I'm looking for those scores, I know we've got, was it Seth who came in first in that? I'm going to try to bring those up real quick.
Let's give a big round of applause for all those jumpers in triad. Awesome. If we can have those competitors.
Okay,
head out
I
onto the
have it.
floor.
All right. So we're doing results real quick.
You enjoyed watching triad.
We're doing awards real quick for those triad competitors.
I know I did. Don't forget that we have triple coming up after these awards.
Okay, our triad freestyle results. In third place, we have the Kangaroo Kids, Foster, John, Cassandra, Alex, and Maya. In second place, from Proform Airborne, we have Allison, Alex, Haley, Annalie, and Tabitha.
Nice. So we see Kangaroo Kids taking that third place spot, Proform in second.
And our Grand National Champions for Double Dutch Triad Freestyle, from the Comet Skippers, Dylan, Ryan, Matthew, Eric, and Aaron.
And you can probably hear the reaction from that crowd. Comet Skippers, not too surprising with the routine that we saw. Again, I'm so glad that they chose to retry that subway that involved all 5 members. That was super impressive. Great routine from those guys.
Awesome job to all the triad groups. Congratulations.
And that is it for our triad. That is actually it for all of our freestyles. We have one more event to go, and that is triple unders. So I was starting to mention a couple interesting things with triples. If you compete that event and 3-minute speed, you're given the option to recompete today at Grands or to keep your score. With triples,
All right, we are going to move right into triples. So if you are competing that event, they have to set up the floor for speed, but you can practice on the sides of the floor. So triples competitors, go and get ready.
So with triples,
And in the
I'm going to just wait a second. Sorry about that.
And in the meantime, while we have a bit of a break, we'd like to make sure that we thank the people who have made this event possible. A big thank you to Joe and the crew for making the stage look great. Dave and the task staff for taking care of us in this fantastic venue. The police officers for making sure to keep us safe. We are thankful for the athletes and jumpers for their incredible events and how good they did this week. We are thankful for the coaches and all the support that they have and all the countless hours that they give. We are thankful for all the judges and volunteers. We are thankful for all the AMJRF staff. We are thankful for all the people who have engaged in person and from and around the world to be a part of this Jump Rope family and friends. We are thankful for the Valerie Studios for the quality of the live stream video that they have given us. And we are thankful for the audio and sound energy team. And a big round of applause for Chris Brown and Brian Shue for all they do for us, for making our Jump Rope dreams possible. Thank you again. If you see any of these people, make sure to give them a big thank you.
I was not on the list. I'm just kidding. Thank you. I didn't need to do that.
So yeah, again, a huge thank you to everyone who's mentioned. We have so many volunteers working behind the scenes making this event possible. We have our board who has done so much work, put in so many hours behind the scenes. Of course, the athletes and the coaches. None of this would be possible. The event would not happen without athletes, without coaches to train those athletes. Of course, our parents, guardians, caretakers who are driving our kids, who are making sure that they're getting to events, getting to this competition. We cannot thank you enough. Going to give a couple of quick notes, hopefully, about single rope triple unders. Now, athletes are potentially given 2 attempts. So if on your first attempt you have a mistake before you reach 30 triple unders, you're given a second chance. If on your first attempt you go above 30 and then you have a miss, your score is whatever your score is. So let's say you go out there, you do 53 triple unders, you mess up, your score is 53. If you go out there, you mess up on your first triple under attempt, you are given 1 more attempt. If you try it again and you get a score of 14, that's it. Your score is 14. If you go out and get a score, let's say, of 25, you didn't reach that 30 triple under mark, so you get a chance to re-attempt, and you go out and you do 10 triple unders. They will keep that 10. So they're looking at whatever you scored on your second attempt if the first attempt was lower than 30. So kind of some interesting rules as to how that is done. I believe the reasoning is because due to the nature of this event, 1 mistake knocks you out. So if you're doing 3-minute speed, you have a mistake, that will set you back a jump or 2, a couple jumps. In triples, when you mess up, you're done. So the way that we're doing it now is to allow for kind of some of those sort of fluke accidents that may happen, just a quick catch of the rope on your foot that would otherwise knock you out of contention. You're given a second attempt. Now, just looking at some of these scores, the qualifying scores from prelims, really, really good, really high scores. I'm going to start with the female competitors. Lauren Ellis led this field very significantly with a 226. Really, really high score for those triples. And she will be recompeting today. That's what it looks like right now. She will be recompeting. Actually, all of our female athletes, it's probably because this is the last event of the day, you want to leave everything here on the floor. They're all going to be recompeting triples. So now looking at the male competitors, Seth Ingram led the field by, looks like it's about 32, 33 triples. So pretty big lead, but not insurmountable. He will actually be keeping his score from prelims, keeping that 212, and not recompeting. Now, we also have another athlete from the Heartbeats. I'm just looking for these scores. There we go. Okay, we have an athlete from the Heartbeats who scored a 181. So again, not too far back, but still a pretty sizable lead from Seth. That athlete from Heartbeats will be recompeting. So it does leave some room potentially to come into that first place spot. Now, that particular athlete who scored the 181, that was a PR, a pretty significant PR for him. So he's going to try to re-jump this today and see if he can improve on that. He got a 181 in prelims. If he falls below that, if he gets a score of 20, his score is 20. That 181 from prelims is gone. So it is kind of a risk that you have to weigh the pros and cons of recompeting. If you think you can do better, you try to recompete. Let's see, Aaron Gao as well will be keeping that score from prelims. So we've got Mark from the Heartbeats, Jonathan from Comet Skippers, we've got Preston Ballard from Proform, and we've also got Blake from Indy Air Bears, who have all chosen to recompete today. And yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. See if anyone's able to improve those scores, maybe change the standings around.
Who's excited for the last event of the 2022 Grand National Championships?
All right, our triple under judges are getting set, getting ready to count these athletes.
This event is called triples. These jumpers are going to be doing as many as they can. And if you don't know what a triple is, their rope is going to go under them 3 times around, and they're going to go as long as they can. So it's not a timed event. They're just going to keep going until they mess up. So the female that we have competing this today in Station 1, the YMCA Super Skippers, Ellie. In Station 2, the YMCA Super Skippers, Lauren. In Station 3, the Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie. And in Station 4, from the Kangaroo Kids, Jenna. In Station 5, from the Summerwind Skippers, Kylie. In Station 6, from the Heartbeats, Marissa.
So this is a really, really strong field. It's also at the end of a really long day. A lot of the athletes you see on this stage have competed in most, if not all, of the events so far. And you're really tired after a day like that. So to do this endurance event is no small feat.
Let's give these girls a round of applause. Get them hyped, guys.
We see that red flag up in the back. That means something's not quite ready to go at that station. But we should be getting started here any second. Again, this is our last event of the competition. So if you've stuck with us this entire time, thank you so much.
Jumpers, just stay nice and warm.
And we see the flag go down, so we are ready to get started.
All right, girls, here we go. Good luck.
Single rope triple unders. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
So again, if we have a miss inside of those first 30 triple unders, that athlete will have a chance to re-jump. Past 30, that's going to be their score. Okay, so we did see a miss from Marissa before reaching 30, so she's going to reset. She has one more attempt, and she's going again here. And that second attempt, that miss was inside of 30, so whatever that score was, it looks like 6, so we're going to keep that score. Even though it was less than her first attempt, they take the score of the second attempt. Okay, we've got some other ones still going. We're seeing around 60 from a lot of these. And that really just depends on how high they jump. If you stay really low to the ground, do some quick turns, you're going to have a higher score a little bit sooner. But it really doesn't matter how quickly you do these triples. It just matters how long you can last and how many you can get before your body gives out and you can't do them anymore. And we see our first athletes clear 100. Ellie and Lauren from Super Skippers almost jumping in perfect unison. Oh, wow, all three just about together. Okay, we see a miss from Jenna, so she's going to keep her score of 109. But we've got Kylie from Summerwind still going really, really strong. Up to about 130 from Kylie. And we see Ellie still going, some Super Skippers. We see Lauren still going. Kenzie just crushing up to 140. And we see a miss from Kylie. Okay, and we've got Lauren Ellis still going now. So we're up to 180 from Lauren. We're going to see if she can make it to 200. Really hard. Okay, nice score, 188. So down from that prelim score of 226, but still looks like we'll take this event. Again, scores are unofficial, but it's unlikely that there'll be a huge gap.
So you'll be right there for awards. We are now going into the second heat of triples. We have the males going. In Station 1, we have from the Indy Air Bears, Blake. In Station 2 from the Heartbeats, Mark. And Station 3 from Proform Airborne, we have Preston. You might notice that it is not all the way full, so these jumpers had the opportunity to either keep their score from that they competed the first time or to try again. That is why there's not full stations.
So again, we see Seth and Aaron keeping those scores from prelims.
All right, boys, good luck. Here we go.
Single rope triple unders. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
And it looks like also Jonathan from Comet Skippers is keeping that score from prelims as well. Guys looking really strong so far. We see Blake and Preston jump. Oh, and a miss from Preston at 50, that's a tough one. You know, you pass that 30 mark, and if you miss then, there's no re-jump. Did see Preston in prelims get a 129, so we know what he's capable of. That's a really tough miss for him. So just two jumpers left. We've got Blake from Indy Air Bears, and Blake just missed as well. So now it's just down to Mark from Heartbeats. We're going to see if he can make it to 100. So he's been jumping a little bit higher than these guys. It's really just a technique thing. If you know that your legs can maybe outlast your arms, you want to jump a little bit higher. And there he goes past 100. And there's a miss right at 103.
Awesome job. Let's give a round of applause for the last heat of this grand competition.
And that is it for our events. Triple Unders was our last event. Great job to all the athletes. Really tough, long, grueling day of a lot of events for many of these athletes.
Go to the side if you've already competed. That was a great day. Who thinks so?
Fantastic display of triple unders. Even to do one triple under can take a whole lot of practice.
Around you. Pick up any extra trash.
Personally, I know I was jumping for at least a few years before I could even do one. So the fact that people can chain hundreds together is very impressive. And everybody on the live stream, we had a lot of fun with you. We're gonna do a closing bit here. We still have to give out our triples awards. We will probably have some other awards after that.
Thanks to Taylor about it. She's so excited. Thank you.
So if you are on the live stream, don't totally leave just yet. We will have a few more presentation-esque things to go down.
Up through October 31st.
All right, if we can have our female triples competitors head out onto the floor. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Awesome job, ladies. You've all done amazing today. All right, we are going to start with our third place winner. We are gonna have Centripetal Forces, Mackenzie. Awesome job. And our second place winner from YMCA Super Skippers, Ellie. And our female 2022 Grand National Champ for triples is from YMCA Super Skippers, Lauren. Let's give him a big round of applause. Awesome job, ladies. Big smiles. Congratulations. All right, if we can have our males come out onto the floor. Let's give him a big round of applause. All right, and for our third place winner, we have from the Heartbeats, Mark. Congratulations. And in our second place, we have from the Comet Skippers, Aaron. All right, can I get a drum roll? For our 2022 Grand National Champ for triples unders is Proform Airborne, Seth. A big round of applause for all the jumpers and these ones specifically. Big round of applause. All right, and at this time, if we could please have Devin Meek and Mike Fry come out onto the stage. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Hot.
Test.
Oh,
that's
there
very
it goes.
loud. Sorry, folks.
What'd you think today? So cool, right? So cool. Well, we're going to talk a lot in just a second, but before we do, I've got a raffle, and not just any raffle, a free membership raffle. So, Mike, if you'd like to do the honors and take out one of these tickets and read the name you find.
That is very hard to read. This looks like Paul Scott. Yes?
Yes!
All right, Paul Scott, come on down.
And
now or later.
And it comes with free Nationals registration.
That's
a
pretty
big
cool.
one. That's right. All right, congratulations to Paul Scott. Now, everybody, we have made it to the end. Say, aw. Aw, it's the end of the AMJRNC 2022. And what a week it's been. It's been a long week. We've had 5 whole days of crazy tricks, of a lot of just exhausting routines. And Mike and I had a blast watching you all. It was so much fun, and we hope that you had as much fun as us.
We heard some thank yous earlier, but I don't think we can thank the people enough for everything that they've done, so I'm going to do it one more time. Let's hear a huge round of applause for all of the volunteers who made this event happen. We would not be here on this stage. We would have not had the event at Fifth Third. We would not have had a national championship with all of the people volunteering their time to make that happen.
All these volunteers back here were taking late nights and really early mornings all week to make all of this an incredible event for you. And if you are excited about this event, I don't want it to stop here. Make sure to follow us at AMJRF. You can follow the American Jump Rope Federation online on Instagram, right? And we're going to keep posting everything from this week, because a big goal of ours, of AMJRF, of hopefully your goal too, is to spread jump rope, right? And one of the best tools we have is social media these days. So take all of your photos and videos from this week and post them and tag AMJRF so we can share it too.
We have a couple of really exciting events coming up. July 2023, the World Championship is being held in Colorado Springs, Colorado. So we know we're going to see all of you there already. We've seen what you can do on this stage, so we know you're going to bring it to that event. We hope to see everyone there. We're going to have the best athletes from around the world coming, and we want to show them what the U.S. can do. So we want to see you guys there. Let's keep honing those routines, and let's get there and show up and show out.
That's right. And in addition to Worlds, there is another really fun event happening this September, and I hope to see you all there. Mike's going to be there. I'm going to be there. September 9th through 11th, we're going to be in Leavenworth, Washington for Elite SRS's Jump Rope Weekend. It's going to be super fun. There's going to be a lot of talented athletes to teach there. There's going to be a workshop. We're going to hang out. You can see how they make their jump ropes in their big jump rope factory, which is pretty fun. And 8 athletes are going to compete for $3,000, and you might be one. So definitely go to Leavenworth, Washington, September 9th through 11th. You can check out registration on elitesrs.com for that one.
So usually what we would do right now is sort of make closing remarks, but that just doesn't feel right now. I think Devin and I were talking earlier this week, and I've never felt more inspired by what I've seen from athletes. I've never felt like the sport is in better hands than I have right now. The younger jumpers, the juniors, really came to compete in the prelims. A lot of them competed on this stage today for the first time. Like, I am so confident in the direction we are heading just based on what we saw throughout this week and today. So rather than seeing this as a closing or as a transition period, let's keep the momentum going. Like Sean Hamilton last night at our AGM, I think he said it best. He said, I see momentum. I see momentum. And so rather than leaving and just kind of stopping, let's go home, let's host a workshop. Let's go to a workshop. Share tricks with each other on social media and with your teams. Share with people who don't know anything about the sport. Bring more people into the fold. Wherever you are, with whatever resources you have, teach somebody. If you know something, teach someone, right? So the teams that we have, individuals who may be jumping on their own by themselves, you can teach. Every one of you here has so much knowledge that most of the world does not have. So spread that knowledge. Keep that momentum going. We are so excited, as we said, to be here. And Devin's going to close this out.
That's right. This is We Jump Rope and Let's Jump LA, and we are closing out the AMJRNC 2022.
Thank you all so much.